Good.
Have you ever had your back to the wall? Ever had the odds against you stacked tall? Ever felt like you were about to fall? One wrong move and you lose it all. Have you ever needed help from a friend? Made a comeback when you're close to the end? Come on, take my hand, cause it's time to ascend. We can win the day if we unite.
0-0 nation, getting it done for Brazil.
Can they out-secure Kavi-chan's?
Yeah, they can! The favorites have just been knocked out of the tournament.
Game, set, match!
The best team in the world, 2 years in a row. Luminosity, let's go!
Oh my goodness!
The number 1 team in Pokemon UNITE crown our champion!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, the EU Regional Finals. This is going to be an amazing weekend. Saturday, we have EU. Sunday, we have NA. Hi, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw, aka Spraggles, and I am joined by an incredible crew. I have Kello, Wonder Chef, and Zoinks right next to me. This is going to be amazing. Now, our teams have already been competing here in EU, and we have some exciting updates already that I can't wait to get to you.
Yeah, the group stage has already been commencing all day long with a few favorites making their way through at 3-0, but some surprises. But I think Group 1 kind of as expected. Nouns Esports undefeated 3-0. Los Catacados with a 2-1 finish overtake, and Los Falcons de Maris both going to be eliminated in the group stage, but still a very impressive top 16 in the region. Kello, talk to me about Group 2.
Well, Pool 2, we also have another 3-0 situation happening here with Gen 5 on top. We have one of the open bracket teams coming on through as well. Guerilla Tactics 2-1. Otherwise, it's goodbye for Plus Ultra and Ashen Rebirth for today.
And actually, we had no ties in any of the groups, which is a blessing if anybody
Yeah.
is not a big tiebreaker fan. But in Pool 3, Grim Reapers, a little bit of an upset team. It's really looking good right now, making out 3-0. Komai, who is looking to be one of the top teams, actually making out now technically in the losers' side, losing to Grim Reapers. That's huge. And Los Duros and Azeri Esports both putting on a good showing, but that was a tough group.
And of course, we have our fourth group here with Absolute Cinema winning 3-0. Castors Footters winning 2-1. I know I'm getting that wrong.
right.
B3 Esport right here, kind of the surprising team not moving forward. And then E Solidi not moving forward as well, 0-3. But more importantly, we have that up on a huge screen behind us. I know you're seeing it right here, but this screen, I've been told, is possibly 30 feet high. As soon as I said that, they said a lot closer to 20, Jake. But this is unbelievably huge, and this studio is amazing. I know that our teams are competing for a lot, but I'm the winner this week.
Yeah,
I can assure you that is what's happening.
Yeah, they got a lot of tangible prizes as well. The Big Force got on the big screen. The championship prize money is fantastic, especially at these regional finals with that first place team taking home $20,000. Of course, a $50,000 total prize pool for this event.
Yeah.
Just
go ahead.
making to top 8 though. They've already secured some cash for today, so that's pretty epic.
Yeah, and a lot of the matches we're going to be seeing, Chef, are teams qualifying their spot for Worlds, and then the further they go, they're getting that travel award. Of course, the first and second place teams coming out of EU here will get not only their spot to Worlds, but their travel paid for too.
Right, and just as a reminder for anybody who isn't really sure how this format is working, it was an open qualifier for teams that did not qualify through championship points into the group stage, which is what we just saw the results of, and then now we're going to a bracket where, like Spraggles just said, basically every match that we're watching has a pretty huge amount on the line, whether it's going to be a good amount of money or a travel award, or most of them, I believe half of the matches that we end up seeing throughout the entire day are going to be Worlds qualifying spots, which is gigantic. I can't believe we're already at the end of the season. We're already looking at who's going to Worlds, but I mean, we're starting off the day with, I think, 2 straight of Worlds qualifiers.
Yeah, which is going to be amazing. Now, a match has been taking place off broadcast. We have Guerilla Tactics versus Kine. We're going to take a look at a couple of big moments from this year's Zoinks.
Yeah, it was an exciting matchup. Obviously, both these teams began their tournament run in the losers bracket. And I believe the match that we are going to be looking at is potentially the final match of this series. This series went 1-1 to start, and then, of course, a deciding Game 3 between these two squads and some interesting drafts to boot.
Yeah, it looks like Komai's had a bit of a tough start here. I know a lot of people looked at
This
them.
is not game 3, by the way. My correction. But yeah.
A lot of people kind of looked at this as one of the top groups in the region. They're coming here through losers, almost getting knocked out here by Guerilla Tactics.
Great name, by the way. One of my favorite names, Guerilla Tactics. Well, Gorilla. I absolutely love it. But yeah, Komai, so surprising to see them, not being winners. So I think a lot of people expected that, considering just the results from this season.
Yeah, they're such a standout team at AOS Cup, and we've seen them do well throughout the season here at UCS. So I think a lot is expected of them, but they are still alive here in this tournament. They will be taking out Guerilla Tactics here. A couple interesting things to point out. We've got Alolan Raichu making it through to a lot of games.
I'm surprised it's not getting banned more often. I'm surprised that Inteleon keeps on slipping its way through as well. But otherwise, there is the stats for that game. And the graph, it was actually pretty close towards the end there.
Yeah, so game number 1, Guerilla Tactics able to take over top of Kamae. Of course, a bit of a surprise, which is how we expected these teams to be playing out. But this match, after that, still pretty exciting. Alolan Raichu not slipping into the second game, instead being taken out. And this Gyarados, I think being one of the most impactful Pokemon picks for Guerilla Tactics, feels like a mainstay of their compositions.
I'm seeing so much Gyarados in general through all of the early matches. I've been seeing here in EU, watching Chris Hero's stream earlier and things like that, able to see a lot of what the teams are bringing out. Some really interesting picks here in EU for sure.
Filthy Zacian steal on that Rayquaza, by the way, as well. All 5 Guerilla Tactics members in that Rayquaza pit. It's still Komai walking away with the Ray Secure and, of course, the Game 2 victory. That brings us into Game 3, and finally, Alolan Raichu makes its way into this matchup.
Yeah, Gyarados for the side of Guerilla Tactics. We do have that Zacian once again for Potato from Komai. Potato is incredible on this Pokemon and has been dominating.
I think what's interesting is we actually have a Lapras this match. This is a defender we haven't really seen a lot of, but I feel like it's really risen up, I don't know, for today, seeing a lot of the group stage matches, as you mentioned earlier. I even saw Nouns running it a bit earlier, so seeing it pop on through, and that is a complete team wipe on that side.
I have seen a little bit of Lapras, but mostly it's been against like snipe shots or these huge single hits. Now we get to see the Rayquaza being taken. That will look pretty chaotic. Definitely one could consider it a flip.
Yeah, I had a situation of, I was watching this a little bit backstage before we got here in the booth. We have a very large booth here.
Yeah.
I would say so. If this was at a restaurant, I don't even think they'd call it a booth.
That's true. Fair enough. But Kamae Esports taking that 2-1. That brings us to our live bracket now. So the 2 teams that made their way into winners because of their first place in the group stage, 4 teams, have not played yet in our bracket phase. We're going to be getting those on broadcast. But some of these losers matches have already began commencing. You can see Kamae Esports at 2-1 and Los Caracados 2-0ing their matchup. They're waiting for their opponent.
Yeah, now, obviously, we talked about this earlier, how many of these games are actually going to turn into a Worlds invite, right? Both of the matches in our winners side there, between Nouns and Absolute Cinema and Gen 5 and the Reapers, whoever wins that is guaranteed to head to Worlds.
That is absolute bananas there. I mean, you just have to win one set on broadcast, and there you go. You've locked in your spot. But after all, you want to improve that prize money towards the end. So if you can make it all the way to the grand finals, well, that's going to be one sweet spot to be in.
Actually, it's not Absolute Bananas, it's Absolute Cinema. I said it wrong immediately. I immediately ruined my joke. Encounter rates, I know everybody loves this stat, and certainly from just seeing the replay of that last set, we know that Alolan Raichu is probably going to be a pretty big pick or ban for today.
Yeah, what we're seeing here, this is pick and ban combined, right? So this is how often this Pokemon has some sort of influence in the match, whether they don't make it onto Thea Sky Runes because they're banned out or they're picked by one of the teams. Raichu, Blissey, Suicune, and we can essentially say Psyduck, all almost at 100% encounter rates.
That's actually pretty surprising to me. I mean, not those 3 Pokemon, but that there are 3 in their entirety at 100%. Usually we see a few teams kind of defect away from that, but still, these 3 Pokemon, a major impact. When it comes to win rate, though, all of a sudden, Greninja skyrockets on this bracket. But I think maybe more impressive that 2 Pokemon so high in terms of ban and pick rate are actually over 60%. Blissey and Suicune both topping in that category.
I feel like Greninja is a real ninja being at the top there because this is just such an unusual pick given its role so far. I mean, it's just slipping its way through, going into the shadows. But I don't know, Zoroark also seems to do that too.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Greninja is a really interesting pick. Now, some of this comes from our open bracket, if I'm remembering correctly. So there could be a lot of teams that did well with Greninja in our open bracket. Matches I'm seeing this morning, teams have been playing Decidueye, Dragonite, Lapras, as we mentioned before, which has not been a premier defender pick in a while, but seems to be doing very well in EU. So I cannot wait to see how the rest of the day shakes out with a lot of these picks. And everything is on the line for these squads. You know, Zoinks, you had a tweet the other day about how, you know, we're kind of celebrating what a year it's been for these regions. However, it is all down to this. You know, this is one of the biggest moments of the year.
Yeah, make no mistake, the biggest prize in our entire system throughout the UNITE Championship Series is a spot at the World Championships. That is what these teams want more than anything. I know it's a very impressive $20,000 to that first place team. I think they would trade that for a world spot if they had the chance. A lot of these teams, that's what they're pushing for so much, but also we had a lot of great performances within the EU region over the year. You got a lot of chances to commentate them. Wonder Chef, I think you got one chance to commentate some EU. So some impressive performances from those teams. I don't think they should be disappointed, especially if they're making it into day 2.
Now, I've got to ask, for all of us here, who do we think is going to be taking home this entire thing? I think the easy money seems to be on a team like Nouns Esports. Obviously, I love Nouns. I love a lot of those players. They're such a staple in the scene. Very cool story seeing Inder, you know, hop across the pond to play with Nouns halfway through this season. I would love to see them take the crown, but there are really strong teams in EU, Zoinks.
Yeah, I agree. I think you do have a spoiler team like Gen 5 on the winner's side, which could be a good choice, but I'm not going to go with it. I'm going to follow suit. I think I also have to pick Nouns Esports to take this entire tournament. There's some exciting teams in that losers bracket side that could make a crazy run, but I think safe money, safe pick's going to be on Nouns. How about you, Kello?
Look, when you put pen to paper, Nouns seems to be the pick, but Gen 5 have been able to defeat Nouns once. So the thing is, can they do it for a second time? But also, I think we have a bit of a sleeper pick. Grim Reapers?
Yeah.
I mean, they haven't really been, well, they've only got together for the regional finals. Obviously, we've seen some of the players here and there throughout the season, but this squad coming together, they are not to be underestimated.
Yeah, I'm nothing, absolutely, you know, everybody knows I love Nouns. I love all the players on Nouns, but Grim Reaper is looking like they, you know, sometimes a team will form, and just for a little bit after they form, they just have that momentum for whatever reason. And it does certainly seem like there's a chance that they're kind of in that spot. And again, lots of players that we know from other teams, which is something that's going to be a pretty common theme through today and tomorrow, and for kind of every single region. But I think Grim Reaper is going to stand a really good chance. They've already pulled off what is technically an upset, and they just need one more really to qualify.
Yeah. I do love that we have the opportunity for a team that's kind of coming in at the last minute here, fighting through some of the best teams in their region with a possibility of heading to Worlds, with a possibility of winning the entire thing.
It's true, and there's only 3 spots on the line for Europe, as you can see here on your screen right now. North America the same way. Latin America North also getting 3 championship spots at the World Championships. Latin America South only with 2, Brazil with 2, and OC with 1. We do have a chance of maybe seeing that grand finals later on today in our broadcast.
Well, they've already participated through their group stage there, and now at that losers final spot. Coming in onto day 2. But yeah, as you said, there's only 1 spot for OC, so we'll definitely have to see a bit later on which team that is going to be.
And also important to note, it does say 3 for North America, but Luminosity Gaming, of course, already qualifying via other means. So when we get to that tomorrow, we'll talk about it a little bit more, but it kind of is 4 spots for NA now.
Yeah, and there's the final stretch that will be coming up, you know, after this. Before we head to Worlds, we've been to LATAM, into Sao Paulo in November. That's where Luminosity won, secured their spot to ACL. Then we went to then we went to Europe, London, where they won again, securing their world spot. Next on the list,
getting the other half of it.
We have half of Luminosity in LATAM, the other half in EU there. Then we have New Orleans coming up here for NAIC. That's where the final stretch will be held. Another world spot on the line there, and a lot of North American teams are sure to be there. So we can have a ton of NA spots. And then, of course, Worlds in Anaheim, August 15th to the 17th. The world's largest marble and the world's largest Unite tournament will finish there.
It's going to be exciting. And of course, a reminder around that NAIC tournament happening in New Orleans very, very soon. There's going to be some teams that were invited. They had a play-in tournament for the final stretch. So a few teams getting awarded travel awards to play in that event, but there's still open signups for that event. So if you're interested in competing in a in-person Pokemon Unite tournament and want a chance at that essentially World's LCQ, you'd still go over to start.gg/Pokemon Unite and sign up for the event.
Guess it really depends on how they go here today at the regional finals.
Yeah.
I mean, at least there's still that backup if things do go pear-shaped.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's cool. This is, I think, well, at least compared to last season, by the time we got to our regional finals, we were kind of done. But now this is going to be the first time that we're going to get that big last chance qualifier kind of after most of the other regional finals are done. So it's going to be a cool new look. A lot of teams that have already qualified too, so there's some potential for some upsets with some teams that maybe even if they don't win, they qualify. There's just a lot going on.
Yeah, it's that tournament last year, the final stretch, one of my absolute favorites that we've done. The energy in that room, the single elimination, moving all the way through to finding the champion, I thought was really incredible. And I can't wait to see what that looks like this year, especially with so many NA teams already going to be qualified. You have a real shot of a dark horse team coming to the final stretch and winning the whole thing, which I think is very cool.
Yeah, and a recent rule change to that event as well. We're going to be awarding a winner or a world champion spot at that event. Previously, it was more kind of based around a regional performance. Now it is going to be really all comes down to that event. It's going to be very exciting, but obviously, right now, our focus is going to have to be here in EU because this tournament is already crazy. A very exciting event. We saw a match happen in losers bracket. The next broadcast one we're going to be hanging out in is our first winners matchup.
Yeah, let's talk about it. We have Nouns Esports as our first team that we are going to be watching here. Obviously, this is the most dominant team in EU year in, year out, except for the Tally Bobo year, but we don't talk about the Tally Bobo year. Nouns, just such an incredible team. I think the hope for EU, a lot of it rests on Nouns' shoulders as they would hopefully secure their spot today and head to Worlds.
Well, this is the best they've really ever looked. Considering they're one of the most consistent teams that we've said. As I said, they've won every single monthly cup, including those play-ins for EUIC and NAIC, except that 1 month in February. So there is that potential for that upset, but it's just whether they're riding on that momentum, continuing it on through, and whether they end up landing that first place spot.
Yeah.
Such an interesting storyline with them, of course, being such a dominant team, then changing the roster around, have Inder, a player who's playing in North America, moving over to Europe to play with them. That's the month that they didn't make it as the champions, but that's just something that naturally happens when you're having to readjust with a new roster, whether it be one person or multiple people, which we've seen too much this season. But now, ever since then, they've been looking better and better and better, and they were really on kind of like a time limit to today to say how quickly can you acclimate to your new comp, and clearly it's looking quite good, but this is the ultimate test for them. So they're great, they're #1 seed for a reason, but it's still like so much on the line for them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, with being the #1 seed, I think all of the expectations are there. It's almost if you win, it's expected. Great job. We love you. But if you lose, wow, what a story, right? And that's one of the tough things that I think the top team in each region has to deal with. They're going to be running into absolute cinema here. I did not get to see their group matches earlier. I'm very curious because it looks like they dominated.
Yeah, Nouns Esports absolutely crushing it, but Absolute Cinema, like you mentioned, right there in tandem, another one of our Decidueye teams playing in the group stage. So Nouns Esports playing it a little bit, Absolute Cinema playing it a lot. And I was mentioning it before, I mean, in terms of the EU region, it feels like these German players always bringing the Decidueye to the table, and we are going to be jumping directly into our draft. So we're going to be having Nouns Esports versus Absolute Cinema.
Amazing stuff. We're going to be saying goodbye to Chef and Kello here.
Goodbye.
Both of you. Zoinks and I are going to take this first game. Zoinks, here we go. As we are already moving through our draft phase. Blissey, Psyduck, Zacian, and Lapras. What a shocker, but Lapras banned out here.
Wow, okay, a hard call out. Very interested to see if that Pokemon avoids a ban later on, what it kind of tends to be, but we do have the Suicune first pick, and a Alolan Raichu will be taken in that 4 slot. Absolute Cinema going with that double attacker composition. However, of course, Aaron on the Sylveon, a very tanky attacker.
Yeah, final couple of picks over here to Nouns, and I wonder what they're going to lock in. The Decidueye, I think, is a great call here.
Hey.
One thing that I really love about Decidueye in this situation is I think it perfectly outranges Alolan Raichu. You know, you don't have to get into its sort of zone of influence where it's throwing all of its crazy stored power auto attacks at you. However, we've got a counter for Decidueye on the other side. I mean, most things are a counter to Decidueye, but we have Talonflame on the other side from Absolute Cinema.
And of course, that terrifying combination of the Talonflame and the Hoopa, so the potential for a Trick Hoopa is going to be available. And let's face it, you don't have a lot of HP to work with, so an option like Hyperspace Hole, rather unlikely in this composition. Also do love Absolute Cinema's Hoopa player running that Muscle Band, so a few more auto attacks potentially available, and especially when you're in that Unbound mode of Hoopa, can be extremely relevant.
I gotta say, I'm really interested to see what they were going for with the Sylveon pick. Now, if you're playing Hyper Voice Sylveon, you could be lowering special defenses, making it a little easier to get those KOs with Raichu. Of course, you could be frustrating your opponents, kind of harassing them with Mystical Fire. So I'm very interested to see what exactly that looks like. My gosh, the big screen right behind us.
We're in Thea Sky Ruins. Like,
We're in Thea Sky. We're actually
in Thea Sky Ruins.
in Thea Sky Ruins, everybody. And let me tell you, they told us no sliding on the floor.
That is true, and I will
We
take
slid on
full
the floor
responsibility.
a lot yesterday. Sliding around on the floor, maybe a little too much, I would say.
Yeah, that's true. We are impeded here on the main stage, unfortunately.
We will be mobile, but we won't be slipping and sliding around unless one of us forgets that we're not allowed to slide on the floor.
Who knows?
But I cannot wait to see this. This is incredible. Being here is amazing. But of course, getting to watch this at home, you're watching the best of the best right now as we're heading into our first match here for your regional finals. Nouns Esports, your purple team, Absolute Cinema, your orange team. Let's get this thing started, Zoinks.
Take a look at this, our brand new camera all the way in the sky with a full perspective at this early game matchup. Nouns Esports not going to be stacking too often in the early game, but Absolute Cinema, same thing could not be said about them. A direct path over to the other side of the map to get some early dunks.
We're heading up into our top path right now. We have Gyarados on one side, obviously still a Magikarp looking to get all of that effort gauge full as quickly as they possibly can. We have Sylveon with the early push up to that top path, trying to slow them down.
All right, Natsu trying to get up to that level 5. Notably, this Talonflame not headed to the central area. Most of the time, we would see that Speedster hang out there, get to that level 5 early, but a bit of a split central area play for Absolute Cinema. Honestly, a very patient clear of their central area.
Yeah, we have Toon here in the top path, just waiting to see how this fight is exactly going to go. As 4 members of Absolute Cinema peeling down towards this bottom path. This is going to go over to Nouns pretty easy in the top path. But yeah, here is the fight. We're going to see how this goes. Adesu throwing down an avalanche right there, and they are now getting pushed back towards their goal zone, in a little bit of trouble. Blove with a big-time tackle right there, pushing them back. Here comes the heavy slam. Beautiful whirlpool right there, able to get one as Bruv moves in.
Great combination play. With that freeze effect, you could have that execute knockout, but not getting them quite low enough. But amazing coverage by Bruv on this Snorlax to close that gap and get that KO. In a 2v4 situation, Bruv and Adesu turn it into a winning one.
Yeah, that was beautiful for Nouns, and obviously everything in the top path was essentially free for them. We already have Gyarados on the board, which is great. That's exactly where you want to be with Nouns. Gotlu in control of this top path right here, looking to try to pick up a nice secure, and they do. Also, it is the waterfall Gyarados that we're seeing more and more of after ACL.
Yeah, Gotlu watched a lot of that ACL broadcast, clearly. I think we even saw Rocky Helmet in the last monthly final, so Gatlu truly trying to live into it. However, this Hyper Voice and that Portal Stun, very scary for Gatlu to deal with, but still able to make it back to that goal zone. Natsu just not there in time, and still not a level 7 Talonflame.
Yeah, always a little tough, right? You need to get this thing on as quickly as possible so that you can make some of these big plays. However, on the other side of the map, we do have Decidueye already level 8.
Yeah, this is a huge level 4 Toon. Of course, almost at that 9. Unite move, maybe not the most relevant in terms of objective secure, but in terms of those team fights, take a look at that zoom in on that Decidueye. Absolutely huge with that top hat. Looking good, styling on him.
Yeah, beautiful stuff right there. Zooming in on the Pokemon with the longest range in the game. It's like, let's see what they're thinking about right now as we get real close. But yeah, Toon is ready to go here. Almost level 9. Gatlu moving in here. Huge KO. Talonflame into the sky. Lands the fly. Gatlu's in a little bit of trouble. Ender trying to move in. Gatlu makes that with a Whirlpool, but here comes the Alolan Raichu to KO the other way.
Wow, I mean, they kind of steal a knockout in terms of the escape. It will be Ender hanging out on that goal zone. Brub trying to defend their own central area, but it's Fabao stealing away that blue buff. Umbreon versus Snorlax, I think it's going to be a whole lot of slapping each other, but not a whole lot of KOs.
Here we have Ender looking to see if he can make something happen right here. The fly up into the air, not able to get it done for the side of Nouns. Beautiful stuff there from Absolute Cinema. Holding that move until the last possible moment, which of course is the right call there. They need their secure move.
The Decidueye wasn't surprising enough in terms of this draft. It is a Leaf Storm Decidueye, so a move that has gotten some decent buffs in, I don't know, recent months. I suppose it's been a while since that last change. However, it is going to be a rather nice option. Make sure that range we were talking about, how it can outrange that Alolan Raichu, will just stay steady, always able to push anybody away who gets too close.
Yeah, for sure, the Talonflame, right? I mean, you've got a reverse Scorpion on your hands. Instead of a get over here, you've got to give it get out of here with that Leaf Storm, which is very, very nice. Yeah, you were wondering what the reverse Scorpion meant. I got there.
Yeah.
I made it.
That was fine, yeah. Ooh, Natsu taking a lot of damage. Gatlu just trying to push him away to see if they can get those 40 points in. Reminder, Gyarados, a Pokemon that loves to stack that attack weight throughout this matchup, and so far, Nouns Esports not a lot of scores, but here is a big gold zone push on that bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and here we go. They're moving forward right here. Nice Spirit Shackle catching the Alolan Raichu. Heavy Slam misses right there, but the Spirit Shackle does not. Block pushing forward. Sylveon in some trouble. Sylveon now up into the air using their Unite move, but a huge catch from Bruv, who gets away on his rocket ship with almost 0 HP.
Man, Bruv has been making some great defender plays, closing that gap and getting some huge KOs.
And here we have Gatlu in the top path, just continuing to get strong. Almost level 11 up here, getting ready for the summer, right? Working on their summer bod, throwing the kettlebells and getting swole in the top path. Almost level 11, which is huge. That's what you want from your top path Pokemon, to stay up there, put pressure on your opponents, and get very strong for all of the big fights that are coming. On the other side, we have Umbreon sort of ready to go, watching their opponents right here, but with 4 members of Nouns, this could be tricky. Here we go. Talonflame moves in and helps pick up a massive KO to start this Regirock fight.
Yeah, a lot of great damage, and now we do have Laura on this Alolan Raichu, peppering in damage from the backline, but it's only Bruv who's able to kind of step up and threaten that Regirock. Now we're getting extremely low secure play from the Decidueye.
Come on.
I can't believe I started this broadcast talking about how the Unite move not a great secure tool, and the final hit of that knock-knock is able to take away that Regirock.
Oh my gosh, Toon out here looking like our solo queue allies, trying to secure objectives with a Unite move, but it works. Obviously zoned out of this fight. Beautiful moment for them, and it just wasn't enough for Absolute Cinema to secure it in time. The ending shot of the Unite move, moving through the entire team, and look at these Spirit Shackles just ripping through Absolute Cinema.
Yeah, that nice defense buff is going to allow Bruv and Adesu to play a bit more aggressively. Obviously, an all-rounder and defender, pretty decent defensive stats. Adding on that Regirock allows them to push a little bit more. And we were talking about what Gatlu wants to do in this game on the Gyarados. That objective secure at the bottom allows Nouns Esports to play more aggressively on that goal zone. Gatlu getting some more stacks in, and almost at the level 13, breaching it now with that Regieleki hit.
Level 13 Gyarados here at 3 minutes 30. Level 13 Decidueye. Things are looking pretty incredible here for Nouns. We have Talonflame moving in, trying to pick up a KO. Not much happening. Here comes the Waterfall moving forward. Gyarados Unite move heading underwater. We have Sylveon jumping up into the air to try to counter this. Talonflame looking for this Decidueye, but missing once again. Now we have Gyarados finally going down as they continue this chase. Adesu getting taken down here by the Hyper Voice, but no, he actually gets a Alolan Raichu before it goes down. 2 members of Nouns now ripping at this Regieleki. This should head to the side of Nouns. Perfect.
Wow, Aaron, the #1 fugitive on Absolute Cinema, not able to get KO'd a single time in that team fight. Also, love that giant camera. I was casting one side of the team fight. You were casting another.
It was fun.
I absolutely adore that. But Sylveon able to avoid so much damage thanks to that huge Unite move. One of the best parts of it is the defensive aspects for Sylveon. But looks like Nouns Esports posturing for yet another goal zone push. Have not put a lot of points in this bottom tier, but it looks like they're going to attempt to do so now. Bruv and Toon on a knockout mission, but Talonflame's still going to avoid it.
Yeah, this would be a nice moment for them to get some scores in, right? Beautiful points there, 232-19. Nouns is fully in control of this match. Decidueye ticking over to level 14. On the other side, Decidueye's counter, in quotes, I guess, Talonflame, only level 11 right now. It's going to be really tough for Absolute Cinema to take down this Decidueye, and if this Decidueye gets to fire off a few good Spirit Shackles, it's almost impossible for Absolute Cinema to win a big fight.
Yeah, it makes Talonflame have to make some tough decisions on using Fly, either offensively or defensively to get out of danger. But there we go. We got Rayquaza on the board, and a live update on its HP, by the way, on the bottom side of your screen. But it's Fabao getting a lot of early information, doing some damage, but it's Gatlu on this flank. Watch that top side.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Gatlu. He's looking to start this fight. The Dragon Breath hits too, but they're going to Whirlpool out. They're way ahead on the scoreboards. They really don't need to make a play, and Zoinks called it out. You are seeing Rayquaza's HP on the screen, and that is because of a lot of hard work here, but Zoinks is too humble to say that this was his idea, and it's absolutely beautiful.
Oh, well, thank you so much. You with Talonflame on a score attempt, trying to backcap. Ender going to be very quick on the rotation, going to stop that, but all this damage on Umbreon, that's going to be the defender down for Absolute Cinema. Nouns Esports in a great position. They've held their opponents only to 19 points, and they don't need to touch this Rayquaza.
Yeah, this is so difficult for Absolute Cinema right now. About a minute left on the clock. They need to make a play. They're very far behind. They have to get a huge catch, but with the levels and the positioning here from Nouns, running into one of the best teams in EU, possibly one of the best teams in the world, this is just so difficult for them. 55 seconds now. They're preparing for their last push because it's going to be their final push, whatever they decide to do here as they head towards the top path.
Wow, and they even have the hoop on the bottom side as well if they really want a portal back in another direction. And there it is. Neil's going to drop that portal immediately in Absolute Cinema, all in on this Rayquaza.
Yeah, here we go. Once again, Decidueye Unite move, but looking for KOs right here. Rayquaza's already at half. It's starting to go down, but Absolute Cinema getting ripped apart right here. Even if they take it, it will not matter. Hoopa, the final Pokemon up, but it is going down. Nouns Esports able to take down everyone from Absolute Cinema. Even though they were able to take that Rayquaza, flip that thing, it did not matter. One shield was not enough. Zoinks.
Yeah, I mean, great defensive play. One of my favorite parts about Nouns composition is this Snorlax Suicune path. I mean, can you have a path with more crowd control in our current metagame? I don't know, you're going to have a tough time finding another. That is so difficult for them to push through, and that will be a game #1 win. Yeah, we were casting up there. We were watching the big screen.
Yeah.
You would too.
Yes.
We're watching that one. And of course, Nouns Esports is going to have a great start to the series, Spraggles.
Yeah, that looked pretty incredible. I mean, they looked like the dominant force in EU. That match, I would say, was not particularly close. Absolute Cinema just could not seem to get it together. They had answers to some of what Nouns was throwing at them, but it just didn't really seem to come together at all. Amazing positioning from Toon.
Yeah.
I mean, never caught once as Decidueye. I think the one time it was in trouble, Ender was right there with the Cotton Guard shield, with the Pollen Puff to make sure he was okay. Really tough to deal with. And it's interesting because Pokemon like Suicune, Alolan Raichu, new Pokemon, very good, but they are outranged by things like Inteleon, things like Decidueye. And that's what we're seeing right here as we head back to some of the big moments here from that game.
Yeah, some exciting stuff in this matchup. And Absolute Cinema did one thing correct in this matchup. I think for a lot of the early game, they held Gatlu back on this Gyarados. And all right, well, okay, we were watching the big screen the whole time.
Oh, okay, so we're lying.
Called out by production mid-replays, that's fine. But I do think they held that Gyarados back pretty well for a lot of the matchup. But I think in this final moment, you just see the power of this crowd control of the Suicune and the Snorlax. Absolute Cinema playing a decent front-to-back composition with that Sylveon and Alolan Raichu, trying to slowly whittle down the HP, but that helps with Nouns Esports playing a very traditional support in the Eldegoss. They can out-heal a lot of that damage, which in this meta, we don't see a lot of those traditional supports anymore.
I wonder what we're going to see with Alolan Raichu as we start to move through this tournament, as we start to head towards NA tomorrow. It feels like this Pokemon is very strong, and it released way more powerful. It was recently nerfed. Suicune as well, recently nerfed. So these are Pokemon that I think are very, very good, but clearly some of these teams have sort of figured out the counters to them. I do think the outrange of Decidueye, Inteleon, things like that, being able to play very far away from these almost medium range sort of attacker-like Pokemon. Suicune is an all-rounder, wink wink, but it's definitely an attacker in my mind. It really does feel like we have some great answers to it, and we're seeing that here from Nouns.
Yeah, 90,000 damage for Toon is a heck of a resume for Decidueye, I think, this time around. I think we're going to be seeing this Pokemon more and more as our bracket goes on. But, I mean, I have to ask you, you mentioned kind of in tandem a lot of these double snipers a few times now, the Decidueye and then Teleon.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a little tough to come up with a reason of why we're having Decidueye instead of Inteleon in this game, especially with a player like Toon, who is so prolific on that Pokemon, has won multiple tournaments playing that Pokemon. But now seeing the Decidueye, I feel like Excel Bracer, a pretty solid new item to bring that Pokemon into contention.
Yeah, also, I mean, there are some really nice advantages to Decidueye. Inteleon, once it does look for its snipe shot, it's telegraphed. You know exactly where it is. They can kind of hide their snipe shot and then throw it, but you know where Inteleon is generally. They are also immobile in that moment. Of course, they have good mobility after that with Fell Stinger. But Decidueye, on the other hand, mobile as it's charging up its Spirit Shackle, and it's able to hit multiple enemies with it as well. I guess I am surprised to see it, but after kind of playing it recently, especially with the new item, the Excel Bracer, as you talked about, the scaling on something like Spirit Shackle at max range, it looks like it's pretty potent.
Yeah, I think that, of course, that long reach passive, that maximum range boosted damage works really, really well with a scaling item like Excel Bracer. And it feels like in the past when we saw Decidueye be relevant, I'm talking a minute ago, shades of Yeet Fan, well, inting for stacks a little bit. Back in the day, we used to talk about it quite a bit, but it was a Pokemon that was reliant on that attack weight stat to really boost its relevancy. But now it's got an option that it can boost in terms of knockouts instead of getting those goal scores. So I think Decidueye kind of having a way to safely have great late game scaling is a huge plus.
And now we're heading into our draft here for game number 2. Nouns will be getting the first pick right here, which is interesting, right? Absolute Cinema gets the opportunity to take either first or second. I feel like a lot of teams right now noticing the power of those 2 picks in a row.
Yeah, and interesting. Another Lapras fan comes through for Absolute Cinema. So clearly have done some kind of homework. Knows that Bruv wants to be playing that Pokemon quite a bit. In this position, we saw the Suicune picked again, and it will be a Desu locking up that Pokemon yet again.
One thing that's for sure, not only did Talonflame have to deal with a very slippery Decidueye last game, every time you are near Suicune, oh man, it is just such a nightmare to deal with, right? Just all of the stuns and all of the slows that you're dealing with, being frozen, the extra damage that you'll take, a pretty powerful Unite move as well. You really don't want to be near this Pokemon, and it does have the sort of tankiness of an all-rounder as well, so it's very interesting.
I just simply don't think you can give up positioning around a Rayquaza fight to a composition like that. Like, Snorlax and Suicune are going to shut down any entry point. But okay, here we go, Absolute Sinnoh with the chance to take away the Decidueye pick. Can you imagine we'd be saying that in our regional finals broadcast?
They stole Decidueye! No, it's over!
Double sacking, by the way, both attack weight and the Excel Bracer, as well as that Muscle Bang.
Yeah, here we go. Final couple of picks over to the side of Nouns. We see Ender hovering this Eldegoss once again. Toon now deciding to pick up the Talonflame, maybe saying, look, I'll show you how it's done, actually. You've got Decidueye. This is what this bird is supposed to do. Final pick over to the side of Absolute Cinema. Nazu hovering and locking in the Phalanx. So I gotta say, I absolutely loved how ACL has really influenced a lot of what people are playing.
Yeah, it feels like it. And then, of course, we have our own EU creativity coming out a little bit with this owl. So fun shades of different regions influencing each other. And Nazu grabbing this Phalanx is going to be really interesting. I had a chance to watch a little bit of some of the grassroots productions doing the group stage coverage earlier today. We did see some Phalanx, and we saw some Mega Horn No Retreat Phalanx in the past. So we might see some really interesting stuff. You already have a lot of backline pressure. Maybe you want just a stronger front line to add to the mix with that Phalanx when you have the Umbreon being kind of your only Pokemon that can be up front and center. whole lot of stacking needed from Absolute Cinema. I think it's 4 Pokemon with stacking items. Aaron, of course, not needing goal-scoring stacking, but Fabao, Laura, and Nazu all needing to score goals to up their item bonuses.
Feels like Mewtwo Y is still incredibly good. Maybe a little forgotten about right now. It was extremely relevant, I feel like, a few months back, but I'm excited to see what it does in this game. Now, obviously, Absolute Cinema would love this win here. They're not out of this tournament if they get knocked down here, but man, they would love to get their spot, especially against a team like Nouns.
Oh my word. I mean, if you beat a team like Nouns in this first winners finals, of course, earning your world championship spot, amazing, but you're also headed into the winners finals tournament. If you're able to take down Nouns, you genuinely feel like you have a great chance to become the EU regional champion. Your tournament favorite, being knocked out for your first game, that's got to feel amazing, but Nouns Esports are the one in pole position.
That's right. Nouns Esports, your purple team. Absolute Cinema, your orange team. Nouns Esports 1 game away from securing that first spot here to Worlds for EU.
Okay, so this time it's going to be Nazu bringing the Phalanx into the central area. Last time we did see that swapped around, so interesting to see Absolute Cinema not 100% on what player will be taking what role. Cool flexibility there.
This is just such a difficult path to face, right? I mean, Suicune, Snorlax, very, very tough to deal with. Nazu already making their way up to this top path right here. Looks like deciding to skip that blue buff in the bottom path so they can possibly put some pressure onto this Magikarp.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Alora's Rowlet kind of rotate down there a little bit later and pick up that blue buff, or potentially Mewtwo Y in that bottom side of the map. They're going to go down, though, early push in the bottom side. Again, Bruv, Toon, and a Desu. Just a dynamite trio, able to take down those Pokemon and get some early scores.
And look at this right here, just stacking up that attack weight on Talonflame. Early looking to get another KO right here. Wow, this is just going to be so difficult for Cinema to deal with. Not only are they getting the attack weight stacks, they're getting the Excel Bracer stacks, and that's going to be very, very tough to fight, especially as soon as it hits level 7.
Yeah, looks like Natsu will be going with the more classic Iron Head and beat up combinations. We did see an Iron Head Leap begin that last team fight at that level 5, but Gatlu's also gotten that level 5 Waterfall, going to engage for this fight, and Dragon Breath and those auto attacks will be good enough for a knockout on Phalanx.
Yeah, I think that might have been up to those troopers right there, just staying in that fight a little too long, and the brass goes down because of it. Umbreon up to the top path right here, trying to push them around and push them away from this goal zone. So far, 50 points scored by Nouns. Talonflame is level 7, and on the other side, we only have level 5s from Absolute Cinema.
Yeah, Absolute Cinema trying some really creative central area clears to try to share the wealth a little bit, but it feels like Nouns Esports and their more traditional clears have been kind of punishing for them for that. And take a look at this. Toonslim starting yet another fight with a big KO.
Wow, this is just such a bad start here for Absolute Cinema. Nouns getting everything they want. Scoring, stacking up their attack weights, getting their Excel Bracer online. Talonflame almost level 9. The Brave Birds will continue to crash in as they pick up another KO.
What a combo play. So with Desu just setting up a lot of these fantastic opportunities for Toonslim to capitalize on. And last match, I feel like we were talking a lot about how the Talonflame was not hitting its levels, not catching up in time. Toonslim is going to have their Unite move at level 9 for our first set of Reggie fights.
Yeah, look at that. Just ripping through all that experience there. We have Umbreon trying to stack, just get a little advantage somewhere on the map here. We do have Phalanx in the central area here of Nouns, as Nouns is ready for this objective in the bottom path. Gyarados trying to stop them in the central area, but actually deciding to peel back top.
Yeah, Nazu just not finding experience anywhere else on the map. You may as well go for a burglary. He's going to be taking both buffs, I believe, as you can see them clearing that mini-map. Fabao doing their best to get some scores in. Reminder, so many of these Pokemon need that attack weight stack in this matchup for Absolute Cinema.
This is a level 10 Talonflame already, getting KOs on the tier 2 goal zone, securing Reg Ice now, and now they're going to start moving forward on the map. In studio right here, we have a giant pop-up when Reg Ice is secured.
We got jump scared a little bit, forgot that was going to be happening. Natsu is going to get this goal in, so of course this process of stealing away those buffs, they do have the red and blue buff beneath them, so clearly a successful invade, but also a decent amount of attack weight stacks in, and they're avoiding this Waterfall Gyarados. No easy feat.
Actually, pretty impressive that they're able to make it out there. The troopers all almost slowing that down, but it does look like Absolute Cinema is going to be able to peel away from this. Level 9 now on the Phalanx. First Unite move on the board for Absolute Cinema. They are way behind in this moment, but you know, these Unite moves really can change the dynamic of what's happening in a match with a nice secure. Moving forward right here, looking for the KO on Ender. Not able to get it right here. Gary, on the other hand, using their Unite move and countering it.
All right, that Dust Devil formation. They're going to be successful enough to knock out the Regieleki, but not enough to translate into any knockouts. And Nouns Esports obviously very comfortable in this top path, able to clear the Swablues even before knocking out this Regieleki. But real story here in the bottom side of the map is Absolute Cinema trying yet another push, only at 44 points total. Need to start putting some pressure on these tier 1s.
Ooh, Talonflame with a big swing and a miss. Huge
Nice.
Mewtwo Unite move picks up a massive KO, and they need that to kind of turn the tides right here. Umbreon up into the air. Mewtwo continuing their push with another side strike. Ender into the air trying to heal himself and Bruv and push away members of Absolute Cinema. Here comes Gyarados moving in with the waterfall, absolutely ripping through them as Mewtwo is going to need to peel away from this fight. They're going to give up the Umbreon and pull back, but that was a great exchange for Absolute Cinema.
Yeah, what, honestly, almost a game-saving play from Aaron on that Mewtwo. Why? Not only the knockout, but of course that infinite Cyber and setting up so many great spots. Gatlu, if they had their Dragon Current, that could have been way worse for Absolute Cinema, but obviously had to use it in that Regieleki fight just a little bit earlier. That could have been a 3 knockout streak for Gatlu in that situation.
We have Gatlu in the top path right here, just spending their time getting as much experience as they possibly can. We have Hoopa trying to counter it in the top path. Spirit Shackle lands true. Gatlu's going to get pushed away from this a little bit. Nice Phantom Force as well, trying to bring them back towards the team. However, Nouns in perfect position to secure Regirock in the bottom path.
Okay, will finally be a goal zone break, though, as Gatlu takes the more aggressive angle in this team fight to knock out that Decidueye, and that will be successful, but now they're stuck in a 1v3. Adesu with the backup, huge Unite move, freezing every single target. It's just going to be setting up the runway for Nouns Esports.
Here comes Nouns looking to score more points. 153-115 now, much closer for Absolute Cinema than game 1. Bruv taking his rocket ship home. Now 243-115. We can agree that that Snorlax skin is one of the best things they've ever done, right?
Oh my word, yeah, absolutely.
It's incredible.
All right, it will be Regieleki with an easy KO for Nouns Esports. So in terms of objectives, Nouns Esports has been crushing it. Both the bottom side and Regielekis have mostly been going in their favor. Of course, Natsu setting up one Regieleki for their team, but otherwise, it has been all Nouns pressure in this matchup. The better news for Absolute Cinema in this game compared to Game 1 is they do have a better score presence thanks to that bottom push and, of course, that Tier 1 break on top. They're sitting at 118, still very shy of Nouns 243, but it's a better game position than it was in game number 1.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, it does feel like they're having a very tough game, but game 1 was even worse than this, right? I mean, we're going to see if they can make anything happen. Some of these fights have gone particularly well. Nice Spirit Shackle hits multiple opponents right there, so they're going to push forward. Yawn not able to put anyone to sleep, having to use the Snorlax Unite move to sort of stop this push here from Absolute Cinema, which it looks like it does. Phalanx in a lot of trouble right now. Huge crash land from the Talonflame, moves in, but it looks like they could go down if they don't peel out. The Aerial Ace with the healing able to reposition Talon and get them out of a bad situation right back into a Brave Bird for the KO.
Jeez, yeah, Toon just doesn't know the word stop at this point. They are chiving in, getting some huge KOs, and look at this, bro! Oh, no! With a Yawn, attempts to set themselves up for a score, but just barely, not enough time to make it happen.
That had vibes of the Sableye Unite sending you home when you were defending a goal zone so that it could just score in your face. It was very, very close to that happening. As we have now the bottom Reggie here spawning. Registeel going down here to Nouns. They're way up on score. Their levels look incredible, and now they have a huge advantage. This buff is going to give them more attack in special attack, as if Talonflame's Brave Bird needed to do more damage.
Yeah, and level 14 as well, just scaling higher and higher. The highest attack stat in the game at the moment with this level 14 level. So Rayquaza has spawned in yet again. Gatlu positioned on the top side of a Rayquaza pit, where honestly most of Absolute Cinema is preparing as well. This could be a huge dive target. They find the Dragon Breath. It's a lot of damage early.
Yeah, and it looks like Gyarados is going to have to peel away from this. They're trying to sort of shut it down, but I don't think they're going to be able to take this fight in a big way. As we have them moving in, Suicune picks up a KO on Hoopa. Huge zoinks.
Again, great call by Adesu and Toon. So to combine their abilities together. Natsu is just going for a run, needs to mad dash out of that fight. Fable going to be healing themselves up with the Wish. They are that main defender. They need to have a presence, but it's a back cap from Toonslim to get a hundo burger in this match and give them even better score position.
Yeah, this is just so tough for Absolute Cinema. Obviously, they have to make a play right here. They're getting their, Pokemon back in position. We do have Unite moves on every single member of Absolute Cinema, so there's absolutely something that they can do here. They need a strong catch. They need to take something down. The Spirit Shackles are hitting the Snorlax right here. The Side Strike. Talonflame moving in and picks up a huge KO.
At least Mewtwo Y got the Unite move off before they went down, but now it is going to be that Hoops Unbound directly on top of the Rayquaza pit. Yet again, Fabao goes down before they can even get that Wish healing off, and it's going to be Nouns Esports absolutely crushing yet another team fight. Rayquaza will be secured by Hoopa, but they are the only member with the Rayquaza shield at the moment, and that is about to vanish.
Second verse, same as the first. I mean, they ripped through Ray. The only Pokemon to get a shield is Hoopa. It's not enough. Now the score's happening in the main base. That is a hundo burger right there. Shout out to Dupes next. 507, 118 here, and it looks like Nouns is going to be your first team from EU qualified for Worlds.
Wow, Nouns Esports. They're going to be headed to NA a couple of times later this year. One for NAIC, of course, in New Orleans, but also they will be attending Anaheim for that World Championships, like you just mentioned, with a 2-0 finish over Absolute Cinema.
Beautiful stuff right there. Now, of course, it's not done for Nouns. This tournament is not done. They want to keep moving on. They want to win the entire thing. They want to be the champions in the EU region, get the lion's share of that prizing, as well as that travel award to Worlds. So there's a lot of Pokemon Unite coming up for them.
100%. I mean, they're a consistent team. They've been the strongest team in EU, but there's only one way to prove that you are truly the best team in your region, and that's winning the regional finals. So that is mission number 1 for Nouns Esports now. So we're going to take yet another look at that game number 2.
Yeah, beautiful game here once again for Nouns. It did feel like Absolute Cinema, while they started with a really, really rocky start, they were able to kind of claw their way back into this game. It looked better than their first, but boy, does Nouns just look like a well-oiled machine.
That play right there was my favorite part of game number 2. That huge Suicune icy stun turns a bad situation into a fantastic one for Nouns Esports to really tease up a 3 KO streak for Gatlu. And from that point on, it felt like Nouns Esports never left the driver's seat. What a great matchup for them. Yet another situation around Rayquaza where things could have got scary, but Nouns Esports, cooler heads prevail. They win that team fight again and again.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe the Suicune is helping, but they have ice water in their veins in those moments. They know what, their opponents are trying to do. Take this Rayquaza down, get them into a sneaky position, rip it before they're able to respond, and Nouns just systematically KOing every single member of Absolute Cinema. That way, when Ray finally does go down, apparently to Hoopa every time, when it finally does go down, it doesn't matter. They're up on the scoreboard. They can now deal with one Pokemon with a Rayquaza shield.
Yeah, and it was a really cool moment, that final Rayquaza, but we got to see a little bit because of that zoomed out view. Obviously, Gyarados kind of gets some early damage on the top side of the map, which makes Absolute Cinema kind of rotate out of their hiding places to try to protect their teammates. And then we see Adesu and Toon just find a lone member on the backside and get that Whirlpool Ice Beam stun, which just sets up Toonslim for that Brave Bird every single time. It's so hard to win a team fight in Pokemon Unite when you're playing it 4v5, and it felt like Nouns Esports was forcing every single team fight to start that way.
Yeah, and I do have to give it up to Adesu right there. This is a Pokemon that maybe they needed to steal away from him because it was so unbelievably tough to deal with. Suicune is this weird hybrid all-rounder, attacker, supporter, defender, in crazy amounts of... It's the Pentaflex. And it's a speedster somehow as well.
True.
I mean, when it's running around, it looks like it's going pretty fast.
Yeah. You see how quickly Whirlpool spins?
So quick.
So fast.
So unbelievably quick. And Nouns, of course, huge win, 2-0. They must be feeling great right now. I mean, to come from Ender and Toon on TTV year 1 in North America, kind of having that heartbreaking run in regionals, to now both of them together in EU and having an amazing start to the regional finals today.
Yeah, getting the band back together. We were talking about another team that's going to be played a little bit later on our winner side of the broadcast, but that Grim Reapers team. That honeymoon phase can be exciting. Obviously, Nouns Esports have kind of eclipsed past that. They've been playing a few tournaments with this roster of 5, but they have been one that have been improving on their performances every single time. A little bit of shakiness early, but it feels like they're the most locked in we've seen Nouns Esports in a while, at least with that one game game example.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does look like Nouns can do no wrong right here. You know, if they get the Decidueye, they're dominating with it. If they get the Talonflame, they're countering the Decidueye on the other side. And I do think, I mean, you have to give a lot of love to the sort of support core of Nouns. Bruv with so many amazing plays. Inder keeping the team happy and healthy. And really Adesu in that Suicune role feels like it's really supporting Gyarados and Talonflame so it can dominate these matches.
And who knows what'll happen if they get their hands on Lapras, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
The target ban 2 games in a row from Absolute Cinema. Clearly, EU knows something that I do not. This Lapras pick, maybe we'll get to see it a little bit later in bracket if someone's got the courage to allow it to go past the ban phase.
Yeah, we are going to be right back here in just a moment with more of our EU regional finals. Do not go anywhere and do not slide around on the floor. We've been told it's a safety hazard and we marked up the floor yesterday.
But we can spin.
We'll find out. We'll be right back.
We'll see you later.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, the EU Regional Finals. We already know one of our teams heading to Worlds, and that is going to be Nouns Esports. I'm Spriggles, that's Zoinks, that's Galasaurus, that's Chef. And Chef, you have something for us that you were cooking up during our, you guys were on break.
I do. It's just a little short clip, but it's another little fun tool that we got. I feel like they just gave us all the toys this weekend, you know? Way too many toys, and we're
What's that? We can slide on the floor again? Okay.
Oh, yeah. But you can't spin, is what I'm hearing.
What?
Production says you can't spin. But yeah, so I have a little clip that we get to look at again, which is again a fun little thing, and we certainly haven't been in trouble before for using Telestrate.
yeah.
Specifically.
Please don't take away our privileges.
Well, so this clip it was the first Reggie fight in game number 1, and you can take a look here. Desu does go down pretty quickly, but what I really wanted to talk about here is you can see up here in this area, Toonslim being able to kind of rotate away, and you can barely see him throughout the entire time, but we do see a really good play here of attempting to block the Unite right here, which does work for quite a while. Big body block. Unfortunately, they just take so much damage that they do have to end up running away, and this angle right here is just uncovered for them to be able to steal that nice basement Reggie. But one of the biggest things I just really want to talk about this is that so much of the action started from up there. So having Decidueye, which is now a pick back in the meta, and having those tier 1 goal zones is huge for these first set of objectives.
Yeah, no question. Like keeping that tier 1 goal zone up, giving Decidueye kind of that runway to be able to peel back, heal up, and then move back into the fight. The range that thing has is unbelievable, right? So it has influence on fights that you've completely zoned it out from, and we're seeing that here in EU. I'm kind of shocked to see it, but I guess, I mean, Nouns is making something meta right now.
Yeah.
I just feel like we've got a buff, a patch of some sort that we have not been informed about.
Yes.
Like,
That's
have
never
we
happened
been hiding under a rock and just nobody's told us about this new patch? Like, what's going on?
The owl
I
Lapras
have
patch.
no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just text Nouns. It's Owl, it's Lapras.
Okay.
Use it. Lapras, that's one I'm really interested to see why this is getting banned. I mean, it has incredible sustain. It has some annoying crowd control to deal with in either Ice Beam or Bubble Beam, but it definitely hasn't felt like a premier defender pick. However, apparently against Nouns, you have to take it away.
We saw Komai a little bit in our tiny little view of that losers bracket matchup that was ongoing. We got to see Marv playing it, and they did win that match. That game number 3 did feel like a bit of a Rayquaza shenanigans style scenario, but still, Lapras is seeing more and more play. So it's not just Nouns. It feels like multiple teams within this region.
I think it's to do with the special defense. Lapras is actually one of those defenders that has the highest special defense. So when you're going into the likes of Alola and Raichu, when you're going into Inteleon, even Suicune, it's such a good counter into that. But also it's passive as well to just soak up that range damage.
Yep.
If it does, I think it's 10%. I mean, I'm not very good at math, but I'm pretty sure it's like 10% of its overall HP. It actually takes a big chunk away from that. So it's just, as you said, the sustain is insane, and it just seems like this sleeper pick that has come in. Nouns has played it time to time throughout the season, Brav rocking it, but somehow just today at the regional finals, we're seeing it everywhere.
Yeah, which has been, I love to see a meta develop through the open bracket, into groups, into these huge moments. Now we have 2 teams that are competing once again for a world spot right now. Gen 5 is going to be the first team we're looking at. Chef, what are you thinking?
Gen 5 has been looking really good. I feel like there's just a few of those teams in Europe that have really, I kind of want to say, like, stepped it up over the course of the season. Unfortunately, a lot of them have had some, like, roster shifts, so we will see kind of how a lot of them do. But, of course, Nouns, we kind of already passed Nouns, but Gen 5 is obviously here in winner's side, and they are one of the most consistent that we've seen over the course of the season that is still remaining as a team.
Yeah, I know a lot of people have Gen 5 as one of their big teams to watch out of EU. They feel like they've been right there every single month, even having months where they, you know, overtake Nouns, but it does feel like they are right there, like right on the precipice of being the best team in EU.
Well, they've pretty much always been in the grand finals there alongside Nouns. So I think something that I said earlier, on in the season, they're always the bridesmaid, but never the bride. However, they did become the bride one month. So,
And you
you
only
know.
need it once sometimes.
Yeah.
But can they catch
You
those
don't need to be a
flowers
bride
again?
all the time.
Oh, no. I guess Nouns wants to be bride all the time.
Come on, Nouns. What are you getting married every weekend here?
Can't be doing that.
Absolutely ridiculous. Grim Reapers. This is a team that we were talking about as one of those dark horse teams,
Yeah.
a spoiler team, Zoinks, to kind of upset this whole tournament.
Yeah, the 2 are one of the 2 teams that came from that open bracket qualifier, so they didn't have enough championship points to qualify them immediately to the group stage. Had to play in that big EU Open, fighting for 4 spots. Grim Reapers absolutely tore it up in that open bracket, and then did the same thing in the group stage. Won 3-0 in that matchup. They are looking fantastic. Obviously, some very familiar names. I think Klaus and Sixies, probably the 2 that everybody is very familiar with. And Klaus has always been one of my favorite players to commentate over in any series. So I must say, I'm very jealous of you 2 getting to commentate this Grim Reapers versus Gen 5 matchup. It's going to be fantastic. Just one of those players that's electric, very mechanical, heavy-based player. Makes some really fun decisions. Will often take fights 1v2, but will often win them. So it's a worthy risk.
And I could be wrong, but it feels like if you're moving forward into the winner's bracket right here, I think Grim Reapers may be the last team you want to face down for any of the kind of known groups that
Is
we're
it the
heading up
name?
here.
It's the name, isn't it?
It's the name.
It's the name.
Very scary.
It's still doom and gloom.
What's it doing? You know?
It's scary.
It's scary. And they could be setting up a situation where they are the Grim Reapers of EU. I mean, coming in here and putting the rest of these teams to bed, which I believe the Grim Reaper does. He sends you to bed.
Yes.
A bit of a Sandman character.
Yeah, he's very Sandman.
Oh.
I will say, too, this match might be the match of the day where we see the most, well, I don't know, I guess depending on what we see later, the most well-known names over the course of like years, right? Like for example, in the last match, a lot of the players were a little bit newer, I would say. Obviously, doing extremely well. Anybody who's here is extremely good. But both these teams have players that have been playing for multiple seasons, multiple years. It's just a real all-star battle between 2 teams. It's just one team has been together the whole season, the other team has not, which is again a classic at this point.
I think the common story between Grim Reapers is each one of these players have actually made top 8 throughout the season, but a lot of these players have also just couch surfed, I guess you could call it, between teams. So there's just been no consistency between them, and it's like, oh hey, let's just go do regionals. And the fact that they've already made it to top 8 just shows what a powerhouse this team is. So I think it kind of breaks down that barrier of, oh, you need to be in the same team throughout a whole season in order to achieve something great. But the fact that they've only just got together this month and pretty much made the impossible happen, it's just completely going against everything that we believe in.
Sacrilegious. What's happening with these Grim Reapers? I do have to say, Zoinks, you brought this up earlier, sort of that honeymoon phase. A lot of wedding analogies right now. The honeymoon phase here for this squad, right? I mean, you get together. You don't have a long history. There might not be any moments where a player gets upset after AO's Cup and quits and comes back and quits and comes back and quits and comes back. There might not be any of that going on with your team. Look, I'm just saying that could happen. There might not be any of that going on, so you're fresh, you're excited, you're skillful players, you start winning, and then it's just wind in your sails. You're dominating everything.
Yeah, it's an exciting moment for them, but I think it's Gen 5 seeking that win again for this one monthly win, looking for the regional championship win, of course. But one of my favorite things to talk about with some of these teams is Nouns Esports being one of those very few teams in EU that's extremely multi-country represented. But Grim Reapers, another one of those. So we do have a lot of different players from different parts of Europe, whereas Gen 5, extremely the opposite, an all-French team. So those teams have been extremely successful normally.
Snow is actually not French. He's from Switzerland.
Oh, okay.
So,
well,
yeah.
they do speak French, I believe. So at the very least, Snow will be able to communicate.
I would love it if they didn't. And they're like, we don't know what Snow's doing up there, but they're crushing it.
Yeah, which they do. I think Snow, one of the strongest young new players in EU this year. I think they started playing in the UNITE Championship Series last year, near the very end of the Championship Series. But an exciting time for EU when we have new roster talents rising to the occasion. I think EUIC, we saw a lot of new talent make a splash. And then, of course, in this regional finals, might be Snow's time to shine.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot on the line right now. Both of these teams, of course, want at least the easy job of securing their spot right now.
Yes.
You can worry about the rest of the tournament later, but just be locked into Worlds here. That would be huge.
A huge relief, a huge weight off your shoulder to be able to lock that spot in. But there's still tough mountains to climb between both of these teams, so...
Yeah, of course, you still can qualify if you lose this match. Like, for example, in the last game, it's not the end of seeing them as well. But you really don't want to have to go down and play in that losers bracket at all. You really want to just, especially, too, this has been a pretty long path. I just want to remind everybody again, we only get a chance to broadcast kind of the core of the qualifying matches. But a lot of these teams, especially here in EU, have made it through the entire open bracket and then into the group stage and then now here. So while it looks like the first game of the day for a lot of people, or the first game, that we get to see from them, they've been playing a lot to get to this point. They already have kind of set up their own meta for the tournament, and we just got to see what it is for them.
Well, folks, we have our pick band phase ready. So we're going to say goodbye to Zoinks and Spraggles for now.
Goodbye, love you.
We'll see him again soon. But, Chef, we already have our bands locked on in. Alolan Raichu, no real surprise there. Neither the Psyduck or the Suicune. But Snorlax, I mean, that says 6% there. In comparison to all of the others, why is this Snorlax getting banned?
Yeah, we did see, I think, one Snorlax ban so far, but it's not that surprising to me. The defender picks are really strong right now. It is pretty interesting that we're seeing some chips away, but Snorlax has been good for quite a while, and especially right now. It's just so good at making those plays. We get to see Nouns use it very well. On the other side, though, there's some really strong supports that are not being banned because we're seeing more defender bans. For example, the Hoopa getting picked up off the bat, and immediately on the other side, going to go for the Eldegoss.
I think that's really interesting considering we still have Blissey available, and Blissey was one of those supporters that we saw, 100% encounter rate. So it looks like John Midu is going for something a little bit different here. However, this is something we've seen time and time again. Lundaroo choosing that Inteleon, Megu on the Gyarados, so this combination, and also, I don't know, obviously we're still in that pick phase, and we still have the option to change items, but I spy a Rocky Helmet. on that Gyarados.
Back to the Rocky Helmet
Back to the
Gyarados.
ACL days.
I
That
know.
wasn't that long ago.
I feel like we've had so many conversations about the Rocky Helmet on the Gyarados. I will point back again that it's really interesting that we saw the first pick Eldegoss, because it doesn't feel like that's getting stolen away from you. Obviously, I kind of feel like that maybe means that you're choosing something secretive, especially being in that second place last pick. We are going to see the Urshifu again, though, which is something we haven't seen for a while. And, I feel like we talked about this a little bit before the broadcast.
Yeah, Venusaur. So Petal Dance was recently buffed, actually. So this might make sense pairing it up with that Eldegoss, because late game you do have that damage reduction, but you also have the healing throughout the match as well. However, I mean, Grim Reapers really living it up to their name, picking this Darkrai. I mean, what Grim Reaperish character do we have that? I mean, that pretty much just represents them.
Yeah, actually does put people to sleep, exactly like the other two were saying. So I think that's now canonically lore accurate. But interestingly enough, there have been some different ways that you get to choose and play Darkrai. One of them being the support set, and one of them being a little bit more of an actual damage dealer. This one clearly is going for full damage. I'm a huge fan of support Darkrai. I've been, I mean, every time that I've seen it, it's been so impactful, regardless of the fact that it's holding EXP share. But no, EXP share going to be going on the Eldegoss and the Crustle this time. An interesting defender pick, which is what we're seeing kind of all over the board. However, I'm so surprised that they got such a late picked Umbreon. I didn't even get a chance to really talk about that because the interesting picks on Grim Reaper's side. But Umbreon, that's a great last pick, I would say.
I feel like Umbreon is just one of those defenders that we see time and time again because it is so flexible.
Yeah.
Yes, you have that traditional defender role, but also whether you just decide to go down the supporting route and get a wish there. So, but I mean, they do have that Hooper, which whether it's actually going to be Trick or Hyperspace Hole to go with this composition, I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Tell me how cool this is. We're going into our next qualifying game. Winner of this match goes to Worlds. Of course, I mean the full set, but that's going to be Gen 5 in purple, Grim Reapers on the orange side. And I love the fact that we get to see all of this out of the gate. Zero a little bit far forward, but no big invasions, at least so far.
Yeah, I guess something that is just same old, same old. I did see the Gossifleur actually go help that Darkrai, I guess, just to prevent any potential invades that are going to come out from Hooper, but they didn't actually go and risk it. But actually, Gossifleur has that red buff, so just to help him along with that slow as they go and pressure this tier 1 pad, looking to take this fish down.
Oh yeah, I mean, Gossifleur, Eldegoss with red buff is so scary. It's really, I mean, it's a damage dealer. You're like looking at that path and you're like, oh yeah, the support probably not that scary, but you're a little bit more scared of that than Zacian sometimes, especially when you've got a relatively weak comp on the other side, having to get that Magikarp up and on board. And it does look like we're going to see some focus from Grim Reapers to try and deal with this top path pretty well, stop the Gyarados from popping off early, which is really important. Its early game is so strong once it evolves.
We didn't actually have any rotations from that bottom path into top like we usually see. So sticking to that 2v2 down here, 3v3 up in that top path. But we do have Utah that has evolved into that Umbreon. It's just a matter of getting Lunda on board. But this Rock Tomb to go and cut them off, whether they can take out this Drizzle, no, they do not. They're able to Felstinger out.
And that's a pretty scary bottom path, by the way, as well for Gen 5, kind of balancing out their little bit of weaker top path, which is just natural when you do have that Magikarp. Still not evolved, and it's getting pretty close there. You can see the effort gauge, but 8-minute mark, a little bit slower than you normally would want. Still not bad. Still going to be, I would say, maybe a little bit about the average. And on the dancing.
Oh, that is so sweet, seeing the little supporters dancing with each other, waiting for chaos to just ensue as these birds do end up spawning. Otherwise, Umbreon ends up getting taken down by that Sacred Sword. Megu trying to get out with their Waterfall, but that Rock Tomb does end up cutting them off.
I love the kind of shift over to Waterfall. Waterfall is a super fun move. I'm a big fan of using it in solo queue, but it does give you a lot less escape in situations like that. And we are going to see Grim Reapers push up, try to take on this tier 1 gold zone. But back to, it's been, I mean, I don't want to say it's been a while, but there was certainly that point in time where we were seeing all Trick Hoopa, and now seeing the portal again means that the rotates back up to defend. Any of these gold zones are going to be so incredibly fast, and so no mileage able to be taken from Grim Reapers. They're still going to be fighting over this experience in the center. better. Umbreon will be going down, and that'll be the best that I think Grim Reapers can get out of that.
Well, we're at that 7-10 mark, and there is no points on the board at all. In terms of level, it is pretty even. We have Darkrai and Urshifu both at that level 8 mark, but we have these objectives spawning. It's going to be a Reg Ice down in that bottom half.
Ooh, already getting down to about half HP as everybody's going in. The Petal Drain might just, Petal Dance, sorry, the Petal and Drain might just be doing a lot of passive damage. So it's a little bit awkward. We don't have the greatest secure available in that moment to be able to try and stop that flip. So definitely a chaotic little fight, and nobody chose to try and get any momentum off of it. We still have a completely 0-0 score at the 6-minute 30-second mark. Very, very strange to see, but we've got some great defenders on both sides, especially that Hoopa being able to change those rotations to be quicker. The AoE damage that we see on Grim Reapers from the Zacian and the Venusaur, it's just going to be tough. Regieleki, though, maybe we'll be able to get a team their first points. No steal available from Gen 5.
No, the Zacian is going to secure it. However, they do take a chunk of damage from that Inteleon sniping on out. Class is also at half HP, but they're not going to back on down. They're going to Petal Dance on through, hoping to guide this Regieleki through, and it does end up going in. So finally, we have some points on the board.
Yeah, and so many points in the pockets of everybody on the map. We are going to see Crustle get taken down, but just trying to space it out so that everybody can successfully get their points in. Not that it's going to be that difficult, but hopefully they're able to escape. Doesn't look like they're going to get a great chance. Venusaur is going to go all the way back, but it looks like Galaxy on the Zacian is going to run all the way around into the center area of Gen 5, and they're going to be using agility quite well to be able to get out of that situation safely. They managed to get a few members to chase them. A great distraction so that we didn't see Grim Reapers lose any more than they had to there.
I guess that's the downside of having Hyperspace Hole Hoopa instead of a Trick Hoopa. You don't end up getting that speed boost when you actually need it. But 14 points to 104, almost at that halfway mark. We already have 3 Unites available for this next fight on the side of Grim Reapers. Gen 5, they have no yellow dots above their heads.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. They had to use a lot in this previous fight. This might be a time where you just have to give up a basement Reggie. They do have some sneaky little attempts to steal over there, especially with the the Inteleon being that perfect range. It is getting pretty well body blocked, though. I don't think there's going to be a great chance. We popped the Unite from the Hoopa. It wasn't enough to get the steal. A great Hyperspace Fury, but still the aggression will at least, be shut down by that Hoopa portal. It is going to allow everybody to get back down. And so we're just seeing kind of a lot of the same thing here. There's these small wins back and forth for every team, but nobody's been able to push down all that much. The only exception being that Regieleki push up top, which was only getting a tier 1 gold zone. So this is looking like a pretty low-scoring game unless something huge happens, as we're only 2 minutes away from Rayquaza.
You know what they say, Chef? Slow and steady wins the race. But when you're both slow and steady, I mean, are they actually going to make it to the finishing line here? Well, I don't know. We do have a Regieleki, and because of that tier 1 pad, not there. That is going to march towards tier 2. But if there's one greater shred on the side of Gen 5, it's going to be that Gyarados to deal with it.
Well, the Gyarados will be able to teleport back down as soon as that is gone, but there's still a bit of time until that happens, and the push ability because of this Venusaur is pretty big, and they're going to get the KO on the Umbreon. You're not coming out from the Crustle just to get a little bit more shielding. They already took so much damage, and this looks like this is going to be, as far as resources, great for Grim Reapers, taking down 2 more members of Gen 5, and finally, we are going to see Score really get on board. 230, that's a huge lead now over Gen 5, just about in time as well. You're not going to have any too many huge fights after this. Both goal zones are up, tier 1 goal zones. That's huge for Grim Reapers in the end as well. So they're definitely holding an advantageous position going into what could be the final stretch.
Oh, 100%. This is going to just stop the movement from Gen 5, not having those tier 1 pads available for that Hoopa to teleport their members around. One thing, though, they have their Unite move come that final stretch, but for the moment, it's just holding on tight because we do have another basement Reggie about to spawn on in.
Ooh, and there is actually a lot of priority being put on this. It looks like Grim Reapers maybe are not looking too much at trying to take this. They are very, very close, but they are going to see so many members. They can get KO'd here. It's not the worst thing in the world. Qatar is going to be very, very low. They're doing a lot of extra just damage, I guess accidental damage to Registeel. So again, could go down to a flip. They're charging the Wicked Blow. It wasn't enough. They let it go a little bit early, but the snipe shot is a great second chance for that secure. And that's something we're going to have to look at as well going to the final stretch. stretch. Two amazing secure options on the side of Gen 5. So if it comes down to a flip, which so far we've seen flips happen because there's just a lot of accidental damage from the pedal dance and just a lot of accidental damage in general. I mean, Zacian as well. Crustle can do a little bit of accidental damage. So we've got to really be careful. If that flip happens, Gen 5 is going to have a huge advantage of getting back into this.
Well, 2 minutes is here. Final stretch. Rayquaza is on the board. We can see Grim Reapers taking place in the tall grass there, where Gen 5, they're just poking out with that Inteleon, but ooh, Utah going in for a back cap there just to bring it. I mean, it's not really that much closer, but still, it is some points on the board nonetheless.
Ooh, and I love this Rayquaza health bar. It's so cool to see. And this is going to be some really patient play. I mean, definitely the range advantage does go to Gen 5. They do have the ability for Lunder to just kind of snipe over and over, get little bits of damage in, but Katar is going to go in first and just get burned down. They've got to have on a chance to use their Unite. They do manage to get it. That's huge. Great resources now for the side of Grim Reapers. They might, actually, I thought they were going to maybe engage off of that, but instead they're just going to back up. I mean, they only did use one Unite, not the worst thing in the world. No Unites used from Gen 5, and so I guess Gen 5 as well being able to back up, but they've got only so much time until they need to fight as Rayquaza is reset.
This is going to be the play here for Grim Reapers. Stick together, close to that pedal dance, along with that pollen puff from Jean-Mi to go and heal him up. But the thing is Lundo just going to do too much damage here, slowly chipping away. But once again, Rock Tomb to go and block out Snow, who is charging on up. But we do have that Rings Unbound Hooper getting taken down, and now 3 members of Gen 5 have been wiped out. This is Grim Reaper's chance to go and take this Rayquaza, unless we have a steal from these 2 Water-type Pokemon.
Oh, this is so scary! Oh, but Zacian is able to close it out. That was as scary as it gets. We had the Inteleon up there. The Gyarados was swimming below the ground with the Unite, getting ready. A great secure, though, from Grim Reapers. And that was looking very close at the end. I'm surprised they ended up doing so much damage to that Rayquaza. But again, we kind of have to. People are on top of it. A lot of accidental damage coming from the side of Grim Reapers in general. So really, really nice way to close that out. But in a game that was looking like it was pretty one-sided for them, it really got back to extremely close at the end.
It did. I mean, only a little bit of points ended up going in at the end, I guess, just to go and create a little bit more space up in that top path. But I guess you're giving up that positioning come towards the end. So it's trying to weave your way in when, well, Grim Reapers, they pretty much had that Rayquaza pit covered.
Yeah. I mean, the Grim Reaper comp is just so AoE damage focused. They control a lot of the space around them, and then Gen 5's comp was really focused around kind of having that particular range, especially the Inteleon being a huge core of their damage. So a lot of it came down to positioning at the end, and I really, really like the way that they reset the fight as well. A lot of damage was spent on the Crustle, then the Unite came out from the Crustle, which does mean that, of course, Grim Reapers didn't have that later, but rather than pushing forward using that advantage, they decided to back up and use time as the resource that they were really focusing on, which was a really, really smart choice because it did force Gen 5 to make a huge play later on, which did not work out for them. And boy, yeah, that last moment was absolutely terrifying.
There we go. We have our player of the game from Grim Reapers, 60s on the Venusaur, obviously running that pedal dance Giga Drain build. You pair that up, it's just pretty much an avalanche rushing at you. When you have that Crustle, you have the Eldegoss also providing that healing when needed, and you could see throughout later on in that match just sticking together as a squad of 5.
A lot of move speed, too. I think that was what one of the big buffs was. But it's cool to see this build back in the meta. It's been a while. I feel like the last time I really, really saw it was when it was a little bit too good. But no, actually, I think we saw, like, was it Lutano that was playing at a decent amount? I don't know. It doesn't matter. But we haven't seen it for a while. Yeah. Oh, well, no, Lutano used a lot of the beam.
Yeah. That's completely different, though.
I'm just trying to remember. I don't know. There's been a lot of tournaments. Okay, I can't remember one. But anyway, the point is it's nice to see it again, and that really is a comp that we haven't seen for a while. I mean, we've been in a meta where we saw a lot of like the kind of like assassin comp, and then we were in the pretty heavy like range attacker comp, and there was like the snipe comp. But really this kind of like everybody charged together as one big team and just do a bunch of damage around us, you know, with the Zacian and the Venusaur. It's a comp that we haven't seen for a while, but it's looking pretty good now.
No, it's really weird to just see all of these different metas come into play. And as I said, I feel like we've just been left out of the loop of what's actually been happening behind the scenes, whatever these teams are cooking. I mean, they're thinking outside of the box. And I've got to say, I love it because you just never really know what to expect. I mean, Petal Dance Venusaur, that's, yeah, as you said, not something that we've seen very often, even though it did end up getting buffed in that recent patch, but it's only up until, really, this tournament where we really seen it shine, especially in that last one.
Yeah, and I think that, like, as far as draft goes, we did see a pretty smart choice from Gen 5, having that secure, where there really wasn't as much secure on the other side. It's just unfortunate that there were a few times where it just didn't really work out, and the one particular time they needed to work out, they didn't have, for example, the Urshifu there, but having the Gyarados there was really good, the Inteleon was there. It was a split second away from that game potentially going a different direction, especially when the points were so close at the end. There was a lot of backcapping that happened. So draft is going to be huge. We've seen some pretty varied drafts over the last few months based on mostly just the fact that there are a lot of really good Pokemon right now, but we're seeing now extra split drafts even further because there are bigger comps that you can go for you know, like whether it be like a secure comp or this kind of big rushdown comp or a little bit more of like an assassin-y comp, because the speedsters are still really, really strong right now. It's just we're seeing them not every single game. So I feel like we could see a lot of games this weekend where we see very, very completely different games from game 1 to game 2 to potentially game 3, as opposed to like we're sort of running it back and we're seeing if we can play it better.
I guess it really depends on the team. You have some teams that are that reactionary type of team in draft. Okay, this player has selected this Pokemon, so we're going to actually use this to try and counter this, and so on and so on. However, you also just have those teams that like to stick with whatever is comfortable to them. And, well, that is what they know best. And I think this is where things really start to bring in the mix. And I feel like, you know, in terms of Grim Reaper's comp, it wasn't one of those traditional comps that we have seen as of late, but this is very last season, that rundown, just run at them and hope for the best type of compositions, right? Whether we'll see it again, we'll have to wait and see, but I mean, I feel like they're just so flexible, we don't really know what's gonna happen here.
Right, and we are going to see Gen 5 still on the left side, Grim Reaper still on the right side, it looks like. We're going to be getting pretty much the same bans. The Snorlax, once again, probably the lowest percentage ban that we're going to get in this draft, although I guess there's still one more that they could choose to prove me wrong. Suicune, I feel like that might end up being the most banned that we're going to see throughout the weekend. We've seen it banned the majority of the game so far. Psyduck as well. Too many Alolan Pokemon now. Alolan Raichu, which is, I love that Pokemon by the way, is also, I mean, it's getting through sometimes, so I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if it got through a decent amount of games.
I think it's funny how these are the most recent additions to the Unite roster as well that are getting banned. However, we do have Gen 5 sticking with that Hooper composition once again. Galaxy picking up Zacian on the side of Grim Reapers, and John Medu, well, trusting that Eldegoss.
Yeah, as soon as I said that we might see some very completely different comps from these teams, we are seeing the exact same draft so far. We could see a big shift now from the side of Gen 5. All right, the Metagross and the Mewtwo as well. I'm not sure which Mewtwo that is, right? Do we know what Mewtwo that is?
It has the special attack item, so it would be Mewtwo Y there.
Yeah.
But otherwise, we do have Klaus locking in Darkrai. Once again, you've just got to have your icon there. Qatar actually taking the Umbreon for themselves this time round. But, I mean, it looks like Grim Reapers, they're kind of sticking with the same composition, but Gen 5, they're just going for a completely different look here.
I do like this change up. It is pretty huge. And again, we're going to see the Decidueye encounter rate so far at 100%. No, not last game. So nearly 100% on stream, 3 out of 4. Oh, are we going to see the Zeraora? No. Okay, they're just hovering over a bunch of things I don't think we're going to see. That would be wild to see a Cramorant back in, but...
Yes! Oh my God!
What are the chances? We haven't seen Cramorant for so long. I think what you said about there being a patch that we were not told about, probably true. A lot of Pokemon that didn't get changed are in this draft.
You're not even wearing your Cramorant shirt today. What is this? Oh my
old
God.
And dirty. I need to...
Oh, well, you know what? This Cramorant here is looking new and fresh. We haven't seen it in quite a while, so, I mean, Sixie's rocking this crap. I'm so excited to see, but we have no sight of Inteleon in this draft at all, which is really surprising to me.
I guess Cramorant's better than Time. What can you say?
Oh, okay.
I wish. But no, this is really interesting. I mean, normally when you're going to choose the Cramorant, it's because you either want to be really annoying with Dive or because you really want a lot of space control with the Unite, or both, obviously. And I do feel like maybe a lot of the goal here is going to be extremely annoying. Try to be annoying against the Decidueye. That's my best guess, because honestly, it's a strange pick. There are a lot of really strong attackers that you can play in that role. The Espeon's still great, Inteleon, Miraidon. There's so many different options. I don't know for sure. I love to see it, but I mean, I really hope I'm pleasantly surprised.
Look, as I said, there has been a secret patch that we just have not been informed about.
Yeah.
So, hey, I love it. It's surprises all around for us. So, what a gift. But Decidueye, Cramorant, what on earth is going on in the here region today? I'm so confused.
These are two of my favorite Pokemon.
Cram!
I know. I had to take a look at actually what the items were because it is actually neat to see the new items on Cramorant, because I haven't seen Cramorant since they released, but we'll see that damage stacking as we're going into game number 2. Grim Reapers, a newer team, 1 game away from qualifying for Worlds in Anaheim. They've just got to win this one, and who else can say they qualified for Worlds with Cramorant? That would certainly be a first. Sixties, of course, amazing player for a long time. I'm excited to see what build they go, because honestly, there's so many different things you could do.
Look, considering they do have that Decidueye and a Leafeon on their side, I'm guessing a dive composition here, just to get that extra maneuverability, get into the backline, but also dodge the moves from Leafeon. But I guess, you know what, we've seen so many surprises here. I could completely be wrong here.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many surprises that we honestly didn't get to talk about some of the picks that were in the draft. Like Leafeon is a speedster that we've been seeing a little bit less, but its extra range is really, really nice, and it's still extremely strong. It definitely hasn't been weak. There have just been some really, really strong speedsters alongside it. We didn't get a chance to talk about why the Mewtwo Y was picked exactly, which is another thing that's a little bit interesting, and we're going to have to see eventually. But on the other side, we did get we talked about most of it. We didn't really get a chance to talk about the Darkrai and how well it did in that last game. Another Pokemon that we see not that often anymore, despite the fact that it was super strong when it first came out, but still very impactful.
Well, as I said, it's their icon there, so they've got a rocket. However, in terms of this Mewtwo Y, we do have an experience share.
Yes.
Lunda, so they are that supportive Mewtwo Y, but that's because I'm saying it might be Psy Strike here, because that's the usual comp, but it's just for that extra damage over time, but it's also the big stun that you end up getting at the end, and especially considering Grim Reapers, while they were running that snowball comp together, when you're grouped together, you could actually get a pretty massive stun on multiple members.
That's true, yeah, especially, I mean, if there was that last comp. This comp definitely going to be a little bit more split up, but there's still going to be a lot of grouping up. You can actually see it's happening right now as they're fighting for the XP at this 8-minute mark. We are going to kind of split into a top fight and a bottom fight, and it doesn't seem like we're going to be getting any real KOs. Everybody just kind of testing the waters, nobody wanting to fully commit, and that's something that we saw from these teams last game as well, where they really don't want to overcommit to anything. We didn't see anybody take a lead, or even, we didn't see any points scored until like the 6-minute mark, which already we're beating that, but not by much.
No, it is 4 points to 30 here, so still quite a low scoring game, but it is still early days. You've just got to fill up all of those pockets with your Eos energy from this wild Pokemon. The birds have spawned again. It is going to be a 3v3 up in that top half, and ooh, Metang ends up getting taken down. Along with the Leafeon 2 KO streak for Klaus here.
Ooh, that's big. Yeah, Cicero has to get away. Well, I was going to say get away, and then immediately just went back in, allowed the 3 KO, and that's huge. With the addition of the new items, like Drive Lens and such, there is so much more value to a lot of these early KOs. I mean, especially if you're in this group and you're going to get a KO with a bunch of assists, that's just something that just builds up so much more than maybe if you were watching the game, I guess only several months ago is really all that it is. We're going to see a pretty clean, easy take from Gen 5 on that basement Reggie Ice as we're watching that fight up top. But yeah, those triple KOs with everybody up there, that's going to be huge for stacking for Grim Reapers.
Oh, 100%. It has got Darkrai over to that level 9, but one thing I also noticed, this is a trick Hooper this time around rather than that hyperspace hole. So just to go and help this Leafeon speed on up towards them, and they're going to go on in, take out 2 members, and potentially go and dunk some points in this top tier 1 pad.
Oh, no, the Unite came out from the Cramorant, but it really wasn't going to get anything. They did manage to get out of there, but unfortunately, it's a little bit of a waste, and that goal zone will go down. So this time, Gen 5 taking the early lead. Trick Hoopa, I really like that call. There's some great auto attackers, and Trick is so good with auto attackers, but you can throw it on the Mewtwo, you can throw it on the Decidueye, which I assume is going to be sniping, but I actually haven't seen it attack yet. It's been kind of farming on its own, but that would be hilarious if it was Razor Leaf? That's not right. That's not a word. Is it the move?
Yeah.
I'm blanking. Yeah, Razor Leaf. Why did I felt like that sounded wrong in my head.
Well, I guess we'll wait and see. But wait, we have a knock-knock coming in first as Katar's going to rush at them. Instantly gets taken on down. Megu with those shields, though, is just tanking so much damage. Using that Compute and Crush to go and get a 2 KO streak. Regieleki walks on through. Tier 2 has been obliterated.
Wow. Yeah, that's so different from last game. I mean, this is a lot of relatively early aggression. Triple KO streak for Metagross this time. Megu is going to be now building up potentially stacks for their teammates. I can't remember exactly if they were holding it or not. But yeah, it is Spirit Shackle. It's not going to be Razor Leaf. As fun as that would have been kind of a throw, let's be 100% honest. But still, like I said, there's a lot of great Trick Hoopa targets on the side of Gen 5. Really early rotation. Well, not super early, but pretty clean early rotation from Grim Reapers down to this Registeel. Doesn't look like there's going to be too much of an opportunity for everybody to come down. They do use the Unite for the Hoopa. Everybody's come in, but they're a little bit too late. Buff already taken from the side of Grim Reapers, and they are going to try to fight over this, which is surprising after you just lost the buff. It doesn't seem like they're going to get too much mileage on the side of Gen 5. They are going to back up. Yeah, everybody returned back to base. I like the surprise attempt, but that was just such a clean early rotation from Grim Reapers.
Yeah, Gen 5 already used so many resources there, so it's just a matter of gathering up all these wild Pokemon again. Get the Unite moves on hand, but it's 199 to 122. When we're looking at the levels, it's pretty much on parity. We have 2 level 11s on the side of Grim Reapers, but one thing that is sticking out like a sore thumb is this Metagross. It is soon to hit that level 13 mark, and that is going to be one tanky boy to take down.
Yes, it's going to be very, very difficult, especially too. You don't really have like exactly that much damage on the side of Grim Reapers. It's not like it's a low damage team by any means, but it's no team that can just burn down something that's tanky. It's kind of in that middle ground, and you can see it right there. We're actually seeing Metagross just walk away slightly. They managed to get the KO on Zacian, but Lunder will go down now in return. This goal zone most likely going down. Doesn't seem like they have too much great of a defense. Using the knock-knock, he's going to be able to at least do something, but unfortunately they can be quite easily body blocked. And oh my goodness, body blocked if anybody's there. You need a teammate to body block, and unfortunately the Cramorant was just a little bit out in the open.
I feel like this is just a replay of those Unite tutorials where you just see Cramorant getting bullied over and over again with all of the different moves. But yeah, that final arrow to finish off the bird. But I mean, still 199 to 122, quite a close match. Gen 5 have decided to rotate down bottom, but they've already lost their Leafeon.
Ooh, but that's going to be a really nice set of picks. Okay, now we're starting to see the Decidueye, Utah really popping off. They were able to, I mean, they really made me my words. I was like, yeah, probably we're going to see that Tier 1 goal zone go down up top in the northwest, but completely defended it solo, got 2 KOs to be able to take down another Tier 1 goal zone once they went down south, and now this lead really starting to build. 163-point lead for the side of Gen 5. Trying to tie things up here. Again, this is a Worlds qualifying game, so they need to win 2 straight for it to happen. No attempt for a steal. Gen 5 will be taking that final Regirock buff before the final stretch.
Yeah, 20 seconds left to go. Get these buffs underhand. But the thing is, we can see both of them haven't actually taken that positioning in that Ray Pit just yet. But as we go into our wide view here, we do have that Trick Phantom Force taking that Metagross back to the tall grass there.
Get back here. And I like this. You can see up top there's an attempt to score from Darkrai that's actually being shut down completely by Decidueye. And they're going to be fighting in the middle, so it's going to be kind of a 4v4. The Unite's coming out, though, from the Hoopa that's going to be able to pull everybody else in. We are going to see an extremely low, oh my god, team from Grim Reapers. They just melted. Actually, completely went down. Full team wipe. I didn't realize they were going down that fast. This Gen 5 clearing this one one out. Free Rayquaza for them, and certainly they'll be running away with this.
I just blinked and missed everything.
Me
That
too.
has happened so quick. When did they just got a taste of their own medicine there, I feel like. I mean, they're the ones that are supposed to put all of these opponents to sleep, KO them, but I mean, they're the ones that ended up getting KO'd. But now it's 703 to 122 points with 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go. They don't want any more members to get taken down, as Cram has still been knocked out. Hooper has been knocked out for 25 seconds here, so it's just a matter of, well, collaborating, but it's still over 500 points that they need to try and gather. And it doesn't look like they have enough money on hand.
I don't think this is going to be possible at this point. I mean, that's another KO, and when you're more than 500 points behind now, 600 and I don't know, 77 points behind, you need every single person on your team with 50 in their pocket. And right now, there's only 2 up. They've got nothing really in their pocket. It's extremely low. This looks like we're probably going to a game 3 unless there's some sort of miracle, but that's not the miracle that you want to see, because Gen 5, they earned that win for sure. Great stuff for them. Their comp looked great. And once again, we get a great example of why, for whatever reason, Decidueye back in the meta, because that was dominant. The end game, the second half of this game, was just Decidueye, Decidueye, Decidueye.
Yeah, Decidueye coming back up there. No Inteleon this time round, so still demonstrating that it is a premium sniper to pick on your squad. So there we go. Game win on our big screen there for Gen 5, which means we do have ourselves, well, it's not over yet, round 3 for Gen 5 going up against Grim Reapers.
Ooh, our first game 3 to qualify for Worlds. How exciting. And honestly, 2 great games with some really big adaptations. Both of them pretty close, although, again, I do have to say, I was getting ready to cast that last fight, and I honestly don't really understand fully how everybody got KO'd so quickly, so we can take a look at it again in the replays. Yeah, but I mean, it was looking great up until that exact point. Aside from that, there were a lot of really good plays from Grim Reapers. I do have to say, disappointingly, I didn't feel like the Cramorant got a lot of mileage.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether the Cram really was able to do its job throughout that match, considering it just kept on getting sniped down multiple times, as I think this was one of those moments where it ended up getting hit by that final arrow of the knock-knock, which is just so devastating. But yeah, here, I guess Gen 5, they still have 2 Unite moves on hand. You had that Computer Crush go on out. Decidueye didn't even end up actually utilizing their Unite until the end to go and secure that Rayquaza and multiple KOs. But I mean, hey, sometimes you've just got to go risk it for the biscuit, flip the Ray and hope for the best. And well, I guess the best ended up turning out for Gen 5 that match.
Yeah, I'm going to go back and look to see exactly where all the damage came from, because there was at least, I mean, the Darkrai, for example, didn't use their Unite. There weren't a lot of Unites used from the side of Gen 5, but they managed to get that team wipe very quickly. So it's just like, what exactly did all that damage? I guess probably just some Spirit Shackles. If I'm being 100% honest, just chunking through the entire team. That's kind of what was happening. So we'll see if that happens again. I feel like there's probably a good chance going into Game 3 that we're not going to see the Decidueye available for Gen 5 again. And I think it's probably a good choice.
I mean, one thing I think we're not going to end up seeing again is that Cramorant. I mean, it's literally a sitting duck when it uses that Unite move. And when you're going up into a Decidueye with those arrows, that is the prime target there. So we do have our stats board. And you were talking about these new items, the Accel Brazier and the Drive Lens. Getting those KOs earlier on really buffed up Gen 5 here.
Yeah, and honestly, Grim Reapers they had a nice little streak. This is Klaus, you can see right there with 7 KOs. Pretty good streak early on, but unfortunately it just didn't really lead to anything. And wow, that's actually really low damage on the side of Grim Reapers in general. And Yutao, we can see really running away with things. Snow, I feel, has a pretty high damage number, considering the fact that I didn't feel like we were watching them all that much, but they were very impactful, just not like the one that was getting the KOs, because, I mean, Spirit Shackle, it's that move, you know?
It is that move, but one thing we do have to talk about is this Metagross that has come on in, the Gyro Ball, just to go and provide that shielding, able to take down multiple members, getting multiple KOs there for Megu, as we were mentioning. But it was just so hard to take it down late game, and even then pairing it up with a Trick Hooper, running at them, but then actually just giving that speed buff. That way they can pop that Gyro Ball at the prime time.
And it's so tanky and has so much self-sustain that something like Trick that gives it a little bit more sustain is infinite. It just feels like it's whatever the opposite of diminishing returns is. It's diminishing gains? I don't know. There's got to be a word for that. Somebody tell me. But yeah, it's like the more little bit of survivability that you have, it just builds up more and more, and it just becomes so un-KOable, which is exactly what we saw. I also feel like maybe, again, this meta is very new and confusing, I think, to all of us because there's a lot of things that like you can't put on paper and they don't like make sense, right? Like for example, like the Decidueye is doing great, but why now? Why not? We just don't know. So one of my guesses is that maybe Metagross as well is a good pick against the Decidueye, and then they picked it alongside the Decidueye, which would be pretty strong to just negate an option that the other team would have. Be a little bit more tanky, maybe it can just eat a few more of those snipe shots or not snipe shots. Oh my God, the other sniper, the Spirit Shackles, maybe get in. It does have quite a bit of mobility, so maybe that's why you do it. I don't know. Regardless, it worked out really well as a combination.
I would guess, yeah, pairing up that Metagross with that Decidueye is up in that front line, making sure that nobody can get towards that back line. So it just worked out so well for Gen 5 there. But whether we're actually going to see Decidueye come out once again, or whether we're going to see a little bit more Inteleon, I mean, they're both snipers, but, well, Decidueye, that's an attack-based Pokemon, whereas Inteleon, that's special attack.
Yeah.
So they're two very different but very similar as well. So maybe it's just like this whole meta change. There's so many special attackers, as we mentioned earlier on, that have risen on up in terms of that Suicune, in terms of Alolan Raichu, but it feels like they're going back to more those attacker stats more than anything.
Yeah, I mean, the really great special attackers are all getting banned right now, basically.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's interesting to see that we're going back to just physical damage. We saw the Greninja was doing really well earlier in the, I guess it's probably in the open bracket. I'm assuming maybe in the group stage as well. We're seeing the Decidueye do well. Another big thing that we're seeing right now is a lot of these Pokemon that are doing quite well are pretty late-game scaling Pokemon. And Decidueye, well known as not being super useful until later in the game. That's one of the reasons why Inteleon was really popular over it, is Inteleon's great from literally level 1. But we're going a little bit later without seeing these huge threats or huge invades or giant pushes, so Decidueye's had no problem leveling up and getting into the game when it's needed.
I thought of something. I think I know why the Snorlax is getting banned here. Because going a Snorlax into a Rowlet in lane, that is such a massive threat. So maybe this might be the play here. Get rid of one of those prime defenders from the get-go. Obviously, Eevee, Umbreon as an Eevee isn't as impactful as a Snorlax would be. So whether we're going to see another Snorlax ban coming out from Gen 5 or whether they're going to go for something on else. But okay, I guess because we do have that switch up, Grim Reapers is on the purple side this time. Gen 5 on the orange. Hoopa is going to be knocked out or banned.
We're gonna see some pretty similar bans, but aside from that, Hoopa. So that does mean that the Alolan Raichu, assuming that this Snorlax is locked in, Alolan Raichu will be available. This is actually gonna be the first time, if it shows up, that I cast Alolan Raichu, believe it or not. But I think it's great, and I think that these teams, they've been banning it so much, they probably are gonna pick it.
Well, that makes sense. You called it. If it's not banned, you've got to pick it up for yourself. However, Gen 5, I guess, considering they don't have that Hooper available, we are going for this Blissey pick. So that 100% encounter rate that we actually saw at the beginning of broadcast has obviously dropped, but not getting selected or banned the past 2 rounds. But I guess, Gen 5 just need a little bit of eggs this time around. A little bit of protein, a little bit of energy.
I needed, I think, all those things well right now. So hopefully there can be a Blissey to help support me. But yeah, I'm surprised that we haven't seen the Blissey more. Blissey's still extremely strong. Definitely Hoopa, understandably, has been seen a lot as well. The support's very strong right now. I am just surprised that we are going to see so much Eldegoss, but it's probably more of just like a comfort pick on the side of Grim Reapers. And both lineups looking quite strong. I'm surprised we're going to see the Decidueye once again go into Gen 5. It seems like there's a lot of confidence that they're going to be able to deal with it, but it's going to have to be within these picks from the side of Grim Reapers.
I think we're about to have a snipe off here. Lundaroo Decidueye going up into 60s in Inteleon. This will definitely be a battle, but wait, no, 60s is going to switch it up and actually pick up Zeraora. So another speedster for them to try and dive into the backline, especially with a Volt switch, maybe to try and get those isolations, but once again, we do have Snow locking in that Leafeon, and I think this is a great way to balance the late scalers of Metagross and Decidueye, because we know how impactful a Leafeon can be, especially if it goes in that central area.
And we will see Klaus and 60s switch up who they're playing. So 60s is going to be going their kind of range attacker is more as classic. Klaus will be the one that's on the big cat. And that's still a great pick. I mean, we saw a lot of Zeraora for that little bit of time, but it really, I think, opened the eyes of a lot of teams just how well that Pokemon can do, just as far as utility, aside from just raw, pure damage. And yeah, we haven't seen as many people really try to get the dive onto the Decidueyes, and if that works, I think it's going to be extremely strong. But double dive comp here pretty easily with the Gyarados and the Zeraora. You're going to have to really defend well if you're going to try to keep that Decidueye up, but they definitely have the tools in Gen 5, so I like this draft a lot. There's definitely decisions on both sides to try to counter their opponents. It's smart.
I see something. It's this.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
What, is that real?
What? We have an experience share Decidueye?
I wasn't even looking at that, if I'm being honest. I don't know if I have a response for that. There's a lot of the meta that I feel like I don't understand. This has got to be the tournament of the entire year that I just have the least information about. But you know what? They're going to show us why they're going with experience share Decidueye. And not only that, they're doing it with their Worlds qualification on the line. Game 3, Grim Reapers versus Gen 5. One of these teams is qualifying right now.
Could you imagine the story? I qualified for Worlds using an experience shared Decidueye, but yeah, we do see that huge map there, Snow going and taking that blue buff first on up. Looks like they're going in for an early rotation down into that bottom path just to keep this Alolan Raichu and Eevee at bay.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I thought it would be a cool little storyline to qualify with Cramorant, but maybe Cramorant a little bit less viable than XP Share Decidueye. We'll see. And again, the big story here is going to be how quickly are we going to see this Gyarados evolve and how well we can see it shut down from the side of Gen 5. But so far, it's looking pretty slow as the other two games have been. So no big KOs. We haven't even seen that much scoring, but there's actually an opportunity to score here potentially from that Magikarp. I know we're not looking at it, but an attempt to invade being shut down with 3 members of Gen 5.
Yeah, this is actually huge for Gen 5 because now they're able to go pivot towards that top half. Go and help Zero out, hoping to get them to evolve, especially going into a Gossifleur and a Magikarp. Well, they can't really do much on their own, but we do have Klaus back up into the mix. They are going to quickly Volt Switch out, not being able to pick up any KOs.
And Megu barely getting out of there, but nice a little bit of experience, I think, for all of Gen 5, really. They're got to be feeling pretty good about that. We already got their first level 6, and they stopped the invade earlier, so they're chilling. They're also the only ones that have points on board for the moment. Utah very low, just going to have to back up and chill for a little bit, but I think Gen 5 can relatively play it slow. They do have to wait for 2 of their Pokemon to evolve to their final stages. They've got some time, and if they don't risk anything as well, the Magikarp is going to take longer and longer to evolve, which is exactly what just happened right now. Again, 8-minute mark.
Yeah, Caster's turn. So as soon as you say evolve, it ends up evolving there. But we do have those birds going majority to the side of Gen 5. One thing I noticed though, they still have a Rowlet on that map. It hasn't yet evolved into that first stage.
That's weird. Clearly, they just haven't found one thing to hit. They're kind of gatekept at that experience level. There we go. Again, as we say it, it happens. But still sitting down there at level 5, which is the same level as the experience share. Oh, wait, it is the experience share Pokemon.
Yeah.
I forgot. Oh, my God.
We're not used
You're
to
ruining
it.
my casting, Gen 5. I don't understand what's going on anymore.
We're just not used to it. It's okay. But we do have another set of birds spawn on up. Klaus isn't going to really do a lot of damage there. It's just a matter of getting that experience, hoping to tick on over, get ever so closer to those Unite moves. But even then, this is actually really interesting. I was going to say, no Unite moves on hand, but wait, Leafeon gets a Unite move at level 8.
Yep, the days of all of the early Unites, because we just saw evolutions forever, a little bit far gone, but still, it's going to be very important right here. Registeel going to be challenged. We're not going to have a fully evolved Decidueye yet, so their Secure's not going to be as strong. Wait, okay, immediately it evolved under the Pip and it got the Secure. Oh my God, what is going on with this game for me? It was like literally hiding below the Pip in the top right side as it evolved. Anyway, I'm not going to talk anymore, so you can keep going.
I think it's the curse of the experience shared decidueye. It's
Yes.
just thrown our brains way off here. Otherwise, we do have Galaxy charging on up their bounce, hoping to dive onto Megu. They don't actually end up landing on them, getting caught out in this Sacred Sword, chipped away to a quarter HP. And that means they're going to have to back on up and give a lot of space for Gen 5 to try and secure this Regieleki, unless they can get a steal, but no. It ends up being Megu. Megu has secured so many objectives these past couple of matches.
Zacian in general has been doing a really good job of being a secure Pokemon when we see a lot less of the true secure Pokemon. I mean, even still, it does so well, and especially in those Ray fights where you're going to be hitting a bunch of people as well. Oh, just going in, no defense from the side of Grim Reapers.
Oh, but we do have some math going on in. You got to try and maximize that overcap potential, and what perfect way. But I mean, we're almost at that halfway mark. I was about to say it's 0 to 113. Once again, the curse is coming on through, but does look like Grim Reapers have managed to get in 19 points down in that bottom half.
The evolution underneath, that may have been the ultimate caster curse moment I've ever seen in my entire life. That's wild. I need somebody to clip that for me. But right now, again, every team just kind of backing up, playing slow. We're at the 5-minute mark, relatively low points. Overall, I would say, especially from Grim Reapers, unfortunately for them, they just haven't been able to find all that much. Been popping off a little bit slow. 6Es, we get a chance to watch on this Alolan Raichu that we just really haven't been able to see that much because it's been banned a lot. However, it hasn't had a huge impact. Still stuck here at level 9, so we're going to see its damage be a little bit low to a lot of these level 11s.
Well, it does have level 9, which means it has its Unite move on hand, as we do have a Regirock spawning in that bottom path. Katar is looking to try and get an isolation or just zone him out, as Lunda is looking for a prime target. Klaus ends up getting chipped away, and there goes the knock-knock.
Ooh, the knock-knock's doing so much damage, and it does look like Gen 5, whoever it was, of course, it was Blissey getting the secure on that Regirock, but, I mean, the knock-knock on the rock, it was able to do just so much extra damage, so many people trying to body block it, but you can only body block it for so long.
But Grim Reapers, they may have been the one to get, oh no, they didn't end up getting the objective. I thought they ended up getting the objective. Gen 5 being able to take the objective, and that bottom tier 1 pad is actually huge. So going to open up so much space on the map for them. But at the moment, it's just a matter of securing wild Pokemon once again before heading up towards that Regieleki up in that top half.
And this is huge. I mean, the pressure is on. This is, a match to qualify for Worlds. So I was just talking about this earlier.
Wow.
This is the ultimate prize for the main season of UCS, is the chance to be one of the best teams in the world and showing it. So the fact that they were down a game, Gen 5, and now they won a game in return, and now they're up by 250 points almost, is huge. They're showing their mental fortitude. Not to say this is over yet, but it's still very impressive to see. Klaus trying to get a little bit of damage on that Blissey, wasn't able to get the pull back. I think that maybe an attempt there, but they're going to be doing damage down below. We're going to see the Unite coming out from the Metagross, backing up over towards this tier 2 goal zone. 6Es is going to do enough damage to be able to at least make Gen 5 back up.
Yeah, they're going to have to back on up there as they're going to go and shred down this Regieleki. This is just going to provide some time for Grim Reapers to recalibrate themselves, considering they are quite far behind in points. But Utah just being a nuisance towards Qatar and Galaxy in this bottom half.
Ooh, yeah, this is really good as well. This Regieleki, because there's no Hoopa on the map, there's not going to be an ability to rotate super far down very quickly. So we are probably going to see Gen 5 be able to take this basement Regi pretty free. We can already see 3 members defending up top. We actually see Zacian kind of getting some vision up there as well to see when the rotate down is going to happen. And they do now see that a few members are going to be rotating down. There might be an attempt to get a little bit of an ambush up there or back cap, but in the meantime, they've got so much damage just from these 2 grass types alone that they're going to be able to take that last basement Regi buff as we go into the final stretch.
2 minutes and 15 seconds left until we find out who is going to qualify for Worlds after this match. But we can see that 3 members from Gen 5, they're going to group together as Lunda ends up missing their snipe. Spirit Shackle, wrong one, towards Qatar. And they ended up missing another one, so not able to find that vision. But Qatar ends up exposing themselves there.
Yeah, that was an inch away. I mean, it was a good call, right? They guessed correctly. It's just there's not one angle that you can hit that entire tall grass. So smart choice, just unfortunately did not get exactly. And now, again, this entire center area being held pretty aggressively by Gen 5. They've got the snipes, they've got the vision. Oh my goodness, they've got the spirit shackles, which I'm going to call snipe shot a million times as well today. And the ability to see where people are hiding because of that shadow sneak is so good. It's weird. I haven't seen this for so long. I have to remember all the move names, but it's great to see it. And look at that. Once again, you just got to see where the closest enemies are. There might be an attempt to backcap up top, or maybe they're going to try to get a rotate around for this aggressive push.
Oh, but look at this. We do have Jean-Mi and Gyarados hunting down that Decidueye, popping that knock-knock, which means they're stuck in place. Metagross ends up popping the Unite move, not able to build a wall, but they're going to charge towards 60s. It's 2 down on either side now.
Oh, the Unite's coming out from the Gyarados, run on top of everybody. That's going to only land on 2, but it's still 2 great targets. Utao, though, is going to be undestroyable here. Galaxy, the only remaining member for the side of Grim Reapers, going down now. They're going to be down for 23 seconds. When they're back up, there's only going to be 20 seconds left. I'm not sure if they're going to burn on this Rayquaza. They don't have that much damage, or maybe they do have more damage than I thought. Just, I think, on that, only that Zacian alone, they're going to see the return as well of the Decidueye, and that is a secure. That is certainly going to be a win. 22 seconds left. They're almost not going to be in time to get these scores in, but they will. They would have won regardless. Gen 5, after losing game number 1, making it back 2 games straight for a dominant victory in game number 3, and I would say well earning their spot at Worlds 2025.
This has been a common story throughout the season for Gen 5, getting multiple round 3s throughout the season, losing that first one and then taking it to the following 2 after that. But yeah, as you mentioned, they are going to be our next qualified team to Worlds alongside Nouns.
I feel like if we talked about this at any point in the season, that would be our expected first 2 teams from EU to qualify.
First and second seed. It makes sense. It makes sense.
Well, but it was really great play from Grim Reapers. I just feel like maybe some of their off-meta choices were a little bit too off-meta. A little bit surprising, but regardless...
what's more off-meta than the
That's true. That's true. Share? And look, we get to see the damage there. Experience share Pokemon leading damage in a game. I really don't know if there's any more that we need to say about that. That is certainly... this is a video game.
This is just a testament to just what this whole match was. It was just an absolute scramble from the get-go. I cannot believe having Decidueye experience share top damage, but look at this. Gen 5 pretty much securing every single objective that match. So they really had just that momentum, that force. You took game 1 of us that first time round. That was more just to get Grim Reaper's hopes up, potentially.
I will say, though, I do always love talking about the great things that the team that didn't win did, and I feel like the start of that Rayquaza fight, where they snuck around the top and they took out Decidueye immediately, was huge. But again, you have to remember that you're actually taking out an EXP share Pokemon, and then after that, it was Metagross that was just unstoppable, which has been another big powerhouse pick. It's just, if you don't get to that point, you don't really get to see how invincible it can be, but it was there. There just was not enough damage on the side of Grim Reapers. Right there, that was a great jump that we ended up seeing from especially Galaxy, but unfortunately, it was just not quite enough, and Gen 5 was in control after really getting initiated on in a really strong way.
But you could even just see the 3 remaining members for Gen 5, the way that they just picked one member after one member remaining to eventually wipe them all out. And yes, they didn't actually need to take this Rayquaza, considering they were in the lead, but you don't even want to risk giving it to the other team there. But Utah on the Metagross once again. Oh, it's a gyro ball, but this time it was actually that Zen headbutt rather than that magnet rise, just to get that lockdown and zoom on towards their opponents, which really paid off in that final stretch.
Yeah, Metagross has been a pick that we've been seeing do really well across the last few metas, especially, when there's a lot more assassin focus, but it's looking like it's going to be great as well right now. Like I said, it's also probably going to be a pretty decently good pick against Decidueye. I could definitely be wrong about that, but I could have to imagine that. It's got physical defense. Decidueye does a lot of physical damage. You're going to be able to dive relatively well. If you get the Unite off on the Decidueye, it's not going to escape. But we'll see if that ends up happening later on in the day, because that's a win. That's our second team qualified, and it's I mean, well earned. You love to see the teams that have been doing so well over the course of the season earn their spots.
Yes, exactly. All of their hard work has paid off after all. So now they can just go and relax for the time being until we end up heading into that winners finals and see who actually secures their first spot in the grands. But I believe we're heading down into the lower bracket up next.
I think we're actually going to winners finals.
Oh,
so
we are.
They can't rest,
we're gonna
actually, I
save
guess.
it.
I think.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that.
Okay.
Immediately, I'm going to be proven wrong. But yeah, so that's going to be another match where, for our first match on broadcast, we're not going to be seeing who's qualifying for Worlds, but being in grand finals does guarantee you the travel award, which is pretty huge, especially for these teams here in EU, where, you know, Worlds, of course, is going to be in Anaheim, if you haven't been keeping up with that. World's largest marble, also there. Definitely true.
But you know what? They may have the world's largest marble, but I think we have the world's biggest screen here.
We might. I think this might be like 40 feet tall. I think that's what Spragle said.
All right. I don't know if that's the right number. Was it 40 feet, 30 feet?
I think
You
it's
know what?
40,
I'm
yeah,
Australian. I don't even use feet.
Yeah,
okay?
I know.
Whose feet are you measuring?
I don't know. I guess well, who's got small feet that's a Pokemon?
I don't
That's a weird question. I don't know.
I don't look at Pokemon feet.
I don't know. We'll figure that out. All right, chat. Tell us which Pokemon has the smallest feet. that's what I want to see chat filled with for sure. But yeah, no. I mean, it's absolutely.
Darkrai. Have you seen?
Oh
those
yeah, the little
Darkrai?
legs. The little legs.
Yeah,
Yes.
the little
yes.
stuff. I feel like they're tiny feet.
Every time I see them, when they stretch out, I go, little legs.
The little legs.
That's got to be like 1,000 Darkrai feet, though, if I'm being 100% honest.
Whoa, okay, I think we need to move on from feet here.
I do think so as well. I assume that we're probably done here. We're probably ready to be going to a break. And like I said, I believe we're going to be going to winners finals after this. So I'm very excited to see which of these teams are going to earn their place in the grand finals. So you're not going to want to go anywhere because we're going to be back to see who's going to make it into the top 2 right after this. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
They could be setting up a situation where they are the Grim Reapers of
Hey! What are the chances? We haven't seen Cramorant
Vision
for
today.
so
I'm so confused.
These are some of my favorite Pokemon.
Grim!
I know. I had to take a look at actually what the items were because.
I see something. It's this.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
What, is that real?
What? We haven't experienced yet this situation.
I wasn't even looking at that, if I'm being honest.
Waiting for chaos to just ensue as these birds do end up spawning. Otherwise, Umbreon ends up getting taken down by that Sacred Sword. Megu trying to get out with...
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are with 2 teams in EU now confirmed heading to Worlds.
Yeah, it's exciting time. We got Gen 5, we got Nouns already qualified, and this is going to be an amazing winners finals we have coming up for you. But we did want to talk about a very short clip that happened in our last matchup. Something really exciting. I think you two on the commentary, yes, we're talking a lot about how Megu just secured absolutely every single objective. I actually want to bring up a clip where they technically didn't, but they kind of did. So we have this clip right here. This is a fight around a bottom Reggie with great positioning by Grim Reapers, if we are being honest. But if I'm going to play this out, I'm going to play this in slow-mo so you can see. Watch where Megu Zacian is, right over here. Now, at this moment, they receive the Bliss assistance, right? Of course, a great maneuver. Blissey, one of the best secure Pokemon in the game. We've all seen that canonically in the past. But if I play this out, they receive the Bliss assistance in this tall grass right here, and then they immediately proceed to move all the way into the opposite side of the Reggie. In doing this, it actually allows the Blissey to carve all the way through the Reggie on the other side, knocking it out and securing the objective for the team. I thought that was absolutely awesome. That's all we got for the clip, but I do have here some really exciting stuff, and I actually wanted to get our commentators to maybe demonstrate it, seeing as we have all this space in the venue. So if everybody could just get up from the chair, that'd be awesome. Wonder Chef, if we could stage you right here, you could be the Reggie. Spraggles, I believe, already called dibs on Blissey, so you could stand over there. Kello, you will be Zacian. So we want to play this out. Of course, it happened. Zacian, you're doing your thing. Kello's, you're getting action. You're moving around. Bliss assistance starts coming in, and then Kello immediately moves over to the opposite side of the Reggie, allowing the Blissey to take out the Reggie. So yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
2 years at Juilliard, then they kicked me out. But I learned a lot. Sliding, obviously, necessary for that. Otherwise, we would never do it.
All right. Well, I do hear that we have an interview ready with Utah. So, Wonder Chef, would you like to go interview Utah?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
You just chose me. Sorry, I'm getting our microphone. Very important.
Oh, yes. We need to make sure that they hear.
Utah, hello. Can you hear us?
Hello, guys.
Hey, how's it
Can
going?
you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
I'm fine. I'm so happy. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I was gonna ask originally. How are the team feeling morale-wise? Obviously, you're happy, but you're now at a point where you have been playing. How many months has this season been? A long time, and you can now say that you are qualified for Worlds 2025. How does that feel for the whole team?
Yeah, it feels great. First of all, I wanted to be sorry because we FF on stream. We actually it was an accident, so I wanted to apologize for that. And yeah, I mean, all the team is happy. We worked so hard to be there, and yeah, that's all.
All right. I mean, yeah, you got to be happy. And you know what? You have fun stream. It was just once, at least. Just keep it in mind. But you're now past the main thing. Of course, now you have matches to get back to. But I do have a meta question to ask. So a lot of us here were obviously very excited about all of the Decidueye play. Why do you feel like Decidueye is so heavily back in the meta?
I think this is very strong because of the range, and with the new item the bracer, I think Spraggle talked about it, and I mean, yeah, you can just poke the enemies with the Spirit Shackle. Yeah, deal a lot of damage, and the ult is very useful for defending the pad and poke the enemies so they can walk away from it. And, yeah.
All right, Matt, makes a lot of sense. The new items are huge for the meta. Did anybody on desk have any questions here for Utah?
Yeah, Utah, I had one. We've seen you now play defenders, we've seen you play carries, and we've seen Decidueye have an experience share. So clearly Gen 5 is pretty flexible. What do you prefer right now? Do you prefer playing the defender role for the team, or is something like that Metagross more comfortable for you?
I think I still like to play carry because I just play this whole 4 years now, but I don't like to play defender. I really like the role, but yeah, I just like to play carries.
Sure.
All right. Well, hopefully we're going to get a chance to talk to you more later as this tournament's not over. But is there anything that anybody you'd like to give a shout out to? Anything you'd like to say out there to the people who've been supporting you over the course of the season? Because, hey, you now know where your season is going to end, and it's going to be at Worlds.
Yeah, I want to thank all my teammates and all the members of Gen 5 that help us for make this happen. I want to thank the support, all the supporters that support us during this season. And yeah, the job is not done. We need to continue to play this BO. And yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys so much.
Oh, no, thank you. And congratulations, but you've got a match right ahead of you right now, so we're going to let you go, and good luck with that. But, yeah, we are going to be heading right back on over to this match. But, of course, a huge congratulations to them once again for qualifying for Worlds.
Yeah, pretty incredible stuff. And now we have, you know, the clash of the Titans here coming up in the winners finals, Nouns and G5.
Yep, as I said, who's going to be the bride? Who's going to be the bridesmaids here today? We're going to have to determine it once again like we have. So, I mean, winners finals coming up next. Getting that travel award, though, would just come in handy for either of these teams.
Money always comes in handy.
Love money.
You get, I love.
Oh.
I can't get enough of money. I won't stop talking about it. It's either money or sliding around in this studio. That's really all I got on my mind right now. This is going to be incredible for these two teams. This is, I think, who you want to see in your winners finals.
Yeah. Now, I do believe at this point we have a bit of an update on the bracket where it's at, because obviously we've been very focused on these winners matches and the World's qualification games. There have been games ongoing off of the stream. Of course, we have had the chance to capture a little bit of that gameplay, so I think we've been following along on Komai's journey specifically. So we're going to be jumping back into their game.
Yeah, taking a look at it right here as we saw the draft to start this out. Suicune, Snorlax in that bottom path. Such an incredible path that we saw with Nouns earlier.
More Venusaur showing up, but this time the Solar Beam variety in this matchup.
More Decidueye too.
And we're going to see the Espeon, which is something we haven't seen too much. I'm assuming, is that Zante on it? It's a little bit hard way for me to see, but Zante, of course, a great player. So that was my guess.
Yeah, this Decidueye, I mean, Solar Beam, Venusaur, Snipe Shot. I always think of it as Snipe Shot. Spirit Shackle, Decidueye.
Yeah,
I know.
all of us.
It's so easy to do, but it's the range that EU is playing at is really interesting, going from a speedster meta, which is just crazy dives and burst damage, now to this long-range game. It's really exciting here in regionals.
And again, this incredible composition with Snorlax, Suicune being that just terrifying front line, and no surprise to me that they have such a good start for Kamai. And in this second game, Kamai's going to be playing the orange side of your screen, and again, more Espeon, and it's having a great amount of, well, it gets hit by Decidueye there, but the Unite move right before was really cool.
But
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. We don't really know what to expect. We have Garchomp this match, but then we also have Mimikyu being selected on that side as well. So, I mean, I love that we are getting a variety of Pokemon coming on through.
Double Snipe Comp as well. That's pretty gnarly. We haven't seen that for a while. I love Double Snipe Comp. I wonder if we're going to see Mew at all. Mew, I feel like, could kind of work out into this current meta, but it kind of works like into all the metas if you have a really good Mew player.
Oof, this final fight going so well for Kamai. Obviously having that Registeel buff doing a lot of work for them in that team fight. And we saw that double snipe composition kind of run into the Mimikyu. A tough thing for it to deal with, but of course in this later fight, it's only 20 seconds left. You're at sub 100 points. It's a tough position, so Kamai just kind of outfight and move on in your bracket 2-0. And we do have that updated look. Obviously, Los Caracados has been waiting for a minute because they had to wait for the loser of that Gen 5 versus Grim Reapers match.
Yeah, it's a scary one, too. Grim Reapers look pretty incredible there. Komai in a great position right now. And then, as we talked about before, Nouns Gen 5 coming up next to see who's going to be heading to Grands through the winter side.
Yeah, we're now at a point where like every match is going to be like real. Well, I mean, we're at the point where like the next match in losers is going to be really important, is what I should say. Where that's going to be the one to qualify for Worlds. Of course, all the other matches are going to be for very big prizing, a lot of money, which as we've heard is pretty good. It's a pretty cool thing.
Really?
Zoinks loves it.
Oh.
He loves it.
I don't want anyone to think I don't love it, too, because I love it. I love it. Yeah.
Don't have a lot of it. I just love it.
Oh, I want it. I'm not saying I have it. I certainly want it.
Exactly.
Well, I want it, I don't got it, so...
I love that we had no way to transition out of that.
So, let's talking about money. I love money.
You sound like Mr. Krabs here.
Let's take a look. We actually do have something we wanted to take a look at here. Some of the big moments from that last game that you two got to cast. Here's some replays from the Nouns game, actually, I think.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, so yeah, that Nouns team looking so fantastic. We're excited to see them match up against Gen 5. I mean,
Same.
it feels like those are obviously the two favorites to win this entire tournament. This winter finals, I think, is a very safe call to say it will likely be a preview of a grand finals later on today.
Very possible, right? I mean, one of them's obviously heading to Grands, but you could easily see both of them head to Grands. Nouns is the kind of team that moves through a loser's bracket to win the entire thing, so even if Gen 5 sends them down, I think they still got to feel pretty good about their chances, and everyone in this position must be feeling pretty good right now because they have secured their spot.
Kello, you were the one on this desk with by far the most experience of commentating Gen 5 versus Nouns games. You have had quite a few opportunities of them. So when these teams have matched up before, and they've been in different forms, but now we're looking at a very, very good Nouns esports. A shaky game one for Gen 5, but other than that, a good look. How are you feeling about this matchup between these two teams?
Well, look, as we said earlier on, when you put pen to paper, Nouns is the one that has come out on top 90% of the time. I don't know if my calculations are correct there.
We won't check.
So, you know, Nouns are obviously looking good. I mean, when you look at the history of these players, the core three there being Bruv, Gatlu and Adesu, they haven't just joined together this year. They've been together since 2022, first season. So the fact that obviously, yes, we did have Gatlu jump off to some other team. We won't talk about that story there that I mentioned earlier. You know, we forget that era, but pretty much the
That
fact
weekend.
that they have come
It's a crazy weekend.
That was
back
crazy.
together again, and that's the thing. I mean, even then during mid-season, they actually ended up disbanding. But I guess they just realized, oh hey, we actually need each other, and ended up getting back together. So it's just been this absolute roller coaster of Nouns story that we've had. I mean, at the start of the season, the fact that we actually got to see Blaine come and play as well was actually really fun. And having Inda coming all the way from the NA region to play in EU for Nouns, like, just this story is so interesting, and because it's just so deep, and it's one of the longest stories that we've had in Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. So, but the thing is, I mean, Gen 5, they also have a veteran squad, veteran players on their side. So this is definitely going to be a spicy matchup.
Absolutely. Well, Zoinks and I are going to take a break here, and we're going to let you two handle these winners finals. Good luck.
All right.
Have fun.
Also, by the way, we are now in a best of 5 situation. First to 3. So normally that's only within grand finals, but we're at a pretty big event right now. And we can take a look now, starting at these bans. And honestly, we're seeing some pretty similar bans throughout the entire day. But we are going to see it shifted up slightly. The Blissey being banned when the Blissey wasn't even picked in a lot of the previous games is pretty interesting, and it does look like for the first time, I think today maybe, we are going to see Psyduck go through and then immediately get picked on the side of Nouns.
One thing I have absolutely loved this season is seeing Inda on the Psyduck. So the fact that Gen 5 haven't decided to ban it this time round is a really interesting call. I guess Snorlax and Suicune are just too much of a threat for whatever they have cooking here, but similar composition like we saw in that previous match, that Zacian and that Umbreon being picked on up for their side.
We are going to see the return of this Espeon, which we only saw in that off-stream match, and then Bruv immediately going for this Lapras. So once again, the Lapras is going to be big. I feel like that's the next question we need to ask as far as meta picks, is why the Lapras to these teams. Alolan Raichu going very late in the draft altogether, considering the fact it was only banned or first pick so far on stream, I think.
I'm wondering if Bruv knew this was actually going to happen, but to prioritize Lapras over Alolan Raichu, I guess this is the thing. It's one of those situations where Nouns are sticking with what they know, what they are comfortable with. Alolan Raichu is the newest Pokemon to hit the fray, so, I mean, I feel like they'd still be pretty successful at running it, but I mean, Adesu on Espeon. I know that Adesu loves all of those evolutions, so to see him rock that again is really interesting. But wait a minute! Tyranitar?
Interesting. Not a pick that I would expect, although I suppose maybe the true damage that it deals is going to be really good against the Lapras and the shields of the Gyarados, maybe. I mean, I guess there's just a lot of shields on the side of Nouns. Maybe that's the strategy, but certainly we're talking about off-meta picks. Who knows? Maybe this is the next meta pick. I don't know anything anymore about this game, as we've shown today. But that is very, very cool, and I'm sure Zoinks, wherever he is very excited for this. But we're going to see the Rocky helmet on it as well. Rocky helmet, Assault Vest, Tyranitar. Let's go, baby! Pokemon UNITE.
Yeah, so I guess going more of that defensive build for this Tyranitar rather than the attacker run at them. So I'm really interested to see what Utal's role is going to be in this composition. I mean, the thing is, they do have those two late scalers there, being that Talonflame and that Tyranitar, to get those two evolutions, whereas, well, Nouns, they're running more of an early game composition as long as they can get this Gyarados here online ASAP.
Another interesting thing to mention, you can see right above my head right here, there's an EXP share.
Another one?
EXP share on the Alolan Raichu. So we're going to see a lot of really interesting support picks for sure today. But yeah, I was wondering about that once they did make that last pick. I was like, oh, they're not going to choose any like true hard supports. But really interesting draft, certainly. And this is going to be a longer set again. First to 3, best of 5, as you can see on the screen. Nouns on the purple on the left and Gen 5 on the right. We've seen both these teams already on broadcast today, but only one of them can make it to the winner's side of Grand Finals.
Well, there is still a long road ahead. As you said, it is a best of 5, but we can see Toon on that Darkrai has taken that central area for their side, and we do have that Fletchling on the side for Gen 5.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of time until that Fletchling is fully powerful, but on the other side, the Darkrai, especially being a non-EXP share Darkrai, it's going to be scary pretty early. And again, yeah, we got to watch this because I have no idea how this Tyranitar is going to do. Utal playing it is probably a pretty good sign, but boy, this is a terrifying path to fight against. Lapras early on is very scary. Espeon early on is very scary. They go in, they immediately have to back up. Snow just saying, okay, well, we're not going to be able to be too aggressive there, even with a Pikachu in your path, which is well, I mean, it's Alolan Raichu, Pikachu, but you're not going to have the range to deal with what that path can kind of defend against.
Well, I guess having that Alolan Raichu Pikachu, you don't actually have the stun that traditional Pikachu would have. Otherwise, we do have a rotation up in that top path. Indy is quite low, but able to eject button out there and save themselves as Gen 5 are able to soak up all of these birds. We still do not have a Gyarados on the field yet.
Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, the biggest thing is, a lot of times I've been known to say that 8 minutes is a pretty good average, but you really want it like right now.
Right now.
If you can get that Gyarados down to fight for the 8-minute EXP that spawns, it is one of the best at it. You know, it's got a lot of AoE damage, it's got a little mobility to be able to jump through that center area, so that's going to be really, really happy for Nouns to get that early evolution, but nobody really preemptively moving towards this 8-minute EXP, as there's a lot of aggression, a lot of attempts to stack maybe on both sides, and we are going to see Lunder maybe go up as it's about to spawn, but they might be a little bit out of range with 3 members of Nouns now in that center area looking for that EXP.
Yeah, but you can see Utal is there defending that pad, not wanting to allow Bruv to get in any extra stacks, but they can't stop them with only 5 points. Otherwise, Toon is going to inch ever so closer to Suzuro, putting them to sleep. Not able to knock them out just yet, but foul play back into the KO, which means they get sent back to the Pokemon Center, followed up by that bird and dog.
That was a great, like, engage. That was a great foul play to take, like, half HP off of everybody there. But then Zacian was just not quite able to finish it all off. Like, there was the potential to get 2-3 KOs right there. Just unfortunate, the damage a little bit low. So it still wasn't, like, a wrong call, per se, by Gen 5. It was just not quite enough damage. And Gatlu, now, especially with those extra KOs, getting the quick evolution is definitely going to be a scary threat as far as things go in the future. Toon Slim is going to put Utal to sleep, but not able to fully get the KO. It didn't seem like they were that focused on it. They just want the points, they want the experience, and they're doing a pretty good job of taking that, at least, as Bruv trying to get out. Such low HP, and actually will be able to escape.
Yeah, I guess demonstrating that Lapras is potentially a top defender pick here, being able to just soak up all of that damage, has grabbed themselves a berry, so is back at half HP, but Gen 5, they've actually decided not to contest this Registeel. Instead, you can see on the minimap that they're all pivoting up towards that top path, giving this Registeel for free to now towards Nouns.
Yep, we get a chance to see that on the pip, which is very cool. This is going to be the Regieleki going in, possibly? I thought they were going to be a little bit more aggressive with it now since they saw so many people down bottom. They finally are. They just like shifted down. Maybe there was an EXP to get there. Nice! A beautiful eject button to get out of that Unite from the Gyarados, who did decide to stop defending, and that Regieleki did go in. So points going in. Didn't seem like they had too many altogether to throw into there. So now it's still up by quite a bit on points, 98 points. But there's, I guess there was an opportunity maybe for somebody else to come in and score. They just left it at 12.
Yeah, that's surprising considering that Regieleki was there, but I mean, we look at these points here, it's only Lunda that has full pockets at 30, so not being able to take that opportunity, but they're going in for a dive. Once again, we do have that Flame Sweep missing its mark. Snow not able to pick a target, so a resource has been utilized.
Flame Sweep and missing every single opponent. Name a more iconic duo.
Walls, Talonflame and Walls.
Yeah, that's true. That is, yeah. Oh, well, that kind of does go together, right? Those kind of are a pair. But right now, we are going to see a great little engage, and this is one of the first fights that we're going to see Utah at full power for. Right now, the Toonslam getting the majority of the KOs and getting KO'd in return. A lot of the damage coming back from the side of Gen 5 after that first initiation. However, they are going to have to back up. That's still a great KO for them. I mean, nobody else in this game is level 11 except for Toonslam on that Darkrai, so they got a lot of Rubber Band EXP for that, and they've just got to hold on tight. I mean, we're only halfway through the game. The points lead is pretty decent, but not like huge, not game ending. And Gen 5 definitely a team that pops off a little bit later on compared to Nouns.
Yeah, well, we already have that Talonflame that has reached that 11 mark, along with a Tyranitar at level 10, so does have this Unite move come this next objective. Is going to lay down the sand, just trying to stop Nouns in their tracks, but we do have Raichu and Umbreon also popping their Unite moves here, trying to look for a KO, but it looks like Brav is going to use their Lapras Express to get themselves out of the way and back to safety. Dive back in with a huge surf to stun out Utah, but that Reg Ice still goes to the side of Gen 5.
It was a great play. It was really cool. Maybe could have hit a few more, but I mean, the fact that you were able to use that as an escape and then use it for something else, and then eventually you do get KO'd, which is unfortunate. But regardless, I think that was really, really cool. Now Gen 5 pushing forward. Utah just standing on this goal zone, and there's a lot of shields, but you got to expect the true damage is definitely going through those. Unfortunately, Utah will fall before any major KOs happen. And that's going to be 2 more down on the side of Gen 5, not able to get that push to work. And I certainly see the damage going through from the Tyranitar, but it's just not being followed up on quite enough.
But it was just the amount of crowd control that Nouns had there. They didn't even give the Tyranitar the breathing space to go and utilize their Unite move, provide them with that shielding. But we do have that other Regieleki that has spawned on up, so Nouns are looking to take this for free with no one in Gen 5 in sight currently.
Yeah, this is going to go over to the Tier 2. I'm assuming they're going to have to defend against that. You certainly don't want that lead to grow any further. I always like to say the 200 points lead is a pretty much what you want at the end of the game to make it so that, oh, well, they saw an enemy. They're like, whoa, whoa, I don't like that ring on the ground.
Jump scared then.
I mean, I didn't literally get jump scared, but the damage is jump scary, right? Like you definitely see that red ring on the ground. You're like, whoa, never mind.
Oh, you don't want to go close to that red ring there because you don't know what's going to fall from the sky. But I mean, 2 minutes 54 seconds left to go. 208 to 79 points. So Nouns, they obviously have good control of the map with both of those Tier 1 pads gone for Gen 5. But looking at the levels, Gen 5 have definitely caught on up.
Right, I think one good team fight could be everything. There's also a lot of AoE damage from everybody, literally every Pokemon on the side of Gen 5. So if there's an engage that where we see Nouns 2 groups up, this could go very badly, very quickly, and it looks like we could potentially get this fight to actually start the finals fight at the basement Reggie. I don't know, Zero getting picked off immediately.
Yeah, that is actually huge for Nouns because now they're able to go and shred up this Registeel with 5 members there. Oh wait, 4 members, sorry, we're missing Bruv. They're going to secure a special attack and attack buff moving into this final stretch.
Yeah, Bruv maybe just getting some vision, and nobody's going to be there, I think, to stop this score. Bruv didn't keep going up, so they're going to see this. We might see a rip on Ray at this point. Now knowing that there's nobody there, no, they're actually going to completely not. They knew they were ahead by a lot, but they are going to find the engagement, and we're going to see at least Gyarados coming in, popping that Unite, chasing around the backside, not able to catch anybody with that Unite. So everybody just splitting up. The only KO so far happening onto the Espeon on the side of Nouns. This is very, very close.
It is very close, but we still have some Unite moves on hand, especially that Tyranitar, but they get pushed on back by Indy's Psychic there. So not able to make it on in, and you can just see the waves trying to keep him at bay. But now that they're on cooldown, we do have Gen 5 that are starting to shred.
Oh no, there's a lot of secure options. This is really going to a flip. Will it be the fly? No, not going to be able to land. And it's going to be Gen 5. It was the fly in the end. I thought that was wrong, but great timing on that. And Yutao now running with a huge shield, getting broken. However, we are going to see at least a Hundo Burger down on bottom. It looks like maybe the top one was broken as well. Nouns getting a huge score in return. Wait, are all the shields broken?
I think so, because they didn't end up breaking this T1 pad. It's still left on 21 points. And now Yutao is caught up 2v1. There's no other allies in sight to go and help them. But, I mean, time isn't exactly... Wait, they actually have the lead here. Wait,
Zacian did have the shield and scored up in that tier 2.
Gosh.
Right as we went over to this, it looked like they were hiding. I thought maybe their shield was broken because they did get into an engagement, but now it does look like in the end, this lead will be going to Gen 5. There's still a chance if anybody can get over there, but the problem is they need to defend as well, and nobody's even close. They may not even realize that they're behind. Nouns is not booking it towards the other side. I mean, they're starting to now, but they had the opportunity. They didn't send anybody over there, and it doesn't look like anybody can score in time. 3 seconds left. Maybe Psyduck, maybe Ender. Can anything go in? It looks like no.
I'm actually so surprised at how close that match ended up going, but first match for Gen 5, taking that game win as we saw on the big screen. In the end there, 308 to 367 points. The fact that they were on the back foot for the majority of that match, getting obviously the back caps, but the Rayquaza shields, even if majority of them ended up getting broken, still paid off for them.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. Again, at the end of that, I feel like maybe Nouns didn't realize that they were behind. Maybe they thought they were ahead, but they eventually did, kind of send forward. However, there was a cap as well, kind of a back cap from Gen 5, so they got 40 more points from that 327. You can see that there on the end of the graph. But, I mean, at that point, with only, 327, you only need... 19 more points, so then if you had 10 points in pockets at the end there, and they were able to get that 10 points in anywhere, if that other 40 hadn't happened, then Nouns could have brought that back, but they didn't seem like they were in a rush.
Toon did have 11 points as they were rushing towards the goal, but they had the Alolan Raichu in their tracks. So, I mean, 11 points, that would have been enough, but just time wasn't on their side. It seems like they were, not realizing, oh, hey, we might actually be behind here.
Yeah, definitely an interesting end, but I mean, we definitely can't 100% guess what happened at the end right there. However, it was really close, so we can talk about what happened the rest of the match, where this Rayquaza fight honestly didn't go as maybe expected. I would say. A lot of it did start from seeing that big back cap, which was undefended up top in that top tier 2 goal zone, with Gen 5 being able to catch up in points. And then they really engaged upon that. It seemed like one member got caught out on the side of Nouns, and they just weren't able to quite recover. It was a really awkward situation. But then, of course, even once they took Rayquaza, the shields were broken very quickly. They weren't able to hold on to that many of them. So it was really, really close either direction.
Yeah, but it is best of 5 after all. It is only the first game there, so there is that chance for that comeback. But we do have our player of the game. I mean, the big red circle on the ground. Well, this is because of Snow on the Talonflame, rocking that Flame Charge Fly build.
Yeah, I mean, even aside from like damage or KOs or anything like that, the big thing was just where they were as far as points, right? They were the ones who got the Hundo Burger in, back cap right as that 2-minute point started, and then also they were the ones who secured the Rayquaza with the fly. So both of those things hugely important. Really great timing on that. I actually for a second thought that they didn't get it with the fly, but I mean their timing was just so perfect. And if it wasn't for all of that, certainly we do not see that as a win for Gen 5, but excellent, excellent play. So now we're going to go into game number 2, but a reminder again, I know I have to keep saying it, we're going to say this a lot this weekend, this is going to be a 3 out of 5 set. We normally don't get a chance to see these teams play against each other in so many back and forth games within a set. So a lot of time for adaptation. This is not potentially it for Nouns. They've got time.
They do have time, but one thing they have to focus on is these bans. We have Blissey and Hooper locked on down for Nouns once again. Snorlax and Suicune aren't going to see the light this time, but Nouns at their first pick position. Inda is going to make sure to lock in their trusty duck.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be pretty much always a perfectly solid choice for the rest of this tournament, and especially if you give it to someone like Inder, it's going to be so incredibly impactful. On the other side, we're seeing a lot of early Eldegoss picks.
Yeah.
Even when their support's picked on the other side. I mean, obviously, this is one where you could really pick both of those if you wanted to have the duck already and then steal away the Eldegoss, but I'm surprised at how high priority we're seeing from Eldegoss.
Was Eldegoss another one of those Pokemon that got hit by this secret patch that we haven't heard about?
I guess so.
Oh, but I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see how it does pair up with the Zacian. The other 3 Pokemon still to come, but ooh, Gatlu is going to lock down the Talonflame for themselves, taking that away from Gen 5.
Well, there's still a lot of really good picks that they could go to, but we'll have to see what it ends up actually being. And yeah, I do have to expect that maybe there's a good chance that we could see, well, I was going to say the Darkrai stolen away, but this would be interesting to see a double speedster. Absol, no, okay, ooh, a Metagross as well, going to be a good pick, and that is what we're going to see. Metagross, we obviously saw how strong that was in the previous sets that we watched, but this is looking like a pretty strong comp, I would say, altogether from Gen 5 in my eyes.
Yeah, I think knowing that you have Gatlu on the Talonflame, this is just one of those safer picks, being able to deal with the dive that may come from them. But we get to see Brav on the Lapras once again, and Toon on the Buzzwole, unless there's going to be a switch up here later on during those final... Wait, I was going to say, are we going to see some Wiggly? No way Utah plays Wiggly. No, they're going to play Leafeon this time around.
I do like the Leafeon. There's a lot of really scary Pokemon that you don't want to be perfectly next to, I think, on the side of Nouns. And so getting that extra range from the Leafeon is going to be pretty nice, especially though you're still going technically kind of 2 speedsters, right? But you've got a little bit extra range as far as it goes on them and a little bit more utility. So I do like that quite a bit. I really like Gen 5's draft. I said it before, continue to say it here. I feel like the side of Nouns' draft, I like it a lot too. I'm surprised that we haven't seen more Buzzwole after it got those pretty good buffs.
I think what's really interesting is they don't really have any long-range damage on either side. Yes, we do have a Desu on the Espeon, which is mid-range along with Darkrai, but this is just a very upfront brawly composition. But even then, last round, yeah, there were a few battles here and there, and the damage overall wasn't really that impactful. So whether we're actually going to end up seeing these squads play it a little bit more safe, because, well, I mean, there is a lot on the line here for this match, or whether they're actually just going to end up running at each other this time around.
Yeah, it's scary. I mean, the thing is, you don't really want to be close to each other on either side. So I'm not 100% sure what your best strategy is going to be. I do feel like the utility on the side of Gen 5 is a little bit stronger. Like, they could maybe catch somebody with a sleep, or maybe catch somebody out with Metagross, who is probably going to be the only Pokemon who can safely just kind of like YOLO in and just be like, yep, that's my time to start.
You did not just say YOLO in.
You can do it. You can do it. If it's popping off, it's accurate. All right. Well, anyway, game 2 of our best of 5 set here. Nouns on the left, Gen 5 on the right. Gen 5 already starting off with a lead, which I would certainly say is an upset way to start off. But I mean, these teams have played against each other so much.
So much. I don't know how many more times I can say so here. Otherwise, we do have Gatlu taking that central area this time around. Leafeon is going to only take the red buff, as you can see on the mini-map, as Bruff is just trying to put a bit of pressure on London. Okay, we have that experience shared Decidueye. We have experience shared Darkrai, which I guess isn't really unusual at this point, because it is something we have seen pop up time and time again.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of it. I was talking about that earlier. Oh my gosh, I almost just got like one shot right there, but normally I'm a huge fan of it. You get so much utility out of it. I mean, right, it's got CC, it's got sleep, it's got the ability to use that Unite and just take somebody out of the fight completely. And even with the EXP share, it usually wins those fights pretty easily. It's so good while allowing everybody else to get that experience. And with the amount of damage that you want on Gen 5's team, I feel like that makes a whole lot of sense. But it's going to be definitely a different playstyle than we see when Toon Slim's playing it, who chooses to play it a lot more like a true, I guess, damage dealer.
Well, I feel like everything's bringing a little bit of damage to this match here, including the Psyduck as well. I mean, even though it ended up getting that nerf quite a while back, I feel like it's still really impactful. But one thing that isn't as impactful is going to be a Beldum, as Utah does get taken down by Nouns.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very potentially aggressive path. We saw this before, the Lapras plus the Espeon. That's going to be very hard to deal with. It does a lot of damage. It's kind of peak efficiency early on in the game, so you don't have to wait for it to be scary, while other things, like for example the Beldum, are just not super powerful quite yet. And we're seeing that now with Nouns. It's a 61-point lead. They've got a KO lead. Everything's going in their favor. Looks like they might have got a pretty good amount of that center EXP as well. And just for extra EXP, the Leafeon, can they get one more? It looks like they will. This is looking like Nouns is very happy about the start of this game.
Yeah, and the fact that they have 4 members up here able to dunk in some points. But one thing we have to point out as well, this is different from the Talonflame that we saw last match. Gatlu is running that Brave Bird composition, and I guess considering Gen 5's comp, the fact that they need to stick together, this Brave Bird could actually pay off dividends if they're able to hit multiple members and get that damage reduction.
Ooh, was that Leaf Life, by the way, which was buffed, so cool to see. We're going to see not quite the usual of what we tend to see, well, I guess the past several years from Buzzwole. But another little interesting there, Ender had points to score and didn't score, and it wouldn't have broken. I'm not exactly 100% sure why that was the case, but they are going to be able to get not a huge overdunk right there, but they're so far ahead in points, 141-0. I think they just want to take this tier 1 before the Regieleki, who now is probably going in for free.
Yeah, this is a really interesting play from Nouns to go and prioritize this Regieleki, where Gen 5 are able to take this Regi steal for free. But it's just a matter of whether they're going to be able to defend that Regieleki, considering they don't have those jump pads available just yet.
Yeah, they really didn't. I mean, so it's interesting. Nouns, they like prioritize, quote unquote. I'm doing air quotes, you just can't see it. Regieleki, but by that I mean they sent one person there when Gen 5 sent none, and the rest of their team was just like kind of off doing their own thing. Nobody tried to go down for the basement Regi. Nobody tried to steal it. There was an invade, so it does seem like maybe there was some experience gain on the side of Nouns, and they are ahead by a lot of experience across the board, which now they're using to push down this basement tier 1. Well, looks like they maybe aren't going to get it, but they've got so much XP on their side as well, and they're ahead by so many points. Everything looking beautiful.
Yeah, this is actually looking really good. 191 points currently to 0 on Gen 5 side. We already have a level 11 Talonflame on the map, where the highest level so far on Gen 5 is that Zacian at level 10. But the benefit is that tier 1 pad has been depleted, so they have those comeback in DDs to try and get online.
Yeah, and it's wild to be at 191 points when there's still a tier 1 goal zone left. Like, that is pretty impressive, and it does seem like they're probably going to get it at some point soon. But at the moment, they don't really need the extra space. I get a feeling probably before the next basement Regi, they'll end up taking it or trying to take it, just so that they can continue to deny that Indeedee EXP, like you were talking about. But at the moment, everybody just kind of sitting in the center path. Not really a path, but the center area, waiting for anybody else to make a wrong move. And we are going to see now this basement Regi starting to spawn. No big movement from Nouns. A lot of people in Nouns are just standing still. Look at that. We got the bird just sitting in the center area. We can see the Buzzwole just sitting up top. Everybody's just kind of chilling.
I feel like there's some imitation happening here. They're trying to be sitting ducks. But really, it's funny how it was only Inda, the actual duck, the one that was only moving around. So, I mean, that's all backwards. But you know what? Moving on, we do have a Regirock here. Flamesleep able to chuck out 2 of those members up against the wall. Leafeon has been taken down. And Cezuro is trying to make a run for it, but it ends up being a Desu to finish the job.
That was a nice little combo of the Psychic Slayer and the Flame Sweep. It locked people in place, so the Flame Sweep actually hit somebody, which is always going to be rare at this point. Right now, Lunder, wow, just to win that 1v1, does get taken down in return, though, and this That's going to be a huge amount of members of Gen 5 going down. No attempts to take the base with Reggie from Nouns. Very interesting. They just regrouped. They're going to try and steal it, but they basically just handed it over for free. No, Leafeon will be able to get that secure. No good steal from the Espeon from Adesu. So it's interesting to see that they just backed up quite so far. U-Town now trying to get some points in up top, is that Rayquaza is there and untaken.
Oh, but look at this. This is going to be a juicy overdunk in that bottom path. Now putting Nouns at 241 to 45 points. As Gen 5 were able to get in some points up in that top path, but we can see 3 members of Nouns are going to rotate up, looking to ambush this Metagross who's left all alone.
Yeah, you can see from the 1 point willing to probably get KO'd for that last 1 point that Utah was certainly down on stacks a lot, which makes sense because this is the first point scored in that game. But that was 3 stacks now, 3 scores, and it was like 44 and then 1 or something like that, or 46, 1-1, I don't know, something like along those lines. So that's going to be nice, at least for going later on, even if they did get KO'd. That's going to be a nice way to help them get into the fights. However, the Regieleki, while it was alone up there for a long time with Utah, was not taken by Gen 5. And now it's pushing down to this tier 2.
Oh, this is a risky maneuver from Nouns, considering there is those jump pads available, but Darkrai ends up getting taken down, so Nouns are not going to get sent to sleep. Instead, they're just going to go full force, looking to utilize their Unite moves, but the wall ends up cutting off that flame sweep. But even then, after all of that, all members of Gen 5 were wiped out along with the goal.
That was a great play, and it's funny, like you said, it is a more signature combination, I guess. Lunder still trying to 1v1 Adesu, but the trade! All right, everybody go to sleep. It's nighttime now. But
No, we still have a long day ahead of us. Don't take a nap just yet.
Oh, I'm taking a nap right now.
No, we have 25 seconds left to go until the Rayquaza.
True. Okay, I'll take a 20-second nap, 19-second nap. Let's go.
You're going to miss it. You're going to blink and you're going to miss it. But you know what?
That already happened to me today.
347 points to 48. Obviously, it is a best of 5 this set. So, but Gen 5, I mean, what better way? I mean, 2 points on the board if they can somehow make a comeback. But, well, we have 4 level 13s over on their side.
Oh, yeah, it's certainly doable. I mean, there's a level 15 on the side of Nouns, but aside from that, they're like not doing badly. It's just they have to deal with Gatlu. Otherwise, they're not going to stand a chance, and this Metagross could be a good option for it. Metagross, though, being chased down right now. Toonslim going in super deep to try and get that KO. Flame Sweep not going to catch anybody this time, and that's going to be a big win for Gen 5, just getting rid of that. 2 members of Nouns down now.
Megu on 1 HP in a dream, able to make it on out. Gatlu is going to chase him down as Inda is looking to just disturb Lunder, but now they're getting chased down by 4 members. Bruv hiding in the tall grass ends up getting exposed by Indy, and they may potentially be the next target. But, I mean, with 2 members of Nouns down, Gen 5 are now going to go in for the rip.
Oh no, Gatlu's still available here. I mean, Bruv could get the steal, but Gatlu's definitely the one they have to be careful for. It's not flying, and it's gonna be Aldegot's getting the final secure. They're still down by over 200 points. A few members of Nouns are down, but we are gonna see Darkrai not able to get that shield. They were still KO'd for the side of Gen 5. We gotta see how many points they can actually get in. Inder not gonna be able to break this shield for sure. Hundo Burger number 1 going in. We need more than 2, right? So the next Hundo Burger will still leave them behind. They've still got tons of shields, and it does look like that's going to be possibly the next one. They're sneaking all the way around. That's such a small shield. There's no way. That's so scary. Can you get it in? Oh, and they do! Still not quite with the lead. They've got tons of shields. I don't know how Nouns is going to stop this.
You have got to give credit to Megu there to utilize their moves. That way they can go and increase their shield. That way they can pull off that dunk. But as you said, 347 to 314. We do have Leafeon who has 50, gets in the dunk, and now it's 347 to 514. Somehow, Gen 5 have done it again.
They have, from a huge deficit, Gen 5 will win 2 games straight. What a comeback. A beautiful turnaround, all from that fight at Rayquaza. They managed to catch up in levels. They managed to do a great job. But again, that's not the end of the set. That's still only going to be a 2-0 lead. However, with the amount of times that Nouns has defeated Gen 5 over the course of this season, Gen 5 now being up 2 games against them is huge.
Yeah, it is massive. I mean, just that whole match was just very flip-floppy like a Magikarp. We weren't really sure what was happening, but I mean, one thing is for certain. Gen 5 able to lock down that Rayquaza. break that tier 2. Once again, like we saw that last match and that tier 1 pad, even with no Rayquaza shield, Leafeon being able to get that dunk and scoop them up into the lead is incredible.
Yeah, one thing that I do have to say about this final fight, which I'm sure we're going to see a small
Yeah.
replay of in a moment, is that the biggest thing, like I said, it was level 13 across the board for Gen 5. Nouns, their biggest level was Gatlu, and Gatlu went in and went for kind of a big flame sweep. They didn't connect on anybody, and by the time that was over, 2 members of Nouns were basically already down. So they just weren't able to fully use their strongest member of their team, and I think a lot of it too was the fact that the full engagement happened up top, right? It happened not right here where we're looking, but right up top in that tall grass where it's really hard for something like a flame sweep to fully connect on a bunch of members. So just an awkward place to fight for Nouns. They maybe could have backed up a little bit more, but a lot of it was that they had to chase in. They chased in really far. They were going along with Toonslim's engage, and unfortunately the fight just did not go in their favor. So now they've got to really pull it together if they want to make the comeback.
Well, we do have our player of the game this time round, Snow on the Leafeon there. So, I mean, 46k damage, they obviously got those 4 knockouts. They didn't have an SL bracer over on their side, but they did have those attack weight stacks that they needed to get in. But, I mean, that wasn't really until very much later in the game. I think that was their first dunk towards the end, potentially.
Yeah, it was an interesting game as far as scores went. I mean, obviously we saw that until the very final moment of the game, it was still close, right? They needed to get 3 points in. And also, by a note, great way for Gen 5 to be able to sneak around their members with the shields, right? The fact that they managed to get in, it was the Zacian, right, that got in, scored, and then snuck out, and everybody chased them, and then everybody went kind of like past with them, and to use that as a distraction. That was all so smart. Because, yeah, even if you have shields, against these good teams, the shields are not like a 100% guarantee for anything.
You know what's really funny? Usually it's a dog that chases cat, but, well, in this situation, the dog was the one that ended up getting chased on down.
Okay, so actually, it's something interesting, and I kind of see it in the corner of my eye. But, you know, we've been missing somebody here this weekend, and it's somebody who we're just so used to walking in front of the camera on accident, so somebody's going to have to take their place. But at the moment, Dupe Snacks is our eye in the sky, so we do have a segment being able to talk to Dupe Snacks. Let's check it out.
Is it on the big
Thanks,
screen?
Booth Dwellers. I wanted to just ask what winning this tournament would mean to the team, and honestly, their excitement is unparalleled about it. Winning the regional finals, qualifying for Worlds in Anaheim would just be the cherry on top to represent their region on that stage, and of course, visit the world's largest marble. I added that. Back to you in the booth.
You know what? Anaheim may have the world's largest marble, but Dupe Snacks has the world's tiniest mic.
That's true. That's true. I'm actually really impressed that he's had that microphone for months and has not misplaced it, because I would have certainly lost it at this point. But it's always good to see the great Snacks up in the sky. I don't know if you can see how big he is on this screen. Yeah. We need somebody to take a picture of that next time. But he's larger than life, quite literally larger than life. Great to hear that, though. I like the fact, I mean, Dupe Snacks knows so many players that he's going to have a great line in for all of them if they can hear him in his tiny mic.
I've definitely got to say, the whole reporting vibes there,
Yeah.
that was looking great. I mean, tiny mic and reporting vibes. It
From
really,
the 70s maybe, but
I
yeah.
don't remember what it was, but just that whole segment they did of that news report as one of those announcements. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was last year.
Was
right?
it last year? That was brilliant.
Think?
Anyway, it just reminded me of that.
Yeah, he's got so many outfits. It's a little bit ridiculous. But yeah, hopefully we get a chance to hear from him a little bit later. We're still, though, 2 games up for Gen 5, and we're going in a draft of what potentially could be the game that sends Gen 5 forwards into the grand finals of winner's side. And again, if they get this, they do manage to win the travel award, which is huge for these EU teams going to North America.
They get that travel award, but one thing that I know Spraggles is after is that money. I believe
True.
just
Loves
getting
money.
into that grand final secures them 10,000 buckaroonies.
Can I have $10,000, please? Oh, wow, what an interesting ban. We're going to see the Talonflame. You can see there's not even a stat on there, which I'm assuming means 0%, but it was so impactful now, really on both sides. I mean, it's a little bit unfortunate for Gatlu that he just wasn't able to be part of that fight in the last game, but I mean, he was level 15. He got so many KOs, and then the other side in the previous game before that, it was huge as well. So let's just take the bird off the board.
Yeah, you gotta take it out considering we do have players on either side that can play it, but Nouns is going to take away the Zacian from Gen 5 as first pick, so no Duck this time round, but Megu has locked in that Metagross, which has actually been looking pretty well so far, especially pairing it up with a Hooper if it's going to be that trick moveset.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. Despite the fact that we've seen Psyduck banned so much, I feel like it hasn't been super impactful in the games that it has been here. And maybe it's just due to kind of how these fights and how these teams have played out. But we're going to see it potentially go through an entire draft unpicked, as Inder this time is going to be going with the Blissey, and Bruv this time going with the Trevenant. And Tree is not a Pokemon that we've seen so far today, but obviously still huge, one of the biggest CC defenders in the game. And back we go to the Decidueye.
Yeah, Lundaroo locking it on in. Doesn't have the experience shared just yet, but we obviously know things can change. Snow locking in at this Zeraora. I mean, considering there isn't really a backline there that Nouns have as of yet, definitely an interesting pickup here. So I'm wondering what Utah is saving for that last spot.
I'm curious as to why we're seeing the Zeraora. I would say that of all the targets for Zeraora on the other side, there's none. I said that in a weird way, but okay, all right, we're going to see another starter here, and I do have to say, Gen 5's team is so slow to start, right? They've got three Pokemon that need full evolutions. The Hoop and the Zeraora are going to be strong early, but we are going to have a tough early game for Gen 5. If we get to the late game, however, I think they got to be pretty happy. And also, they are going to have the ability to, use the Magikarp on the other side as a little bit more of like a slow start for them to get on board.
Once again, they are really keeping us on our toes this regional finals. It is a completely, not a completely different look, but a completely different look for Nouns so far. A little bit of mix-ups here for Gen 5, especially with this Greninja pick. I mean, earlier on in the day, we did see Greninja as the top pick Pokemon? Or was it
highest win
rate? So whether Utah is going to be able to contribute to that, we'll have to wait and see. But one thing I'm worried for Nouns here is they're all melee based. They have no range over on their side. So how are they actually going to deal with Decidueye in the background, sniping away, or even this Greninja?
Yeah, that's going to be tough. Greninja is going to be really, really good at harassing with little bits of poke damage. It even got that nerf a few patches ago where
Really?
Yeah, I got a nerf.
I don't even remember that.
The direct line was like something along the lines of like it just regenerated too much HP when it was throwing water shurikens. And yeah, so there's going to be a lot of good harass. And I do agree this is going to be very much a spacing game from Gen 5. But they only need one more to make it into Grand Finals here in a game number 3. Nouns has quite the path back to make it themselves. 3 games straight is what they're going to need.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot on the line going into this match, but one thing I can see on that mini-map is we do have Toon going into that central area as that Buzzwole. Indy is chasing down Suzuro. Looks like they're just playing supporter tag here.
Yeah, they're not going to get a KO, but you can't just see the enemy and not do anything about them, right? You're like, we'll just hang out. We'll pretend that we're fighting while everybody else is doing stuff. This is going to be a pretty tough path, I think, for the, or like to see like any, well, never mind. I was going to say some true KOs up top. We're going to see the true KOs going down bottom. Oh, that KO actually came from the Froakie. That's actually pretty good. They want that experience on that Pokemon.
But the fact that we've had the Beldum down in that bottom path the past couple of matches for Gen 5, but sending a Rowlet and a Froakie into that bottom path, I mean, if there is a definition for squishy, that right there. Froakie and a Rowlet together.
Yeah, so I actually didn't look at this, but it seems like it's pretty obvious. It's the EXP shared Decidueye can, right? Yes. Okay. So we didn't even. Yeah. I didn't even look at that. There's so many things to think about this draft. But that is like the most solo queue path I've ever seen casting UCS. I think that is pretty much guaranteed. I feel like I would be really angry seeing that on bottom path, although probably they'd both have EXP share because that's just how it goes in solo queue. But hey, they're making it work really well. The fact that that's the path that got the first KO, hilarious.
Well, considering they were struggling to get points in that previous match, they do at least have 6 points at this mark. But we do have Gatlu that has evolved into a Gyarados, already at half HP, but for the moment, it's just a little bit of poke here and there, even though we don't even have a Decidueye online just yet.
Yeah, well, it'll happen eventually, a little bit slower than usual. We are going to see, it looks like, I think actually, was some of that stolen away by Hoopa? I mean, the stun happened right at that same time, so it looks like it maybe could have, doesn't matter. It was only a Hoopa there, and Nouns looking like they're still relatively in control of this match. It's just, as things go on longer, they are going to lose more and more control as this season Gen 5 scales up the pull. I love the pull!
That was so clean coming out from Snow to yoink back that Trevenant, take him on out, and now they're able to go and secure all of this wild Pokemon down in that bottom half. But different story up in the top for Nouns as they're able to get in some points of their own.
Oh, that is one of my favorite pieces of tech in this game. Very difficult to do, by the way. Oh my goodness, just dunked backwards immediately. And look at this aggression from Nouns. They said they are not going to go quietly. They're not going to let that 3-0 happen easily. But again, like I said, this is still the early game where we are finally seeing the Greninja as the first fully evolved Pokemon on the side of Gen 5. But nothing else yet. And it is going to be Gen 5 getting the basement Reggie, which is pretty huge considering the fact that they just need that little bit of EXP to get everybody up to their evolutions.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see Nouns give up that basement Reggie once again, prioritizing this Reggie Alecki. Looks like no one from Gen 5 is there to defend it on the minimap, so it does end up crashing on through. Otherwise, once again, we're playing a game of sitting ducks in the tall grass in the middle section.
Sitting cats, sitting owls, sitting somethings, not sitting Gyarados, whatever Gyarados are. We are going to see that Gyarados chase down and try to get that KO. The Unite even coming out, that is very, very aggressive, especially when you have a Decidueye. Oh my goodness, that is going really far, Gatlu. That is going super far, but hey, they're actually almost playing that like a defender, where they're spacing out the rest of the team while their own team is able to score a lot into that tier 1 goal zone. They weren't KO, they took barely any damage, and now we are going to see still a little bit low level because it is EXP share. Decidueye able to come back in to defend, but it's not going to get everything. Another one. Beautiful.
Snow with that double yoink there on Gatlu. They weren't able to finalize the KO, but it is going to mean that Gatlu needs to go and reset back home. No objectives just yet, but we can see the minimap. There is a lot of yellow dots to go and secure.
Ooh, almost got that steal right there on the Altaria, but not quite in time. We've seen a lot of yeah, I did it again. A lot of Spirit Shackles that are just barely a little bit too late or just out of range. So if those land, I mean, everything looks super, super different. I mean, they are starting to get to that point, but look at the level difference. There's 11, 10, 10 on the side of Nouns, and the highest on the side of Gen 5 is 10. So they need to fight their way back into this. They need to play, I mean, either safe or find some sort of big pick, and maybe another pull from Snow could do it. Those have been a pretty high success rate for a pretty difficult piece of tech.
Yeah, that could be the way in to get towards this Reggie steal. As we do have another on bruv, but they are able to make it on out with half HP. But Gen 5, they're going to leech it towards their side, but Phantom Force is going to come on out, and Snow not only popping off these Volt switches, but also getting the secure for their team. Huge.
Snow is doing an amazing job right now. Gatlu, getting united on, staying up for just a little bit, manages to get out. The waterfall extra ability is huge. I'm surprised there weren't more KOs in that situation from both sides.
Did you just see that? London was able to escape through the Hooper portal, but we do have Tuna being able to punch them in the back, send them back to the Pokemon Center. But now, the majority of numbers for Nouns is here, so whether they're going to be able to break this pad is definitely going to be the question. It's on 26, and Gatlu able to get 40. Wait, actually, that was really quick. I didn't end up getting to do my quick math there.
It was 36 overdunk, so a really strong overdunk in the end. They did good quick math, not the easiest thing to do in the world. But now we're almost at a 200-point lead for Nouns, with only a minute 50 left to the final stretch, and the levels on the side of Gen 5 are, I mean, they're behind, but
ending.
Yeah. If they can find some big boost, I feel like they almost have an advantage. But if they can't find that big boost, they're going to have so much trouble dealing with the fact that there's a lot of self-sustain on the side of Nouns, especially with anything with a Bliss assistance. You're just not taking that down if you're 2 or 3 levels behind.
I mean, I guess this is the thing with having 3 late scalers over on your side, only having those tier 1 pads deleted later on in the game. They're just not able to gather that experience earlier on. So they do have that option here, but it looks like Nouns are looking to give it over to them as they're going to rush on forward towards this tier 2.
That was a really late Unite coming out from Gatlu right there, with the 3-minute mark. But, I mean, they're definitely going to have some time to farm. It's just you're going to have to really kind of pay attention to that as we're getting towards the end. We are starting to hit level 12. The 13 mark, if we can see that hit by Gen 5, is going to be huge. But the problem is they just don't have that much experience on their side. These Indeedis are maybe the last things that they're going to get. Indeedis spawning up top as I'm speaking. But they have an objective that's potentially really important down on bottom. I don't know if they want to fight for it. They're behind in levels. But if they can get a win or a pick here, that's huge.
Yeah, that is going to provide global experience as we do have a potential steal. Water Burst Shuriken comes on through, but it actually ends up being Lunda on the experience shared Decidui to lock it down with the Spirit Shackle.
That's huge. Like you said, the global EXP is going to be big. The buff's going to be big to help and mitigate the, I guess, power difference coming from these extra levels. Toonslim, you can see his EXP right there, is looking towards getting level 14 by the time we get to this final stretch, and that's definitely going to happen after taking this. In the middle, though, we are going to see some pre-positioning from both sides. The Decidui is going to be important. Gatlu was in a scary spot, does not get caught out, and now Gatlu's going around looking for a flank as we're going to have to see Gen 5 back up. This positioning now taken by Nouns.
Yeah, they're going to have to wait for Megu to come into this Rayquaza pick or even Snow to try and get another isolation. So it's just another game of sitting ducks. But look at this, Gatlu almost caught on out, but it looks like they're able to make it back through that chokehold. Megu not looking to commit.
And we see another flank kind of in the southeast. This is a weird fight. Everybody's kind of splitting up. I think this is the perfect spot where we see those big stretchy things. Oh, they're attempting to score. Yeah, the big stretchy camera. I don't know why I call it stretchy. But you can see everybody rotating around a lot. Bruv, look where Bruv is in the total southeast. And Gen 5 completely pushed back up to where their tier 1 was. They are super grouped. If any big Unites land on them, that could be the end of this game for them. However, nobody's doing damage, and Gen 5 need to be the ones to make the first move.
Yeah, they are the ones that are behind it. Points at 264 to 54. But low we go. We're going to have the dive. Utah super duper low as Toon is left unattended, trying to utilize their moves. But it ends up being the Bliss assistance from Indy to go and save them.
Oh, Toonslim's still very, very low, but these shields are just infinite. You just cannot take it down. But wait, now Toonslim down. Adesu getting extremely low. However, there's only 2 members left on the side of Gen 5. I mean, this is actually kind of scary. They've got a lot of damage from Megu, but there's just so much sustain with the fact that Inder is still up. A few members will be back up, but they've got to get in not only, they not only have to take Rayquaza, they need to get in 3 hundo burgers, and that's going to be very, very difficult to do.
Yeah, this is really brave from Megu here to try and shred up this Rayquaza as Gatlu's trying to rush on forward. We do have the Rings Unbound coming on out. Rayquaza is at half HP, but none of Nouns are in sight, and it is going to go over to Gen 5. Wait, what?
Wait, 6 seconds left. Oh, it's in a bound form. It's in a bound form. He couldn't score. Oh, wait, they scored. Is that going in? That going in? 84 points up top? I actually have no idea who's in the lead here. They had to get so much. I don't think they made enough. I don't think Gen 5 made enough, but there's only one way to see. We got to see.
Do we see it on the big screen? Oh, there we.
Oh, no, wait, what was that backcapping? I didn't get to see that backcapping at all. They got backcapped like 300 points.
I did see little points going on in, but I mean, 608? That just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, that was a lot. I think, I guess we just didn't see it, but really good stuff. Nouns closing that one out. I was like, this is close, but it was not close at all.
Just when we thought Gen 5 had it there, Nouns just stomping that down. Once again, it's that curse. Okay, we were wrong once again, what can I say?
Yeah.
But, I mean, even then, we look at this graph. Nouns did have the dominance throughout that match. Obviously, interesting plays to go for these Reggie Alekis. And, I wouldn't say completely abandon the basement Reggies, but they didn't really fight for them earlier on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was a lot of interesting prioritization for objectives. And this, it did end up working in the end, right? Nouns did a really good job of stopping Gen 5 from ever reaching their full power. And realistically, they knew that if they could just basically Blitz Assistance, Toon Slim, it was over. And there was nothing that they could do to KO him, which did basically happen in the end. So it was, I felt like I would have maybe prioritized the basement Reggies more, but they knew exactly what they were doing. They knew that they could still hold on to the XP lead, and they did it.
Yeah, this is the thing. We was here. We had 72 points go on in, along with the 16 from a Trevenant. Greninja ended up getting it at 84. That wasn't 300 points.
Yeah. There clearly was more within the last few seconds. Yeah. We'll look back at that ourselves. So I felt like I didn't miss that many points, but I don't know. Nouns just gets extra points every time they score. That's how it works. But player of the game is going to be Gatlu. That Gyarados doing a whole lot. And once again, we can see the Rocky helmet on it. You'll love it. Rocky helmet and potion. Again, this looks like you're losing a game of solo queue, but really you're winning a game of one of the biggest tournaments in Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, I mean, it was a solo queue game having that Greninja and the Decidueye down in that bottom path, but I guess Gyarados, just that ability to rush to... We were saying, what is going to be the answer towards the range that Gen 5 are bringing? Well, the answer was the Gyarados. Gatlu on the Gyarados.
Yeah, Gatlu on the Gyarados and then Toon Slim as well. Both of them being able to kind of dive in at different angles was so difficult for them to deal with because both do have that self-sustain, and with the with the healing of either Bliss Assistance or just being Blissey, it was much more difficult for them to take it out. So I really love the switch from Psyduck to Blissey. I think that helped them out a lot, and it's something we might see further, or we might actually see the Blissey ban, I think, maybe from Gen 5.
Do you reckon there's going to be a Blissey ban this time around? I don't know whether, I mean, if the eggs were just that impactful, and whether India is going to end up hopping back onto that Psyduck. I mean, we might end up seeing these same bans once again. Whether we're actually going to see Talonflame being set on free once again, or whether that is going to remain in that ban spot is something I'm intrigued to see.
Well, it really was such a game maker, game 1 and 2, I think. So I wouldn't be surprised if it stayed banned, but also it's one of those things where it's like, well, let's just not think about it. Let's think about what happened in the last game instead of our bans for that. However, I do feel like a lot of the shifts and strategies really worked out. It's just, I think maybe they didn't need to go for 3 members of Gen 5 that were late game Pokemon. Right?
Okay, so you think going for more early lane. I think the Leafeon, where they were running a little bit earlier on, definitely equals it out. But yeah, having those 3 late scalers, I mean, Decidueye doesn't end up coming online until really halfway through the match.
Right, especially when you're running the EXP share Decidueye, it's way later even, right? Like there's a lot of times where you really want to get the Decidueye up and strong by the time the first objective spawn, but that's not usually happening there. Still, we'll see what ends up happening is the Snorlax has really been targeted out like every set that we've watched today.
Yeah, they're not letting that Snorlax on through. Along with Psyduck, once again, Hooper has been banned on out, so it's going to be interesting to see what Nouns pick here, considering they are in that second pick position, Gen 5, and that first pick on the purple side.
Yeah, they're going through a lot of options. They got to choose something.
Miraidon?
That was 100% not their intentional pick. They definitely were still rotating through. I think that was a mistake from Nouns.
No.
We'll see if there ended up being like a disconnection or anything like that, but I get a feeling they might have just been talking about it too long.
I think they were a bit indecisive there, and unfortunately, time's a ticking. You have to make a decision, but okay. I'm so excited to see this because Suicune has been banned majority of the time here, so Lunda is definitely going to lock that one in for themselves.
Yeah, that's going to be huge for Gen 5. Honestly, I do have to say, if Nouns ended up accidentally not banning Suicune when they wanted to, and then it gets picked first and they lose, that's going to be a really rough way to go down. But who knows? Maybe they wanted to ban Miraidon, which I'm actually surprised we haven't seen
3%.
I know. There's just... I mean, hey, there's 2 Pokemon here that do a really good job of being kind of the, special attacker idea, which is their first and third pick, and you don't need Miraidon at that point. But on the other side, we're going to get a lot of strong picks as well. The Blissey did come back. I'm surprised we didn't see the ban for that. I'm surprised that after they literally just let the Psyduck go last game, that Psyduck was banned this time by them.
Yeah, I guess it's just too much of a nuisance. They're playing sitting ducks too much, so you can't have the duck out on there. But otherwise, Gatlu is going to lock in that Gyarados once again. Bruv on the Lapras. I guess this is just to go and counter the special defense that, special attack that Utal and Lundaroo are going to be bringing this match.
Ooh, and we are going to see the Talonflame come back out, and for the first time, the Blaziken. So that's going to be some really nice secure, which we don't really have all that much of, well, up until the Talonflame itself was picked. On the other side, I feel like maybe you want some range, but they might just be going for a comp where you just run at them, and that does look like a little bit more like that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you've just got to have some sort of crowd control over on the side of Nouns, and I think Darkrai is definitely a pick to bring that. Going into an Umbreon, going into a Zacian, this is definitely going to be a tricky match for them. I mean, even then, in terms of secure, we have a Talonflame and a Blaziken, two of the best securers on the side of Gen 5.
Yeah, it's, I mean, there's some like counter secure on the side of Nouns. So if you use that Unite move from Gyarados, or if you put somebody to sleep, you know, with the Darkrai, then you can maybe try to get that secure with the Zacian, for example. But it's definitely a situation where you probably don't want to try to get into a flip if you're Nouns. And honestly, it kind of looks like they're just going to be running it down anyway. I'm not sure that we're going to even get into that situation unless it's kind of forced upon them. But we'll end up seeing exactly what the decision is. This is it's a very aggressive team from the side of Nouns. They have to be aggressive, especially when there's so much strong range damage on the other side. It is EXP share Suicune, but it's still going to be very, very deadly, and combined with the new Alolan Raichu, if you have no range, which is exactly what it is the case for Nouns, you're playing their game a little bit.
Well, Darkrai does provide a little bit of range,
yeah.
but it isn't really as impactful as, say, an Alolan Raichu for sure. But once again, we're just seeing this really brawly upfront composition, melee-based characters of this match. So, I mean, it's just been really odd going from having that those long-range characters to just this close combat match. But, well, this could be the final match for the winners finals if Gen 5 are able to take this. They are 2 up against Nouns. So if Nouns want to take this to Game 5 and have a chance at that grand final spot, they're going to have to try and make some magic happen.
Well, they've already started with the magic, right? That was a great last game. It feels like they probably got some momentum off of that, but they've got to hold it for a really long time, more than most normal sets. So we are going to see, oh, wow, is this the Zacian bottom path? This is interesting.
It is. It's a Desu as well on the Zacian. So Desu is quite flexible in terms of those picks. Obviously, yes, we saw them run that Espeon, but you've got to lock in this Zacian considering Gen 5 have been running it so much.
Yeah, Zacian has been, I feel like, almost quietly a big MVP Pokemon for today so far, and I expect that we're going to see it the rest of the weekend. It's definitely not in a spot where you ban it or you choose something really specifically against it, but it's been securing, it's been doing a ton of team damage, it's strong early, everything about it's been doing really well.
Yeah, Nouns definitely have that early game composition, bar that Magikarp, if it can come online or earlier on. But even then, you know, Magikarp, as long as it's up there, getting those dunks, getting those KOs, getting that wild Pokemon. I mean, I'm talking about it, and I've just seen Gyarados at level 4 pop on up on that side.
Yeah, 8:30 is a great time for that. Nouns has to be very happy. Their early comp is really scary now. Like they're at 100% at like basically their maximum strength. The other side too, they don't have to wait for too much evolution, a little bit, mostly that Blaziken, but I feel like we're going to see some early aggression. And Gatlu certainly is getting some stacks in. It feels like that's what we've been seeing. That's also, without any KOs, that's pretty much what's going to be filling that gauge is the early stacks.
Yeah, but there was no points that ended up getting put on in there. We do have Suzuro on the Umbreon that does get wiped on out. So this is going to provide a chance for Gen 5 to get in some dunks. Snow unable to interrupt them. So now they have 33 points on the board.
Yeah, I'm a fool. Why did I I mean, I would have assumed there was stacks. I wonder actually how they managed to get like an almost 840 Gyarados or like with no stacks. That's pretty rare. I mean, they must have completely dominated the last hits of that top path because I don't believe there were any KOs up top unless I missed them as well. We have been looking definitely at the bottom path because that's been where most of the action has been. But regardless, okay, Gatlu got there quick, and that's all that really matters. Yeah,
and now they're just going to go 2v1 against them. Blaziken is online here at level 7, so now the all-rounders are going to be left to their own devices up in the top half as the rest of the members are going to scatter around towards bottom.
Yeah, just chilling, just waiting to see some vision as most of Gen 5 is now going to be rotating in. But wow, look at that. Brub running way forward, trying to space out everybody on the side of Gen 5. However, they're in time. This is going to be a pretty big flip, and it is going to be the fly. We were talking about that. It's a great way to secure if the Blaziken's not there, which Blaziken was not there, but the secure, like I said, is going to be much stronger on the side of Gen 5.
Yeah, 100%. That is going to give him that global experience, which has ticked on over that Talonflame to level 9 and that Blaziken to level 8. So 2 Unite moves on hand for Gen 5 as they rotate towards this top path. Megu charging up a overheat, able to chunk out a lot of damage, but they weren't able to finalize a KO, instead escaping as the rest of the members are trying to finalize them. It ends up actually being Lunt on the Suicune to knock out that Zacian.
Yeah, that was a great angle to kind of engage from, so that you can get everybody in that projectile. So really good stuff to them. And we are now going to be seeing that Regieleki actually being taken as well from the Secure on the side of Gen 5. So once again, Secure just completely going to this Talonflame. Also going to secure themselves a Toon Slam, which is a pretty good objective in my eyes. But yeah, I just got to say, Snow really running away with this, kind of showing why we were banning this Pokemon in 2 of the other games now so far.
Yeah, well, I was questioning, are they actually going to ban it? But I guess they decided to ban Miraidon, but waiting to that moment to go and get in that 40 points. So now they have managed to catch up at 99 to 107, still in favor of Nouns currently.
Right, although it does kind of feel like Nouns is losing momentum. They're starting to lose as far as levels go as well. This is very, very scary. And again, this is their last chance, at least to get into the winner's side of Grand Finals. Of course, they're still in the winner's side, so they're not gone even if they lose here. But they're behind by a lot. The levels are just looking so good for Gen 5, and I just feel like this comp is looking really scary with how strong their Secure is and how well they're using it.
Yeah, they already have 3 level 11s over on their side, but you can see them in this wide view. Majority of Gen 5 are down in that bottom path as Nouns are quite scattered for the moment. Nouns have 34 points. Snow, are you going to stop them? They didn't stop them?
Wow, and then down bottom, Regice getting melted. It is going to be secured by their second Secure on the side of Gen 5. All objectives basically going their way, and that's looking quite strong. However, Nouns is going to be pushing forward. They don't have that many members left that can actually do damage, but Gatlu alone is threatening the KO on multiple members of Gen 5. So in the end, surprisingly, nobody really got KO'd. Everybody got really low, but the Secure there was the big deal. And I think Gen 5, the fact they've secured, I believe, every objective, that's pretty good.
Feels like they're not,
Good way to put it.
they're not really KOing each other this round.
Yeah.
It looks like they're just focusing on objectives, focusing on wild Pokemon. There's obviously a lot of yellow dots currently on the mini-map. We do have another Regieleki. As we see Snow taking down these birds, we actually have some action happening in this central area as it's a 2v2.
Yeah, this is kind of a scary situation, though. Toonsim very low, barely avoids the fly, but is going to be uniting, and I think not able to win that 1v1. Yeah, just managed to try to get that out of there. Maybe that wasn't the Unite, actually. That was just a lot of weird visual
Was that Snow in the Nightmare, the Darkrai Unite move, using their Flame Sweep? And that's why it didn't actually look like they hit anyone because they were in the Nightmare?
It was weird. It looked like they united, and then it looked like they were out of the unite, and then it looked like they flame sleeped in a weird way. So I don't actually know. It's definitely I need to look back at that one. That might have just been like a visual bug or something like that. But the point is, we're on Regieleki now, and finally,
what?
secure. Yeah, that is weird.
Was that a basic attack from Gatlu to secure that Regieleki? Because they were so far away.
Yeah, yeah, of all people to get that secure, I did not expect that was going to be that, but took it over the overheat as well, and finally a big objective for Nouns, where they're pushing this all the way forward. They really want to get this Regieleki in. They're going to get a KO as well as Snow's going to go down, but we're going to see a pretty tough few Pokemon to try to break through defending this Tier 2 Gold Zone, and they're not going to be able to push that Regieleki all the way through. Although if we look down on bottom, we are going to see that the basement Reggie is getting soloed at the moment by just a single Zacian.
I think they weren't actually looking to overcommit to that fight. It was more just a matter of providing a Desu enough time to go and get some dunks in that bottom path, but also shred down this Reg Ice for their team. But 20 seconds left to go until the final stretch. It's 109 points to 202. So really, this can still be anybody's match.
Yeah, it's I mean that buff's going to be really, really nice for Nouns, but they're actually up by levels now. I didn't realize that they were that much up by levels, as we're going to see Gatlu as the highest level in the game at level 14, sitting up in that top tall grass to try and catch somebody. They are the ones that are getting caught out just slightly, but I don't know if you want to fully engage on that, as we're going to see Scissor very low. Lunder seeing, okay, hold on, you don't want to get too close either. Although this is a weird set of angles to potentially engage for Nouns. They've got the bottom left side, the bottom right side, southwest, southeast. I just don't know who starts this fight.
Utah is poking at that Rayquaza, as you can see. Toon and Gatlu on either side, along with those other members just trying to put Gen 5 in the corner, and now they're going to go in for the dive.
Oh, and the Unite coming out from, oh no, I'm sorry, that wasn't Unite from Gatlu. Lunder, though, doing a ton of damage to everybody getting frozen all at once. However, there just isn't the damage to be able to back that up, and we are going to see an attempt to backcap being stopped by Gatlu there. Going to get that KO for free. Nouns ahead by a ton of points. They're not even going to be going for this Rayquaza. They're just going for the fear backcaps, and at this point, they're going to get more than enough points to hold on to this lead by a huge amount. They've still got a few members that are kind of watching over the damage, and there's the Unite from the Gyarados. That's what I thought I saw earlier, but it's only going to catch 2 members. Gen 5, they've got 48 seconds left. If they can burn down this Rayquaza, maybe win the flip with their strong secure, they can do it, but they're currently being cut off by Nouns.
Yeah, they're cut off. They have no resources available to them, and it looks like they're just trying to enter this pit one by one. Utal ends up getting slashed on down by Adesu. Rayquaza is at 3/4 HP, and, well, Nouns, they know they actually don't need to continue this. It's just a matter of defending with 20 seconds left on the clock.
Oh no, Rayquaza's starting to get low, and there's just not enough time. I mean, we are going to see Megu go in, try to burn down this Rayquaza, but alone, they're just not going to have enough. There is yet another backcap from Gatlu down in the southwest, and that one's going to for sure lock it up, as that's going to be our first Game 5 of the day, and our first set that potentially could go to Game 5. But boy, what a momentum shift. 2 wins from Gen 5, 2 wins from Nouns, and now it's just 1 win for either.
They are really going the distance here, and I wouldn't expect anything less coming from these two teams. Obviously, we have Nouns in that #1 seed spot, Gen 2, but I mean, this is a tale as old as time throughout this whole season. They have battled each other so much, learnt so much from each other, and I mean, the fact that we have a round 5 that we have to do moving on forward. Nouns, I mean, they were really on the back foot. It's just whether they can keep up this momentum or whether Gen 5 have actually taken a lot away from this match to try and secure that first spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Gen 5 needs to win round 5, and
5 and 5?
I mean,
that makes 10.
Yeah, that's good math. Good math. Definitely better than I can do. But Gen 5, they look like they're still in all of these fights, but it's just that Nouns has really been in control of the levels. They've been up ahead in levels the past 2 games pretty significantly, and we can see here, player of the game is going to be Toon Slim on that Darkrai that he's been playing so well over I mean, I guess last 4 games. It's been a few times. I don't remember exactly how many times, but certainly that last game.
Yeah, and they are running that Slick Spoon SL Drive Lens, sorry, wrong one, that's the pink one, along with that Curse Incense, just to go and interrupt the sustain that Gen 5 had. But I mean, it really comes down to this Dark Void. Being able to send your opponents to sleep and get those catch outs, especially with when you're asleep and you have a Gyarados running at you and you can't really do much. I mean, well, that's a really scary thought.
Yeah, that's like a literal nightmare, you know? Like one of those nightmares where something's chasing you, and yeah, Gyarados, that would definitely be it. But that means that we've got one more draft to decide this entire thing, and I do feel like a lot of this set has been based on draft, right?
Yeah.
Obviously the play has been really good on both sides, but we've seen some pretty varied strategies as far as draft. And again, we have had a 100% win rate for Nouns in this set with Blissey. I think they need to get rid of Blissey. On the other hand, when they haven't had Blissey, they had a 0% win rate, so it's just like, maybe the Bliss Assistance is doing a lot. Steal it away from them, ban it, do something, but I think if they just keep letting it happen, it's tough.
I think the hardest part going into this draft is the fact that it's hard to read what each of these teams is actually going to bring. It's been so different each time, and I guess this just represents the versatility that these players bring. I mean, they are obviously veterans when it comes to the UNITE Championship Series. You know, this isn't their first year, and they just have such a big pool of Pokemon to select from. It's just a matter of, well, what's the best pick to try and catch your opponents off guard?
Yeah, especially with how wide the meta is right now. This is the time too, right? If you're going to go for one sort of surprise pick, this is the game to do it, because there's not going to be another opportunity unless these teams meet again in Grand Finals, which is a pretty good chance. But if they're meeting in Grand Finals, obviously you do want the money, but you already have the travel award, you already qualified for Worlds, so you're fighting for your third prize, and if you've given up one secret already, you're fine with that, I think. As long as you're the ones that's there, right? You've guaranteed yourself there. Plus, if you're meeting in Grands, you want to win this match because that gives you basically 3 games in Grands. So let's see what they decide to do as far as draft for game number 5. Winners finals of the EU Regional Finals. And the support that we're seeing banned is Hoopa. But this time, it was Nouns last time as well.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to end up seeing a Miraidon ban once again. I mean, we haven't even seen...
I don't know, it worked for them.
Miraidon.
It worked, they won.
Okay, I mean, that is a surprise. We're talking about surprises, and we do like surprises. So, ooh, Zacian. I mean, it has been there quite often. I mean, yes, it only has that 3% ban rate. So I think, considering each team do have Zacian players over on their side, it makes sense, but this does free up Talonflame.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So they did decide to steal it away. I like that a lot. Obviously, I was literally just talking about that, but I think getting rid of that Blissey is so good. But Nouns, almost certainly, they've had a plan for a few games now of what happens if Blissey's stolen away. What do we do? And they've got a few options. Obviously, Psyduck's still available, and they're just going to be going right back for that.
Yeah, it makes sense. Gatlu is going to stick with that Gyarados once again, having their player of the game last round, and they have been quite successful at it. So because of these 2 picks, Lundaroo is going to lock in that Alolan Raichu. So what is Utah going to balance on it? Are they going to go for the Lapras? No, they're not going to go for the Lapras pick, but Metagross is going to come back into the fray once again.
That's a great combo. I love that a lot. Metagross with Bliss Assistance on it can be invincible. It can run over an entire team. And that's something we've seen already today, I think. So we're going to potentially see it again. That's already a really great core for Gen 5. Nouns are going to be picking up the Talonflame this time. So Talonflame has now gone 2 games to each team over the course of this set, and it was banned 1 time. Also picking up that Lapras, who's so incredibly popular, and I still don't know why, and we definitely need to ask during an interview. But it's been looking pretty good.
I think it's the fact that, yes, the speedster meta is technically over, considering that defense penetration has been reverted back. But the fact that they are still so prominent. Utah on the Wigglytuff? Okay, one thing that I have seen from EU play is a rollout Wigglytuff. And I know that is just so unusual. So if we're talking about surprise picks, this is going to be my surprise pick right here.
A little bit less of a surprise pick is the Decidueye on the other end, but it's more surprising that we just haven't seen it during this set, I think.
But it's a Desu.
Yeah.
On the Decidueye. I feel like the memories that are flooding back of a Desu playing a Decidueye from last season is insane.
Yeah, that's a very scary comp from Nouns. I am really curious about this Wigglytuff, though. One thing that, it's interesting because they chose it when they still technically could have chosen Umbreon that they probably wouldn't have, right? They made that assumption. But they know that there's no Umbreon, but I'm just not 100% sure exactly what it's going for. And honestly, it could be rollout. I don't...
I'm telling you, we have seen it. I mean, I haven't seen it from Gen 5 just yet, but there are a few teams in the EU region that run this rollout Wiggly. Obviously, in that rollout, you have that unstoppable move, but, I mean, we know how impactful a Darkrai can be with the sleep, so Wigglytuff, instead of Darkrai providing those nightmares, Wigglytuff could be singing you some sweet dreams asleep. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of maybe Sing to counter the dive from the other team could be a pretty good option. But It's an interesting one to choose without like I mean, there's a few reasons why you usually choose Wigglytuff, right? Like you have a Darkrai with you, which is not the case, or you really want to lower some defense or special defense with Sing. But it didn't seem like there was anybody that's particularly like wanted to use that to like one-shot things. So I guess we'll see. I mean, maybe it's a nice combo with the Yellow and Raichu. Definitely just gonna be one of those things we're gonna have to see. But it's definitely the final game of this set. We're going into game number 5 to see who makes it into Grand Finals winner's side between Gen 5 and Nouns.
Oh, I'm so excited to see this match. Otherwise, we do have Neptune on Nouns taking Central Area once again. Snow on the Leafeon has reached level 4, but up in this top side, we do have Indy on that side arc along with Gatlu. So it's obviously a matter of getting Gatlu online ASAP, flailing about and filling up that effort gauge.
So far, we have not seen a bad evolution time for Gyarados today. It's been pretty good altogether across the board, and it doesn't seem like teams are really putting all that much focus against it. They're just like, it's going to happen. Let's just deal with whatever else we have. And right now, honestly, the bigger question is how fast can the Decidueye end up playing. It's not going to be the XP share this time, I believe, as far as I know, although I constantly am wrong about that. So it shouldn't be nearly as slow as it was before. However, there's still a chance it gets shut down.
Yeah, no, it's a completely different look to Decidueye here. But, I mean, questions are going to be answered really shortly on what moveset Utao has selected as they have evolved into that Wigglytuff. But we're going to quickly pivot up towards the top path as Megu is looking to just create a bit of distraction up here.
The Metagross Gyarados fights can last a really long time. Right now, it's actually Inder, I think, doing a lot of the damage, but the self-sustain on both, it can be a pretty funny long fight, and we did end up kind of seeing that, but Snow now is going to have to back up. Waterfall, so hard to escape from. Wow. Even something mobile like a Leafeon was not able to fully escape from Gatlu with Waterfall. That's the reason why we're starting to see it a lot more now. It's such a great chase down tool.
Yeah, and it looks like they're there on time for those birds to spawn on out. Lunda has found Bruv in that tall grass, so he's going to pressure this bottom pad. But I think looking at that mini-map, Nouns were able to secure majority of that experience in the central area. Oh, I'm disappointed. It's a Sing Wiggly.
I just love seeing Wiggly anyway. Wiggly, one of my favorite Pokemon. A rollout would have been fun, but I do believe the concept is that if they're diving on us, we Sing, and then now suddenly you can't do damage or you're going to sleep. We're getting the defense and special defense shred, and then you're just going to have to deal with that. Also, though, I mean, as soon as you get dove on, let's say you get hit by, I don't know, for example, everybody gets hit by a Gyarados Unite. You just Unite yourself, it cleanses it, gives you the shields. So I do like the pick. It definitely does make a lot of sense. Though I'm a big Rollout Wiggly fan as well. I don't know if people know, but I was a Rollout Wiggly main for, I would say, the majority of time I played the game.
Really?
I made like a fun little, cool video of all my rollout moments, and it was pretty cheesy, but it was pretty fun.
It's a lot of fun just seeing all of the bounce backs. But we don't get to see this time round, but Snow diving on in, being able to take out the Lapras just in time for this Regirock to spawn. So Gen 5 do have the numbers advantage. Regirock is going to get leashed on out as Adesu is poking away so much damage from Zazura in the backline, but even with an attempt of a Brave Bird from Toon, the Regirock ends up going to Gen 5.
Wow, yeah. I mean, Nouns still with the points lead, but that's going to put levels pretty significantly in the side of Gen 5. They've already got a level 9. Well, actually, no. Right as I said that, actually, there were a few level ups on the side of Nouns, so they've got a level 9 as well. Things are looking pretty even. I mean, 55-7, not a huge score lead. This Regieleki, especially if it ends up going in, could even up the score or push it really decisively in Nouns' favor, but it doesn't seem like these teams care that much about it at the moment. You can see down on the bottom path, there's a little bit of a 1v1 engage. Everybody's just checking things out, but Regieleki is going to be the next big focus.
We already know that Gen 5 have a lot of resources over on their side. Adesu has ticked over to level 9, but they're nowhere in sight as Regieleki is already at half HP. Lunda trying to put some pressure onto Gatlu, who has dove underwater, looking to dive, but they end up actually hitting that Leafeon. Bliss assistance onto Lunda to give him that sustain, and now the chase is back onto them.
I think that Unite hit the camera of the little camera Magnemite right up there because the whole thing's turned around. But we are now in a pretty good spot for that Regieleki to not go in, but to at least build a lot of space. And I wonder if we're going to end up, well, it looks like we might end up trying to push this in. That's really aggressive. I thought maybe they would go for the bottom tier one instead as they're defending, but instead we're going to see a lot of damage coming out. Oh my goodness, pulling the Metagross back into their team. Megu is now in a very aggressive spot if they so chose. They choose instead to just try and back up. So a great flame sweep. Toon Slim is actually going to survive for being very low in that flame sweep as well. And look at this, Adesu doing so much damage to everybody. That's going to be the end of Metagross. That's going to be a big advantage in that weird engagement from Nouns.
Yeah, a weird engagement from Nouns, weird engagement from Gen 5, but Nouns was still able to destroy that Regieleki. So Gen 5 are still only on 7 points, but we do have another Registeel on the field as members are just waiting for everybody to try and collaborate, trying to find a pick as Registeel's going to get leashed on out, but Utah also ends up getting leashed by that Psychic.
Ooh, the Spirit Shackle lands right at the end, and oh my goodness, the dive from Toon Slim, but going to sleep, that's exactly why you're picking that. The knock-knock, kind of in a vulnerable position as we're going to pop in from Megu and Unite on top of the Decidueye, but it doesn't matter. There's just too many members of Nouns with not everybody from Gen 5 there to take that fight. I mean, they're going to be able to defend pretty well. They've got a really defensive line, but this Registeel not being challenged, that's going to go to Nouns for free. As Nouns, they're starting to look like they're getting a real edge in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely a different looks from Nouns, prioritizing this basement Regis, while we have seen them prioritize the top Regieleki. Otherwise, another dive coming in from Toon, a huge flame sweep to pick up 3 members, but they do end up paying the price by getting knocked on out.
That's basically, I feel like, the big thing that we're going to have to watch for in the next 3.5 minutes is the entire strategy here is if Toon Slim dives in on us, we're putting Toon Slim to sleep, and we're just KOing him as fast as humanly possible. And it has worked just now, and it's also not worked a few times. Also, we just saw Rayquaza in the background, which is a sick thing to see on the big wide map. But, yeah, in this last fight, if they can get a big sleep into a KO on the highest level, well, not the highest level member, but one of the most important members of Nouns, Gen 5 can take this. The points altogether are so low in this game.
Yes, 7 points to 151. Regieleki is going to be escorted into this tier 1 pad, so it's just a matter of maximizing the overdunk. So 127 to 208 as Nouns, they actually ended up dunking in that bottom path themselves. We see 40 points coming in from Indy.
Yeah, right as I said, it's a low-score game. We scored like 220 points, and that's how it goes. But it's still a close game as far as points go. It's an 81-point difference. That's 1 hundo burger is all you need to make that up. So Rayquaza is probably going to be the decider. At the very minimum, the fight for Rayquaza, as we're going to start seeing the pre-positioning. Only 5 seconds-ish on that basement Regi once it spawns. Although I have the confidence that if they really tried, Nouns might be able to do it. They would need everybody there, and they would need to be uninterrupted. There's an attempt. Is there an attempt, or are they just sitting there waiting to see if anybody... Yeah, they're just waiting to see if anybody on the other side is going for it. But 5 seconds, not enough. This feels so even. 3 level 13s on the Nouns side, 2 level 13s on Gen 5 side, but only a 1 level difference, a really close points difference. Nouns has the slightest lead, but this is going to be the fight to see who makes it into Grand Finals.
There is so much on the line for either side here. It's just a matter of who can get that first pickup. But you can see Gatlu hiding in the top grass along with Snow, potentially looking for an ambush. It's just a matter of who's going to dive in first. It ends up being Toon onto Megu, but they're going to quickly Brave Bird over the wall back to safety.
Yeah, we're getting to see Sleep landing on Bruv a few times. That's not the target you want. Flame Sweep's coming in. They're immediately popping that Unite from the Blissey. Huge shields on everybody. Nobody able to steal it away. Sleep is not going to be able to catch the target that they wanted it to, although Gatlu does end up falling asleep in that tall grass, getting burned down now by Lunder. He's going to be able to at least pick up the KO on Blissey. That's huge. At the moment, though, Rayquaza is going to start to get burned down. Nouns has 3 members on top of it, a 4th member as well. Utah can go in, can sleep. Why did you sleep so early? That's such an early sleep. They can get the steal. I mean, you are pretty good at stealing with this Pokemon, but you've got to find the hit. It's so low, and it is going to be Nouns taking the Rayquaza.
Nouns have done it. They have the point advantage already. It's just a matter of getting more points on the board, making it difficult for Gen 5 to try and make a comeback. But with 2 members of them down, this is definitely going to be a tough one 40 seconds left on the clock. I think, it's still early days to say that Nouns have got this one in the bag, but so far so good.
I think this is going to be very, very difficult to make the comeback. Another score in, not a hundo burger, but it's going to be more than significant, in the lead growing to over 400 points with 20 seconds left. Nobody from Gen 5 on the side of Nouns. They have nobody on the east side of the map. They're only trying to fight and just maybe get a little bit more damage in, as this one I think is in the bag after going down 2 games straight. Nouns with the 3-game comeback to make it into the winner's side of Grand Finals for the European Regional Championship.
And there you go, match win over to Nouns, so big congratulations for them. They have made their way into the grand finals, just like you said, but it's that travel award that they have locked on in for themselves. So that is massive for this team, especially considering their consistency throughout the season. This just must be a massive weight off their shoulders.
Oh yeah, and I mean, what a tough situation to come back from. I really got to keep talking about that. A 2-game deficit and then coming back 3 straight. That's got to feel so good for them. They've got to be really, really happy. You know, again, they're like a little bit of like a newer team together as far as their current comp, and definitely gelling as personalities can be really difficult, especially when it's a lot of really strong players that have played in multiple different regions in that team. So I feel like a lot of good mental is going to help them a lot, and they're certainly going to be getting that from this, and they show that they can come back even when things are not looking their way. So huge congratulations to them. Gen 5, though, I mean, taking it to the absolute limit.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the resilience, the persistence, the grit that Nouns show. Even though they had their backs against the wall, we said at the beginning of the match, can they make magic happen? I mean, and they were able to. I mean, this Rayquaza fight, the way that they were able to zone Gen 5 out and pick them off one by one, even though there were still 2 members remaining from Gen 5 to shred it on up. I actually don't know what ended up taking down London. It could have been that Rayquaza there. But there we go. Toon Slim. They are going to be your player of the game with 86k damage dealt on this Talonflame.
Talonflame, huge right now. I'm actually surprised it didn't get banned again. The only time that it didn't win in this set was when it was Gatlu, who was level 15, the strongest in the entire game, and then things just went weird. But aside from that, which was already a dominant Talonflame game, Talonflame won every single game as far as I can remember that it was picked in this set. It's looking so good right now. It's holding on to the new item really well. It's everything about it is... It's so strong. It's secure is great. We've seen it secure everything. It's strong early. It's strong late. Everything about it. I think we should see more bans. But Toon Slim playing it excellently.
Yeah, 100%. And I think running that Curse Bangle as well, just to go and interrupt the amount of sustain on Gen 5, I think was a really good play by them to select this item this time around.
How do you wear those as a Talonflame? On your feet?
Or
yeah. Not your feet, your legs? You know what I'm saying?
I guess so.
Do you like wrap it around your wings and you just can't fly? I don't know.
No.
We gotta think about
Toon
that.
Slim was flying that match.
Toon Slim was definitely
They
flying.
were flying. They were soaring, soaring into the flux zone where they couldn't even escape. All right,
Yeah.
You know, it's up the paddle without the creek, up the creek without a paddle. I mean, I don't even know if birds can really use a paddle, but
they can use. I don't know. They can use held items. You never know. Talonflame's pretty talented.
I mean, you can fly, I guess. You don't need to use
You
a paddle.
don't need a paddle.
Fly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, hold on. There's a lot of birds that don't fly. Okay, let's be fair to them. Okay.
Cormorant fly.
Cormorant can learn to fly.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I don't know if it can actually fly.
Not
but
in Unite. Not in Unite. Okay.
Right. Yeah. But anyway, no more talk about birds and how they're using items. Congratulations to Nouns for making it into our grand finals winners side. But that means that we're now going to be moving down to the losers side to see who's going to make it into that world qualification spot and who else is going to be making it up into those travel awards, potentially even our champions. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we're moving down. So don't go anywhere. We're going to have more of the European Regional Championship right after this.
Hello immediately moves over to the opposite side of the Reggie, allowing the Blissey to take out the Reggie. So yeah,
Thank
thank
you
you.
so much.
My time to start.
You did not just say YOLO, Ian.
You can do it. You can do it. If it's popping off, it's accurate. All right. Well, anyway, game 2 of our Best of 5 skills up the pole. I love the pole.
That was so clean coming out from Snow to Yoink. They are still so prominent. Yurtao on the Wigglytuff. Okay, one thing that I have seen.
What is good, everybody? Snacks with Snacks, Part 3, Tube Edition. And lo and behold, I find myself rounding third, trying to head for home. But I am going to be the assistant this time around. Why? Because I've got a very special professional judge here with Snacks joining me here. Yes, 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 yes.
Hello, I'm Yu Minakami, Japan Pokémon UNITE Championship. Yes. Nice to meet you.
So now, because I have a seasoned professional, this professional is going to walk us through our tube snacks. So, where would we like to start with the snacks?
Snacks, marble chocolate, coffee.
Chocolate covered coffee beans. I know you all understood that at home because I did right now, and I'm pretty stupid. Yeah, I'm gonna eat it.
Coffee flavor. Delicious.
1 to 10. 1 to 10. What do you think it is on a scale of 1 to 10?
Very good.
I agree.
8.
They're going with the Spraggles 8. I see. I will also. I'm gonna go with the true Spraggles 8.25. 8.25. Great score. Okay, Pro. Where are we going next? What's the next snack?
Next snack, marble chocolate, colorful, very colorful.
Chocolate, sugar coated. Think melts in your mouth, not in your hand, because we don't talk about other products here. Meiji only, the sponsor. Oh, may I have one?
Sorry.
I'm going for it.
Very sweet chocolates.
Very sweet.
10 points.
Oh, hey! Our first 10 out of 10 here. Listen, when you're dealing with a professional, you got to follow suit. Unlike all my assistants who never followed me anywhere and always hang me out to dry, I am not going to do that to my professional because I'm a good assistant. 10 out of 10 for me as well. Now, that means we've got a little bit of a change of pace here. We had chocolate, but now we have maybe a little bit more savory.
For Japanese onigiri, rice bowl, Japan soul food, aburi yaki tarako, kodoro flavor.
We're about to find out because I don't know what flavor rice ball this is, but we're going to find out, and that's the joy of having a professional and assistant. The assistant's not supposed to know too much, and that's okay. All right.
Delicious. And this is almost sweet. Well, rice bowl, nuts, egg, and ketchup, tomato sauce, rice.
Okay.
Very, very delicious.
Egg and ketchup rice ball right there. Okay, do I eat those? Am I eating these? Are you eating these? That one's like a maze. I'm not going to figure that one out. Again, I'm the assistant. There's the professional.
2. 3. Finish.
Okay. Let me try the ketchup, egg, and rice one, the one I actually can say and figure out. Because we're gonna have to swap, or maybe we won't. I don't know. 7.5. 7.5.
7 point.
7.5. That's a 9. 9.
9
points. Okay. What do you rate?
point. 9. Yes. 8.
Okay, I changed my answer. All right, I'm gonna change mine. I'm also gonna say 9, and I'm gonna say 8 because I'm a good assistant. But honestly, like 8 and 9. This one's better. This one's better. Okay. I think we've gone through all our snacks. Have we gone through all our snacks?
Last one.
Okay. No-
Salad chicken.
nothing like a pocket snack. Okay.
Not snack. No. Working lunch.
Walking lunch. Well, it
Salad.
certainly looks like something.
胸肉。バジルフレーバー。バジル
Okay.
バジルフレーバーミーツ。チキン。
Okay. That's like a
Delicious.
delicious. About to find out. That's actually completely solid. It's really good. Like sausage?
ソーセージ
Like-
no,
Fancy hot dog?
形だけそうなんだけどチキンソーセージ is fish ソーセージはソーセージ魚肉ポークかソーセージ is pork no チキン
Just a good old
チキンスティック
Just a good old chicken, yeah. Well, a good old chicken tube. Good flop to it, which for some people that's important. I like this. 8.5. 8.5. 8.5. What do you how many points do you give it?
This is very healthy. 8 points.
Okay, 8 points. 8 points. Well, thank you so much for the pocket sausage. Well, it's chicken, so it's not a sausage, but it's like you know what I'm talking about. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was Snacks with Snacks, ACL edition. We love you.
Welcome back. We've got a significant lack of pocket sausage here at the European Regional Finals, but we do have some great Pokemon Unite, which is, I think, a good second place prize. But welcome back, everybody. We've now seen who's making it into the grand finals. Of course, I am Wonder Chef here with Kalo, Zoinks, and Spriggles. And we're back getting ready for our losers semifinals. However, before that, I believe, Spriggles, you may have some clips to show us.
Yeah, I wanted to break down a few things from that last matchup. I thought there was some really cool stuff there to take a look at. So let's get this telestration up on the big screen so everybody can see it right here. There we go. So this is the Rayquaza fight from Game 2, which I thought was really cool. There are a few things that sticks out here. So we get this big catch from Zacian. It takes down Espeon, and then we can see Gotlu diving in with the Brave Bird, looking to sort of counter that, right? They need to get a KO in this moment. They are not able to get Zacian. Zacian peels away from this fight. We have a Brave Bird that actually follows Zacian out, even with an eject button right there, but they're not able to grab Zacian. That was such a key moment in this fight. While all this is happening, multiple members of Nouns are down. Now, this is a really interesting moment, too, because as multiple members of Nouns go down, you have Inder trying to stall long enough. Unfortunately, Inder actually runs into this bush here with Bruv, so he pulls the team into Bruv. So as they're hitting Inder, they're getting hit at the same time here, which is super unfortunate for Nouns. Now Bruv is just trying as best they can to stall out this fight while we have G5 ripping through Rayquaza. We have a Brave Bird here that I think intentionally missed Ray, right? It landed right there so that it didn't rip fast enough. Brave Bird lands, and the secure is from Eldegoss's Pollen Puff, which is pretty wild here. We could see that in the slow-mo. Eldegoss throws this Pollen Puff here at the beginning of the fight. Well, I mean, a little slower than that. Eldegoss throws this Pollen Puff right at the beginning of this rip right here. The Brave Bird lands, the Aerial Ace comes in, it's not enough, and then boom, Pollen Puff secure for the Rayquaza in Game 2. I just thought that was a really fun fight. And then as this goes on, it's a really great moment for Nouns, right? They do a great job of breaking Leafeon's shield right here. So that's one Rayquaza shield down. Yeah, I've got the numbers. That's one shield down. Now they're trying to break two. They cannot break it. We've got a third shield right here. And as we look towards Zacian in the central area here, we have a fourth shield. Where are you, Zacian, you silly goose? There you go, buddy. Zacian right there with that fourth shield. Actually charging up the Unite move. Having a dual purpose right here. Getting a bigger shield and at the same time lowering the amount of Eos energy Zacian carries so they can possibly score faster in that goal. Just a really great final moment from both of these teams. Nouns fighting really hard to stop them right here. I love this like beautiful play from Darkrai to put Buzz to sleep while Snow scores in the bottom path. That was Game 2. really cool moments there in Game 2. And then I have a couple small clips that I thought were just sort of exciting, showing off some of the tech and the high level these teams play at. This one starts right there with a Zeraora pull, which is just one of my absolute favorite things to see. So let's take a look at it here in slow-mo. You can actually see Snow in this bush charging up. Oh, where did it take me to? No, thank you. I don't know where it took me to. Great.
Into the nightmare.
It took me into the
back.
nightmare.
You're back into the last.
I'm back
game.
into the last clip. Here we go. Perfect timing.
Oh,
Okay.
wait, we're back to us. No, last clip.
No. No, go ahead. Take me back in there.
That's the best thing that's ever
Take me
happened.
back in there whenever you're ready.
Yeah. Okay, we got the clip.
That's a big
Thing,
number one.
don't ever cut away from me. Second thing.
The first one's a bigger thing.
The first one's a bigger thing. Okay, we have this really nice moment right here. Zeraora charging in this bush with its boosteds, jumping in towards Trevenant as soon as the Volt Switch is ready, pulling Trevenant into that bush. I absolutely love that tech. And then as we see the rest of this fight go on, I just thought it was really cool to see Toon come from this bottom path right here, come from this top path right here. As he makes his way down, we noticed that Toon Slim was playing Lunge Buzzwole.
Yeah.
And I think the exciting thing about this is you have Zeraora, Decidueye, Greninja, and Metagross, all attack-based Pokemon. Lunge will take 30% of their attack stat when you land in. So all those moments that Buzzwole is diving in with those attacks, you are getting attack removed from your opponents, which I think is very cool. And then finally, this was a moment that you guys talked about on stream, so I just thought I would show it to you here. This is when Darkrai actually brings Talonflame into
It was
its
a nightmare.
It was.
Yeah.
You can see the nightmare right here. Talon sweeps, gets into the wall of it, and then flies, gets the KO right out of the nightmare. Now you guys can cut back to me.
Yeah.
We got it.
I'm actually really glad you showed that because that looked so weird, right?
It
Like
did.
the effect was
Yeah.
still on there, and then it like united out of the effect, and it was just I thought it was something wrong, but I was like I thought that was I don't know, but yeah, okay, cool. That was a weird interaction.
It was a weird interaction, one of those cool split-second moments that you have in Unite, and when these teams are playing at this level, it's just really cool to see some of these macro and micro decisions.
Thank goodness for slow-mo.
Thank goodness for slow-mo.
Thank goodness for the replay. Can you show us a few more clips, actually?
Yeah, let's head back into the We actually have an interview ready, I believe, here, Kello.
Exactly. We have to do the interview.
And I'm
So I think we're going to bring Inda up on the big screen. So come with me, folks. Let's go over to the big screen. I don't know if this mic actually works, but testing. Inda, hello. Firstly, congratulations for making it to the World Championships. I mean, we obviously got to see you make it all the way through. 3-game comeback there. How are you feeling about all of that?
My heart is still racing, I'm not gonna lie. And after that VOD review from Spragos, we might have to hire him and the screen as well to help us, at our chances at Worlds this year.
Well, I mean, I have a really important question that I need to ask you. Was the Miraidon ban intentional?
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to leak the tune in the lab tech quite yet, but we'll just say that we were cycling through the bands really fast and then something happened.
Fair enough, I guess. Time wasn't exactly on your side there during that moment, but even then you ended up winning that match, so I guess that ban didn't really end up mattering in the end. But, I mean, knowing that you have secured yourselves a world spot in Anaheim, California, but also the Travel Award, is there any teams that you're hoping to meet over at Worlds?
I mean, of course, it would be hard not to say that I don't want to see LG and OJ, former TTV members. They're my boys. We're all so good friends. So I want to see them at the event. I want to be able to play against them on stage instead of on their team. And then there's lots of teams around the world. I mean, I hope I get to see Baby Mazo. He's been a good friend for a while. The folks over at Alter Ego, Ice and Shingdi and the rest of that squad. Lots of friends that we've made over the years, and I'm just excited to have another chance to compete.
Yeah, that is actually so epic. But I'm going to go throw it back to the other casters. Did you have any questions? Spraggles has his hands up.
I did have a question. Why do we cut away from me? No. I did have a question
It's
for
Big
Ender. Ender, obviously, congratulations. I have to wonder what it was feeling like heading into this weekend, given that you and Toon have been in this position before. You just missed regionals year one. It was kind of that huge heartbreaker moment for TTV. How did it feel coming into this, and how do you feel as soon as you secured that spot?
Yeah, I think all of us, it's hard to say that we were nervous, maybe a little anxious for this weekend, given, what happened, obviously, like you said, in year one. But we had a goal in mind, was to make it first out of groups. That would mean that one more win out of our group stage, we'd have the world spot. And I think once that happened, we all, breathed a sigh of relief that, all right, we've gone through the hard part, being able to qualify, and now we're just playing for some bonus things.
Well, I guess that's the next question. How much do you like money? I hear Spraggles likes it a lot. So obviously, yeah, as we said, you have the world spot, you have the travel award. You can get comfy, but not too comfy. And yes, I did say comfy, not comfy. Okay. But, tell Spraggles, how much do you like money?
I mean, the money, obviously, it helps. Pokemon Unite player salary isn't the best, and like I said, we're gonna have to put some money aside to maybe get Zoinks on some tier list power ranking work. Spraggles in the VOD review room. We got to put together a super team here.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on in with another interview there. So we'll definitely see you soon in the grand finals. But we're gonna head it on back over to the desk. So let's stroll on over.
Thank you for getting the money question out of the way.
Yeah, great interview, by the way.
Great interview. As always, it's amazing having Ender around.
It is.
And it's exciting to see them do so well. Nouns now heading to the grand finals. They've guaranteed that travel award, and they are also now looking for that top spot in EU.
Yeah, and we have Nouns Esports qualified for the World Championships, Gen 5 qualified for the World Championships. We have one more slot up for grabs here in Europe, and these next two teams that are going to be competing are going to be fighting over that last one. It's going to be Los Catucados versus Komai Esport. That's right, Los Catucados in that losers bracket defeated Grim Reapers.
Oh. That's interesting because I thought they were the underdogs of this competition. I was actually, look, they made it all the way here, but I definitely had high hopes. But I guess, you have a squad coming on here that has been together throughout the season.
Right now, we are taking a look, I believe, at Komai's esports route to this position. Just a little bit of those off-stream matches, just a bit of a highlight reel for us to take a look at. Interesting to see Mamoswine making an emergence there. Not a very commonly picked Pokemon in our tournament so far.
Yeah, I think we actually saw in a previous Komai off-stream match Mamoswine as well, so that might be something we're going to see from them later. I love Mamoswine, so I'd be a huge fan of that. Most of the other picks, it feels like, are relatively what we've been seeing the rest of today, though.
True, yeah, some intense team fights again. Decidueye making another appearance and yet another objective secure. And it's that composition, that double sniper that seems so terrifying. You can see their opposition bringing some interesting things to the table, like Dragonites and Buzzwole and Prussel. But in the end, it was going to be Komai, how they earned their way to this qualifying game.
And a lot of people thought Komai could be one of the teams in grand finals already. So, it's going to be interesting seeing if they can move forward in this. Again, one spot left in EU to head to Worlds.
Oh, that's so cool. And then, of course, the still more surprising past that. Right now, obviously, we know Nouns going to be in Grands. Gen 5 was so close, but it's interesting with a team like Komai, right? Where Komai only lost, I think, 2 Grim Reapers, right? In the group stage. So they may just have had one of those moments where it's like, this team just gets us and we just don't know how to fight them. But with how well they've been doing the rest of the season, even with sometimes different players, they're kind of the dark horse going into the grand, or the top 4, I guess I should say, because they're not in the grand finals yet, where they haven't now lost to anybody in this tournament that's still here.
That's true. And one through-line player on that Komai roster has been Zante, and in this meta game that maybe surprised us with all these snipers, I'm feeling very good about having Zante on a roster like that. That is so exciting, one of the most prolific Inteleon players. Did play a lot of Mew back in the day too, but now I'm sure very willing to flex over the Decidueye. So some exciting picks on the table for Komai for sure.
Yeah.
I'm shocked to see so much Decidueye here in EU. I mean, I know clearly it's, made an impact. Everyone is picking this Pokemon up, but a lot of things that I didn't expect to see. Of course, I thought we'd see some Suicune. We're seeing Alolan Raichu, I think, disappoint in a lot of these matches and get outranged by some of this stuff. I don't think it's terrible, but I don't think it's amazing either. Right once it got released, I think you would think that this would absolutely dominate every game. But after kind of a round of nerfs, it looks like it's much more in line with the rest of the roster.
I think it's the fact that teams are actually finding an answer to it to be able to combat the amount of damage that it brings. And like we witnessed in that previous set, bringing in the Lapras to try and combat that special attack that Raichu brings. So it's just not able to have as much impact. But, well, look, we have Draft on the big screen.
All right, time to find the last European team qualified for the World Championships outside of a potential final stretch win. So thank you so much, Kello and Wonder Chef. Spraggles, let's get into this game number 1 in our best of 3, by the way. I just want to update everybody at home. This one is a best of 3.
That's right. Komai Esports versus Los Caducados. This is going to be pretty interesting. I think a lot of people would not expect Los Caducados to be in this position right now. Komai, I think, is, in most people's minds, the favorite right here, but they have not looked stellar today.
Yeah, a little shaky in that group stage especially, but now with Los Caducados coming in and feeling very hot, having a lot of momentum behind them, it does bring some things into question. Come on, maybe shaky wins, but hey, they're still wins at the end of the day. They put themselves in a position to head to Worlds.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Komai with that first pick, locking in Suicune. I think Suicune has performed about as well as I think a lot of people would have thought. And again, Alolan Raichu getting banned out in this game. So clearly it is a threat that a lot of teams are trying to deal with. No surprise to see Psyduck and Snorlax getting bans. Snorlax, it feels like its ban rate is just ticking up throughout the course of the day, more and more and more.
Yeah, it feels like the strongest defender. However, it's had some decent competition for that spot in Europe so far. Trevenant seeing some play. We saw that hovered for a moment, but the Lapras also seeing a ton of relevancy. And Marv bringing this Mamoswine really into the spotlight throughout Komai's run so far.
Yeah, Mamoswine, I mean, I really don't feel like it's fallen off much. There are just some situations where maybe you're not able to get the value out of grabbing your opponents. As you take a look at the other side here, with an Ice Fang situation, you do have to think, well, what am I looking to sort of pick and set up for the team? If you could get Inteleon or Hoopa in a big Ice Fang combo early, the entire team fight could go your way.
Yeah, it feels like if there's a Hoopa on the enemy side, a little bit of the mini-game emerges as can we knock out that Pokemon before the Unite move? It always feels like if you can shut it down, it is a Pokemon that really has to play around for positioning, similar to a Blastoise or something in that way. If you can get them into a dangerous spot, you can try to punish, but Toast's going to be locking into that Mimikyu. A little bit surprised to see that with how much Talonflame we've seen in this tournament. Toast, an incredible Talonflame player. They're going to leave it on the table, and it's going to be Espeon. So not exactly double sniper, but 2 sources of burst special attack damage for the side of Los Caducados.
I actually really love the Mimikyu pick into Inteleon. I think it's almost like a natural counter for this Pokemon. If you can hit a Shadow Sneak, one single Shadow Sneak towards that Inteleon, right into your Unite move, and that's basically a KO. And the nice thing about Shadow Sneak is you can kind of time it where you can see if you can bait out their Fell Stinger before you decide to jump in. If they don't even have it, there's really nothing they can do. So Mimikyu is weird. I've started to feel like Mimikyu is almost like Zoroark. If you have a cracked Mimikyu player on your team, you might be picking it. Otherwise, I feel like this Pokemon gets absolutely no play. Kind of similar to Zoroark. It's either you have someone who's crazy good on it, or you don't see it at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to work. It does feel like a lot of the competition for that slot are outclassing it in terms of damage, especially because when we're looking at this draft, it will most likely be headed into the central area. That's taking up a lot of experience where you could have some more burst attack damage like we've seen become a little more popular. But either way, having Mimikyu there, I'm obviously going to be happy about it. Love that Pokemon. Love playing that Pokemon. So seeing a player like Toast play it, I'm sure I'm going to be amazed.
Yeah, it's very cool to watch, and it's also one of those really exciting Pokemon that chains through KOs. You've got Mimikyu, you've got Gengar that makes some huge plays with that. So you absolutely love to see it. Komai Esports, your purple team. Los Caducados, your orange team, as we're heading into our losers semifinals. Again, this will decide our 3rd spot heading to Worlds for EU.
All right, I'm excited to see the early game in the bottom path for Los Caricados. They have one of my favorite combinations, and that's Sniper plus Crustle. Having anything to increase the consistency of your Sniper's damage with something like maybe a Mean Look, or in this case, a Rock Tomb, is so fantastic. But we're going to need to get up to that level 4, and the way Komai's playing, it actually might be a struggle for them for this very aggressive positioning.
Yeah, really aggressive here from Komai, taking a lot of the experience from the side of Los Caducados, now peeling back to try to get some of their own. So really great start here in this bottom path, and a lot of the game can start to snowball from an early win in the bottom path, right? Or early win in either one of the paths. Here comes Mimikyu, big time play rough, not able to pick up the KO right away. We have Chris Books peeling back to this goal zone.
I like the play rough into a Gyarados matchup. Obviously, it's going to be more in the future. We're likely going to have the Mimikyu rotate up towards that top side, try to keep that Gyarados stuck in the Magikarp position, but I do think it's a decent answer to either Waterfall of Bounce. Either way, that Los Caricados tends to take this.
Take a look at that. Mizante already level 5, heading up to the top path right here. Nice Astonish, stops a few members of Komai Esports, but it does feel like Komai is kind of winning across the board right now, getting some good positioning, securing a lot of the wild Pokemon between these top and bottom paths, and getting pretty aggressive in that bottom path as we do pick up a KO. Suicune taking down the Drizzile.
All right, so Zante, maybe not one of those snipers like I was talking about, but Suicune certainly packs a punch in the special attack category. They're going to take that, not the first knockout of the game, I don't think, but either way, a very nice one. Top side, we got even more fights raging on as the Eldegoss and Espeon kind of trade some damage, and Gyarados retreating back has had a very early evolution, I think around 830, so looking great for Leo up there.
Yeah, these Gyarados players are so good at filling that effort gauge. If you meticulously move through with your auto attacks with Flail, you will guarantee Gyarados at about that time frame, even earlier if you can get it just right. So these players know exactly how to play it. As Gary's in so much trouble, the Ice Fang, the play rough, picks up a KO. Zacian continuing to chase right here, but it looks like they're getting pushed back. Crustle now in a lot of trouble as the Whirlpool, the Ice Beam is just slowing it down, and they're not able to pick up that final hit for the KO.
Yeah, no knockout there, and Gyarados, I think, or sorry, not Gyarados, but the rest of the Los Caricados making it all the way back to the top side to heal up in that goal zone as well. So a situation that could have gone a lot worse. I think Gyarados the only one to go down, but they get a revenge knockout onto the Mimikyu, but Hoopa gets traded out in the process. No trick to pull Leo out of this situation means they're going to go down KO streak of 2 to Zante.
Now, you know, some teams are playing Suicune as much more support, even running EXP share on it, but this is definitely a carry Suicune right now, picking up a ton of KOs early, highest level in the match, tied there with the Mimikyu.
And kind of shades of what I've loved Nouns Esports doing with these Suicune Snorlax compositions. We're just going to add the Mamoswine to the mix instead. So we saw that fight around the 8 minutes with a Suicune Freeze into a tricky Rock Tomb to deal with from your own team, but just so much crowd control with the Ice Fang as kind of the cherry on top.
And now we can see Regice not being chipped up by either team. The snipe shots landing here. 3 members of Los Caducados, 4 members of Komai as Crustle's in a ton of trouble, goes down early.
Wow, I mean, that's what you got to play as your defender. You got to make sure that space is taken and you got information to work with, but getting punished that quickly off a KO is going to be tough. Los Caricados have to make a decision. Do they want to go all in on this fight? Because Komai's not going to give them a whole lot of time.
Yeah, we can see the Regice being taken down right here. Half HP on Regice as we have multiple members of Los Caricados looking for a possible steal. We don't have a snipe shot that hits it, but we have a snipe shot that hits the Mamoswine. Another one flies through, but it's Espeon who secures.
Wow, okay, well, Inteleon snipe shot gets blocked, but Espeon is taking up the task. Absolutely huge for them, but Suicune getting a response knockout, and Zante at level 10 is going to be very good at defending this goal zone. It is still a 1v3 situation, though.
Yeah, it's 1v3, but, you know, with that incredible freeze right there, they do get some points in, but it looks like they do a great job of pushing them around, dodging that first X attack, some points raining in from Los Caducados, but a single Pokemon defending that goal zone against 3. Nothing to something at.
Yeah, Sneeve, Snuff.
Guys, what is it nothing to something at?
Yeah.
Someone cut me off. Take me off screen.
Give me the telestrator.
I'm going to write on the screen right now.
All right, Gyarados in a pretty scary position on the top side. It looks like Los Caricados might be making a push to early goal zone score, but instead they are going to see a few members of Komai Esports defending that goal zone. We're going to focus on that objective. Regieleki going to be attacked at a very safe Hoopa portal on the backside of that Regieleki. Will give the Inteleon just enough time to come from the central area, arrive, and snipe shot that Regieleki.
Yeah, nice big secure from Los Caducados as the push is happening right here. Gyarados Unite move, but everyone just runs away. They're able to get their points in for free right here, and it looks like Gary is going to continue scoring and stacking up here in this top path. We have 40 points for the Inteleon ready to go at any moment, and this is just going to make not only their score lead bigger because they have a nice overcap, but it's also going to set up a play where Gyarados can get stronger and stronger. And after using that Unite move, you score 4 or 5 times, you've almost got it back.
Yeah, that's huge. A ton of Unite move charge going to be back. Ayame gets taken down immediately. Great Ice Fang by Marv to set that up. And of course, Zante leaving you no room for retreat with that Whirlpool.
Yeah, look at that play right there. Crustle Unite right into the Mimikyu Unite. Here comes Gyarados. They did have a Unite move, but it doesn't look like they got a lot of value for it. Espeon with a big Unite catches many, but the Suicune Unite grabs 2. 1 down, now 2 down on the side of Los Caducados.
Never-ending ice spikes. Zante lining it up. It has such a huge area of effect that, you know, when you're actually aiming the move, it doesn't seem as large, but it cuts off that entire central portion of the bottom path.
Yeah, another great secure here, though. I mean, they just set up brilliant moments for this Inteleon over and over again. Great stuff from Los Caducados. And this really is a game where it feels like we've got a match between these two teams.
Yeah.
Score-wise, it's not particularly close. Los Caducados got some really nice scores in that top path. However, it feels like every fight is very back and forth between these two squads.
It feels like Los Caducados is winning every area and aspect of this match, except for when Suicune is involved in it.
Yes.
When Zante is a part of that fight, it is a huge spoiler, and Kine Esport really relying on this veteran player of EU, and they're rising to the occasion in a major way.
Yeah, and here we go. We actually have Zacian looking for a big KO right here on the Espeon. They are able to get it there, but they go down for it. A little bit of a trade between these two squads as Regieleki hits the top path.
Yeah, Espeon the one to take that knockout as well, so a trading between the two, and now Regieleki, as good as Los Caducados as we can make it out to be. Kine not even going to go for a steal attempt. Instead, we will have Narami attempting to dunk 40 points in, and that Phantom Force going to cut them off right as it was almost complete.
Yeah, just barely not making that happen. Regieleki now walking towards the tier 2 of Kine Esport, and this is going to be a tricky situation for them because they want to get some value here in this bottom path as they push towards this goal zone, but they have to do something about this Regieleki, so they have to leave Zacian in the top path all alone.
I'm really happy you mentioned a few fights ago about that Crustle Unite move into the Mimikyu, because I actually do think that Chris has been playing this extremely well into this Mimikyu matchup. One of the toughest things about Mimikyu's Shadow Sneak is that it kind of can be body blocked, and a good defender player will always have a rough idea of where that Mimikyu is attempting to hit these long-range Shadow Sneaks from. If Crustle can absorb that hit, it really renders that move relatively useless, so we're going to see that Crustle try to body block for maybe the weaker or squishier targets in the back line.
And now we're taking a bird's eye look here at the start of Rayquaza right now. Rayquaza has hit the map. We can see its HP bar on the screen. A new addition here for regional finals that is pretty amazing. Zante moving forward, the Whirlpool pushing them back. We're going to see how many snipe shots the side of Kine Esport can eat before they decide to move in for a fight.
Yeah, and Narami does have to give up their position with that Pollen Puff. Obviously, got to do something to mitigate that snipe shot damage, but Narami, a #1 target that Los Caducados would love to take out at the start of this fight. Rock Tomb does hold Marv in place, and there we go. Perfect use. You set up those snipers with the Rock Tomb, very consistent damage.
Yeah, and now we see Kine. They're going to have to reset, send the Mamoswine back to base. Gyarados trying to score in the top path right here, but Mamo now landing on them. So these two are going to be out of this fight if this fight does kick off, as we have a couple members of Kine deciding whether or not they want to move up towards it, and it looks like Zacian and Suicune are heading to the top path.
Wow, what a soul read by Marv to recall and get that jump pad stop. Leo will be able to make it away from this defender, and I say that actually gets a little riskier now. Zante with a great coverage. It's the first knockout of this team fight. Gyarados down for 30. Rayquaza, on the other hand, already down to 0 HP.
Wow.
It's the exact number, and Zante is going to pick it up.
Zante absolutely dominating this match. Suicune all over this thing as an MVP. It feels like every moment that went well for Kine had something to do with Zante and this Suicune. Great play by the team right there. We saw the huge Zacian Unite ready to secure as well, but it ended up being Suicune. I really do feel like whatever position teams are playing this Pokemon in, they are doing phenomenally well.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, Suicune, we found it kind of as a must ban. It had an extremely high encounter rate. I think as high as you can go. at around that 100% mark. So it was looking very, very good throughout our tournament. Clearly, Zante just another expression of how powerful that Pokemon has been. And Komai are going to start this series up 1-0 in, frankly, a situation that I think was really dire for them. Los Catacados looking great headed into those final 2 minutes. And there we go. We got a game win.
We got a game win, baby. And it's really interesting because that moment when Marv recalled to get more HP and jump onto that tier 2, it actually was forced out by the snipe shot. So it was a great moment from Marv, but it also was something that Los Catacados actually sort of made happen, which ended up leading to their downfall.
Yeah, losing the information that the Mamoswine is recalling is probably the biggest fault of that situation. Gyarados not knowing that the Mamoswine is recalling goes for the back cap. If they knew Marv was in that position, there's just simply no way you would ever make it happen. So I think, a lack of information on Los Catacados' side becomes a very, it's not exactly a mistake, but just a bit of a blunder in that game number 1.
Yeah, I wouldn't even, mistake, blunder. It is what started to happen in this fight. These are two teams playing at an extremely high level, and I don't think they realized the Mamo was going to be recalling in that moment. Here's when Hoopa decides to bring the team through, and then at this point, it's really just who can get this secure right here, and it is Suicune.
Similar to a Pokemon like Blastoise that has the Unite move that is amazing at crowd control, Suicune is right there with those never-ending ice spikes. It's amazing for just putting right over top of a major objective, of course, like the Rayquaza, because if anybody is within melee range, they're getting frozen by Suicune when it matters most. So not only is Suicune doing damage to the main objective, setting itself up, it's also really hindering their opponent's ability to take out that major objective. So expertly used by Zante in that fight.
Yeah, I think no question the player of the game. I do feel like this was the playmaker for Komai in that last match, so I'm not surprised to see it right there. The popular Suicune build you're seeing on the screen here, that's Whirlpool and Ice Beam. Now the items, it's been really interesting because there are so many different versions of Suicune. You could be playing it with Curse Incense to really disrupt the amount of HP recovery your opponents have. Some teams have used this in more of a support role, a la almost like a Mew running EXP share on something like this. Now this version of it's just looking to do a lot of damage, especially to tankier Pokemon with that Slick Spoon.
Yeah, I mean, Shell Bell Enjoyers out there is still a viable item. You want double cooldown items thanks to the Drive Lens. It's now an option. But one thing we were talking a little bit in the last time when Chef and Kello were commentating, and we've had some questions about this on social media. So just a reminder, we do have a lot of new toys and some very cool looks on the battlefield when these Unite matches are happening. One of those is that Rayquaza HP bar that you're seeing on the bottom of your screen. It's very cool. Some people were having questions about why is the Rayquaza at different amounts of HP, different times that we take a look at it. So did you want to kind of explain?
Yeah, basically, you don't know why? Oh my gosh. No, it's actually a great question. And this is why some people can head into the practice area and think that they're ripping Rayquaza in 1 second. Ray's HP actually continues to increase its max HP as the match goes on. So that's why you see it start at one number and get larger and larger and larger. But it is a great question because I think until you see that, you are wondering, like, wait, why is Rayquaza getting stronger right now?
How come Rayquaza HP was lower for Nouns? And not
Are they cheating right now? Why does Nouns get every lucky break?
No. And actually, any wild Pokemon in the game will actually increase in HP, I think based on a 15 or 30-second timer, one of the two, as they will slowly increase as the match happens. So that is why you're seeing the HP bar fluctuate in numbers a little bit as the match goes on longer.
Pretty cool, right? And I've been told that I'm allowed to show off this set right now. I'm not allowed to slide around, but we're allowed to show off this set. Do you have your clicker?
Yeah.
Okay, great. That's what happens when Reggie Steele is captured. Pretty cool, right? And I'm glad we get to show it to all of you. It's also why casting off the screen can be a little crazy. Oh,
Rayquaza!
That's Rayquaza. When Ray is captured right there, this is what we see.
One of our favorites.
It's one of our favorites.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and do Reggie Rock right
Let's hit Reggie Rock.
Let's go Reggie Rock right there. Let's go ahead and get Reggie Rock.
There it is!
Huge Reggie. My favorite is the dust that pops up at the end of this, back into the match. I think is very cool.
Crumble back. Only one more to show.
Reg Ice.
Ice and Veins. We got Reg Ice.
Beautiful
It's another
stuff.
fun after effect. We have the melting effect to bring us back to Thea Skyroads. Thank you all for joining us for that one.
Thank you very much as we continue to enjoy this very cool studio. And I'm glad that we get to share it with all of you at home. It's not just running back and forth during breaks, sliding around this set. I can assure you that's not the only thing that we're doing here. We do have these really cool moments, and I'm excited because a lot of this stuff should carry through the rest of our season. That Rayquaza HP bar and things like that. So I'm just very very exciting. It's finals time. It's very exciting. We have new cool things all the time, which is awesome.
Yeah, always improving, getting better. And if you like these changes, please let us know. It's awesome to hear, whether it's Twitch chat or on socials.
Or text me.
Yeah, or
text me at. Do we not have the number?
Yeah, it's okay. We'll get your pager.
Yeah.
But an exciting thing is that we are still in a chance for a world spot to be taken up between these two teams. Kine Esport, not exactly with a steal. I think they kind of won that team fight handedly.
Yeah.
Punished some rotations by Los Caracados extremely well. But Los Caracados, it's a bummer that this is the only time we've seen them on broadcast so far because they have been having an incredible run. They did start our tournament in losers bracket, but it's hard to blame them. Their group was with Nouns Esports, so a very difficult group to be competing in. But still, they have made their way through some great teams, including Grim Reapers, which I think is probably their most impressive performance as of yet. Looking to top that performance now with a Kine win.
Yeah, and I mean, I've got to say, I think they performed really well in game one. So it was not a landslide victory for Kine. It actually got pretty dicey for Kine at a few points, but they had a great Rayquaza fight. As we head into our next draft right here, Los Caracados is going to be our first pick, first ban. Blissey off the table, Suicune on the other side. I think this Pokemon's not going to see a lot of play for the rest of the day. I have to be honest. Like, this feels like you can't give a team Suicune.
I think we're going to see it in the exact position it is. Orange side, first ban, a whole lot as our tournament commences, probably even into our second day of coverage when we start talking about North America. But either way, Blissey, Suicune, Snorlax, and Psyduck. Snorlax, the only Pokemon under 50% ban rate at the moment, but I think we might see that one rising.
Yeah, for sure. As first pick for Los Caracados goes over to Alolan Raichu, a Pokemon that I don't think has looked bad, but I do think is probably shocking people with how fine it has looked.
Yes.
It's fine.
It's an interesting spot because it is a Pokemon that fills the role of a traditional attack damage carry that we've seen. Obviously, it's a special attack damage carry, but it focuses completely on its auto attack. So it is all in on the take down the front line little by little kind of strategy. It doesn't have access to a lot of big burst damage. Instead, it's just smaller amounts, which can be difficult to deal with. But like, take a look at this. Krinsky locking in the Slowbro, a 15% pick rate in our tournament.
That is really interesting. So they're definitely looking to lock down something that plans on diving, right? I mean, that's when you pick Slowbro. Anything that wants to get close to you, you're able to shut it down. You know, we have not seen from Alolan Raichu Zoinks, we have not seen the Electro Ball build, which I do think there are some really cool things you can do with it. You can lay 3 Electro Balls on an objective that's about to spawn and get a huge burst damage. You also can make some really interesting positioning choices around some of the bigger fights. You could have sort of bushes that the tall grass that the enemy would go into and get a surprising, like almost in one moment, a KO on someone that they didn't expect, creating a really interesting situation where you're cutting off more of the map than your opponent knows.
Yeah, it's interesting. In fact, we've seen the other moveset be a little more flexible so far in our tournament today. We've even seen a little bit of Thunderbolt with stored power as well. So it's maybe surprising that we haven't seen a little bit more experimentation there. But now we have our 2 full lineups. It seems like both our teams favoring a lot of single Pokemon crowd control. So Pikachu being locked in for Zonte. However, with those items, I doubt we're seeing Volt Tackle out of that build with a Cursed Incense specifically. I am imagining we're going to be looking at a Thunder set, but both Mamoswine showcasing the Ice Fang previously, and then of course Mimikyu having a very similar Unite move in a concept to Buzzwole.
Yeah, if you look at the side of Los Caracados, they're playing almost exclusively at range, except for Buzzwole. Every single Pokemon on their side is attacking, even auto attacks at range. So I think if you're going to see Pikachu with Volt Tackle, it's got to be Thunderbolt Volt Tackle at this point. But you definitely could see Thunderbolt, which is a pretty good option for Pikachu in this situation. And I love it with a curse item. I just think it's absolutely amazing to do crazy amounts of HP recovery debuff at range. And when you've got Eldegoss right over here, I do think that's a really great choice.
Yeah, you're reducing a lot of that healing, especially because of the AoE effect, like you were talking about. Hit multiple Pokemon if it works out that way, but I believe you have a line?
Oh, yeah, about this game. Los Caracados, your purple team. Kine Esport, your orange team. Again, this is for all the marbles. Well, at least the world's biggest marble in Anaheim, California, because if Kine can win this game right now, they are your 3rd team from EU qualified for Worlds.
Ooh, okay, so Kine Esports going to give that red buff over to Narami. It feels like this was a strategy that we haven't seen as popular these days, giving your support that red buff, but that slowing effect, very difficult for Buzzwole to deal with. A Pokemon that would love to sack its attack weight early.
Yeah, nice stuff right there. I mean, the slow almost put Leo in a really bad position right there, and if Potato can get a knockout early with Magikarp, that is so devastating for Los Caducados. Fortunately for them, they did not give up that KO.
Yeah. Now, Ayame, I think Eldegoss may be the first Pokemon to really popularize that supporter getting the red buff, but that will not be happening. Instead, you're going to give it to your Alolan Raichu, an auto attacker who is really going to use that to devastating effect.
Yeah, not only can this thing sort of kite around the battlefield once it's able to hit with its boosteds, now you're also slowing your opponents, making it extremely difficult for them to catch you. And once again, we do have a stored power Alolan Raichu.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we talk about this Pokemon kiting around. I mean, it's surfing incredibly well, but I know you've played a whole lot of this Pokemon. The amount of times I've got myself in a bad position because I pressed that move while moving in the wrong direction, alarming amounts. But all right, for the Los Caducados side, I think they're feeling comfortable nonetheless. Some great stacks on the top side for this purple team.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Los Caducados. Obviously, you know, that bottom path was a bit of a fight between these two squads, but you need to get Buzzwole online with all of its stacks as quickly as you possibly can. Pikachu in the bottom path, we do see Thunder.
Okay.
Not sure about the second move yet, but again, it could be Thunder, Thunderbolt, could be Thunder, Volt, Tackle. Both of them have some really interesting use cases.
100%, and like we talked about, this team already is focusing a lot on that crowd controls. We're taking a look at that 8 minutes. Teams are starting to fight in the middle. Big push by Potato, hits multiple targets with that Dragon Breath, and it looks only at the Dartrix. Just not a fighting chance in that team fight. Kine Esports all in with 5 players, and they're going to walk away with a ton of the spoils.
Yeah, really great fight for them. Huge Ice Fang scoring in the bottom path, and Hoopa scores as well. Really amazing stuff there from Komai. Feels like they're handling this so well after a great start there with Gyarados.
Yeah, Marv stays being one of the best defenders in this region for years and years now, but I think one way they stepped up their game extremely well, especially last year into this year, has been their communication game. I think Marv's really taken a place in that shot caller role, and playing alongside a teammate they've had for a long time like Zante, he can start to see great combo plays like that.
That's just so beautiful. And you know, you get one of these big moments with Alolan Raichu at Rayquaza, and it's basically all over for Los Caducados. They need Decidueye and Alolan Raichu to stay safe and healthy as long as they possibly can come later points in this match, or they can't win a team fight.
Take a look at this. Ultra Beast versus a lot of people's favorite Generation 1 Pokemon. I don't know, 1v1 around the Regieleki. Gyarados like a ship in the night, just going to head towards the goal zone and score instead. Still having a chance to try to steal away this main objective, as Buzzwole's rip damage never a huge credit to.
Yeah. Oh, picks him up, slams him down. They did secure it. You know, when you think about it, that is one way that they got the secure right there. Beautiful play there from the side of Los Caducados, able to get that nice secure on the top objective. As we have a fight in here in the bottom path, and Spirit Shackle chips too right away.
Okay, so finally the Decidueye is online. It feels like Los Caducados has been waiting for this to happen before they could take some major engagements. Of course, Alolan Raichu does still have that Unite move, and there it is. Big old star taking over the map. A lot of passive damage, and now it's going to get even worse with that Registeel buff.
Yeah, and here they go. Moving forward right here. Toast is going down. KO picked up by the Eldegoss as they move towards this goal zone. Potato waiting in this moment to see when they're going to move in. There's the Dragon Breath right into the waterfall, trying to pick up the KO on Alolan Raichu, but Alolan Raichu does make it out. Absolutely kiting away from this fight with its boosted.
That ability to move while auto-attacking, it just can't be understated how amazing that is in some of these situations. Leo picks up a Speed Berry. I didn't know they knew they were going to find, thanks to that Hoopa passive. But either way, the fight raging on now as the Gyarados has rejoined the battle.
Yeah, and here we go. Mimikyu looking to make something happen, but after a massive Spirit Shackle, the put up and the set down there from Buzz. Huge plays from Los Caducados, and once again, they're in control at the start of this game. A lot like game number 1, but I feel like they're even more dominant here in game 2.
It feels like it. The early game of the bottom side of Decidueye taking a little bit of time to get run up. It was a little bit concerning, but the Buzzwole the entire time has outpaced Potato's Gyarados, which has been very important. Leo looking fantastic, almost actually at level 12 right now. Is going to become a very fearsome threat on that top side. A scary Pokemon, this Buzzwole. It has been for many years at this point.
Now, Regieleki is spawning here in the top path, but take a look at the Unite moves on the side of Komai Esports. Those little yellow dots above the Pokemon's picture right there show that they have 3 of them here. Los Kadokados with 3 on their side, but when you're a little behind, this might be the moment, especially at an objective, where you start peeling those Unite moves early and looking for big KOs, and they do.
Perfect target choice as well. Take out that heavy carry of the Buzzwole. Initially, Alolan Raichu will get away, but it is going to be Gyarados on the chase. Mimikyu Unite move to hold them in place. The Decidueye does knock them out of the play with me with the knock-knock, and they go, and they get 1 KO. Mimikyu going down to make sure Potato can run away.
Yeah, Potato trying to get out of there, but the snipe shot lands true. We have the Hoopa in some trouble, and they go down.
The Spirit Shackle lands
Oh
true.
my gosh, they call it snipe shot? No wonder they cut away from me. I don't know what I'm talking about.
It's okay. I think the amount of times as a commentary team that we've mixed that up is around 20 to 30.
Guys, can we get it changed? Can someone get Timmy on the phone? It's a snipe shot.
Yeah, Teleon just learned Spirit Shackle. Let's go. Okay. 3 minutes and 48 seconds remain in this matchup. Regieleki not going to land on that tier 2, so let's see where Los Kadokados wants to rotate with that distraction. Regieleki, one of the big benefits is it does give your team vision, so however many Pokemon are trying to knock out that objective, you know it, and you know how much the opposition is going to be outside of that position on the map.
Yeah, Los Kadokados absolutely ready for this, and you can see the Hoopa play on the other side. I love this from Komai. They're saying, look, we cannot contest this, but we're going to get some value at the top of the map right here. It looks like we have Pikachu putting 50 points in. Zante, once again, look at that, almost the highest level on their team. This attacker, you know, bottom path player just carrying these games.
Yeah, on Pikachu of all Pokemon at this moment. Potato is going to mad dash, will get to that portal. Scary situation with that Spirit Shackle. Very tough time, but no one going to return through that portal. No glowing rings circling that large circle. Knows that no Pokemon will be returning from that home base.
Yeah, now we have Decidueye just looking to get some more experience right here. We have Pikachu level 13, Decidueye level 13. Alolan Raichu should be ticking over fairly soon here. 40 seconds now. Now, if you're Los Kadokados, this could be the last 40 seconds that you're playing of Unite this year. So this Rayquaza is extremely important. It feels like, you know, they're playing well, they're ahead. I feel like they're taking team fights well, but it's still incredibly close, Zoinks.
Yeah, they have a double-edged sword right now with this Buzzwole. It has to be the main initiator. Slowbro, not an amazing defender at doing that in your team fights, so you're kind of relying on your Buzzwole so that Alolan Raichu and Decidueye's poke damage will be relevant in this team fight, but you're also risking one of your biggest damage carries by doing that and allowing the Buzzwole to walk up. You want to take a look at that mini-map. Watch out for Gyarados from Potato on that top left-hand side. 50 points, could threaten a back cap, but it looks like right now they're threatening a big flank around the backside.
Yeah, here comes Gyarados looking to make something happen right here. Raichu sniffs them out. Big Psychic to actually push Potato away. Decides they can't move in. They go towards the Slowbro right here, but that's definitely not the target they want. The Spirit Shackle hits Mimikyu, and Mimikyu's almost out of HP, needing to head back through the hyperspace hole. Everyone going to take a second, breathe, and get ready to re-engage.
And just like that, the positioning pendulum flies in the way of Los Kadokados. With that portal play, Komai Esports have to really relent a lot of room, and Los Kadokados can step up to the plate. They are in the lead, they will know that, but it's not a massive one. Any amount of scoring, specifically on that back tier 2 that's tough for them to retreat to, it's going to be tough, but here we go.
Here we go. We see the big-time Spirit Shackle moving, but it misses Marv as we have Gyarados scoring in the top path. This is going to put Komai Esports up 273-202. Slowbro with the Surf, but it doesn't really do too much into this Mamoswine. Right now, it feels like Komai made a great play, and Los Kadokados didn't counterpunch at all. They are now behind and need to make something happen. Here comes Gyarados on the backside.
Huge play, but they're picked up by the Buzzwole immediately. Amazing coverage by Zante on this Pikachu to do some splash damage, but I don't know if it's enough. Hoopa, Mamoswine, and Mimikyu all have to immediately retreat, and now Los Kadokados have a Rayquaza, and they're up 5v3 in terms of players.
And here we go. Mimikyu moves in looking for the KO on this Alolan Raichu, and they are able to pick it up. Now a Unite move looking to pick up a double KO, and they do. This fight is swinging back and forth here. Obviously, Komai do not need Rayquaza right now, and that's a triple KO. You're welcome from the Mimikyu. Huge, huge Shadow Sneak right there as they jump through. Absolutely beautiful stuff from Komai.
Unreal. This Mimikyu holding on to their points lead. Reminder, the back half was so phenomenal for them. Rayquaza HP bar fills back up. Narami going for the insurance Hundo Burger, but it will not be needed as we tick down. Komai Esport hold the lead 2-0 Los Colocados, and they head to Anaheim.
Incredible stuff as we now know the 3 teams from EU heading to Worlds. Komai, a fan favorite. A lot of people thought a favorite to win this entire thing, secures an amazing Game 2 victory.
Yeah, wow, what a couple of back-to-back matches in that situation. Los Colocados always having a chance, being a very, gritty, fighting team, making a lot of big plays, but in the end, Komai just kind of having their number in those final fights.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. I feel like Komai did play the Rayquaza fights exceptionally well, made a lot of great decisions. When they peeled off with Gyarados, Los Colocados not making any play there might have been the moment they lost themselves the game. And look, it's tough. You have a tough team to play into, but they're down 1 Pokemon, you're now down in score, and now you have to be the team to make something happen. They just couldn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, with taking a step back here for a moment, I really do love Komai's draft over Los Colocados in that situation. That point I had before about the Buzzwole engage being really difficult, I feel like that kind of showed itself in that final fight. That Mamoswine just being an ever-present threat. 1 Ice Fang means you lose a Buzzwole. Essentially, it really worked out well for them. It's the Decidueye, though, and the Alolan Raichu made things very, very interesting as this battle went on.
Well, this Mimikyu moment right here as well, like how beautiful. They hit that Shadow Sneak on Raichu, and they knew they needed to shut it down. If it goes down, they can win this fight. And then we just have Mimikyu tearing through Los Colocados. I gotta say, Potato, by the way, player of the game, looking pretty fantastic there. I really do think Los Colocados was such an impressive team. They played so well.
Yeah, I obviously at this tournament, it's a lot more than world spots and championship points. Well, no championship points, I suppose. A lot more than world spots and cash prizing.
Right.
Of course, number 4 in a very difficult region to pull that off in Europe. I think an impressive run for this team. You're taking down teams like Grim Reapers. You're outperforming teams like BH3. A very cool showing for you, and maybe no world spot, but still an impressive 4th place finish.
Yeah, I thought they looked amazing. I mean, I wonder if we see them at the final stretch, because they look like the kind of team that could win this entire thing. Obviously, Komai, congratulations to them. The fan favorite team. I mean, Potato as a player, I absolutely love Potato.
So good.
I feel like I've been watching Potato since the start of Pokemon Unite, when he would be stream sniping a Chris Heroes stream,
Fun fact about Potato, I don't know if you saw this on socials, their most requested holoware in the game is a maid outfit for Garchomp.
Huh.
So, fun fact about Potato.
All right, and we've got something ready for me. I'm not sure exactly what it is. What do we have?
Yikes, yeah, after that big 2-0
Oh!
win, I
It's
immediately
Kaiju Doom
had to
Snacks!
ask how the team was feeling and what kind of energy was coursing through those comms as they were closing the door on Game 2. And all they said was bing, bop, boom, 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 bop, bam, the type of redacted we're on you wouldn't understand. Back to you in the booth.
And one of my favorite parts of that is his own bit. He even shrugged like, I don't know.
Never changed, Duke
Never
Stacks.
changed, Duke
Never
Stacks.
changed.
He doesn't love a bit all the time. Even his own, he's like, I don't know what to say about it. I do worry that Doob Snacks that large could destroy an entire city, but luckily we have it contained right here inside this studio.
Yeah, power unbridled, truly terrifying. So I'm happy that Dupe Snacks, is able to be a part of it, but at the very least, everyone's safe. That's what we all can only ask for.
Yeah, which is extremely important. Komai also, I mean, speaking of safe, they are now safe.
Hey.
As they are heading to Worlds and possibly getting ready to move even further into this tournament, secure that travel award, which would be massive.
Whew. Yeah, and a tough team to do it against, of course, having Gen 5 waiting for them in that losers finals matchup. That is going to be a very fun one. I think when it comes down to Draft 2, these two teams behave very differently. I think Zacian might end up being a very important Pokemon between these two squads, but it's going to be best of 5. So anytime we have best of 5 matchups, Draft gets wild the later these matches move on.
Yeah, you could even see it with our Nouns matchup, right? I mean, Nouns going down 2 games against Gen 5, but figuring out the draft, taking the time to kind of dissect what was happening to them and come up with a better strategy. These best of 5s allow that way better than a best of 3, especially with some moments in a best of 3. There's just a game that even if you did everything right, you can't quite secure the win on, you know?
Yeah, ones you'd rather forget in a best of 5. You got a little bit more of a cushion, but also more time to cook.
All right, well, we are going to be back here in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We need to make sure that Doob Snacks is still in his giant cage behind us.
Where'd he go?
And once we're sure that he's secure, we will be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, the EU Regional Finals, and we do know our 3 teams that are going to be heading to Worlds, but there's more exciting competition ahead of us. Of course, we need to find out who the champion from EU is, who are the 2 teams that are going to be getting these travel awards, and we have to make sure that Doob Snacks is securely locked in his cage. Hi, everybody, Jake, your resident content cowboy here, aka Spraggles. Hello, hello, with Zoinks, with Wonder Chef, and Kellosaurus. What a series. Did you guys get to catch a lot of that? Okay, we got a nap. Okay.
I blinked.
And you blinked. Amazing stuff here. I'm actually not sure what to do with that information. I guess.
There you go. Back to you.
Okay, bye. Well, I thought it was a great series.
No, it was a good series. It's a good series. I'm glad that we get to see this run from Kine.
Yeah.
Definitely, if they had gone out early, I think it would have been really disappointing for a lot of the fans in EU. And I mean, obviously they earned their spot, but that doesn't mean now that our top 3 seeds, right, are the qualifiers, which again shows consistency. It's good.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. You know, you, of course, would love to see a dark horse team, something unexpected, a team like Los Caducados that was playing that well. You would love to see them move forward, but it's no surprise that teams that have been doing well throughout this season continue to do well as they're moving towards the World Championships. And as a region, I'm sure you want the best of the best representing you. Well, you have 3 absolute monster teams from EU right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's one team that might be shaking in their boots a little bit, Luminosity Gaming, getting pushed to the distance last time that matchup happened. So knowing that they're going to Worlds and knowing that, of course, one of their fiercest rivals over here in EU, Kine Esport, is also going to be going, that'll be a fun matchup that could potentially happen in Anaheim.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on where those matchups, the pairs end up coming on in. But yeah, Kine Esports, I mean, that's the thing. It's a different look from when we actually started at the beginning of season, but I feel like that is a story for a lot of these teams now. You know, you have those switch ups, but I think the squad that they have now, I mean, obviously they have just secured themselves a world spot. They are looking quite fierce.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of people could have expected to see them moving through winners, as we talked about earlier. Everyone who is in these last 3 spots here could easily be the team in the winner's side of Grand Finals. Of course, it is that #1 seed from Nouns, and now we're going to see who is going to be facing them, if it's going to be a rematch between Gen 5 or if it's going to be Kine. Kine has been a tough team for Nouns.
Well, last month, actually, in the April Cup, they knocked down Nouns into the losers bracket. So they were the ones that ended up making it into the grand finals, but Nouns ended up making a comeback and still winning it all for the April Cup. So, I mean, it is possible there. When it comes to Kine in Gen 5, though, earlier on in the season when they did go up against each other, Gen 5 was able to defeat Kine, but last month, I believe, they ended up actually defeating Gen 5. So that's what I'm saying. It's this brand new look that Kine are bringing, and it's just, I mean, it just shows that growth that these teams have.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have an interview ready to go here, Zoinks, with Toast. Let's head on over to the big screen. Zoinks, go ahead and take this one away,
Perfect.
buddy.
All right. Well, yeah, we'll bring in Toast. Toast, my friend, congratulations. What a run from your team. How does it feel to know you're going to Worlds in Anaheim?
Well, I mean, this is an amazing feeling, to be honest. Like, I went into this season with the dream to make it, and having secured this in this tournament after this start, dropping into losers bracket so early in group stage is amazing.
Yeah. Talk to me a little bit about what happened in group stage. Obviously, things didn't go your way, but you rallied back in a major way. So, like, how does your team bounce back after a loss like that and go on a run like you currently have?
I mean, I think this just shows how strong mentally we are right now. So, we knew that it wouldn't be easy the first game. We knew it was a good opponent, and we were still able to pull through after we lost the first series. Which was, yeah, very surprising as well.
Yeah.
Because in the beginning it felt kind of hard because we lost so early and we felt like we didn't even play badly, but it was just kind of unfortunate. But us bouncing back just makes me really happy.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. Your team looks amazing. Your Mimikyu was looking fantastic in that last one. I mean, you had some amazing moments. Can we look forward to more Mimikyu in the rest of the tournament?
Well, I can't quite tell you yet, but
oh, secrets.
Yeah.
It's a secret. Okay, does anybody at the table have a question for Toast?
Yeah, I guess I'm always curious with something like this. Now that you've locked your world spot, are you feeling great, or are you still really looking for that victory? Like, how, I guess, nervous are you now that you kind of have the pressure of going to Worlds off the table?
All I can say is we're not done yet.
All right.
I like that a lot. Okay, well, your next opponent on this job that you're not done yet is going to be Gen 5. Obviously, a very fantastic team. Kella was filling us in. You've played against each other a lot, and you've played against these players a lot through your Unite career. Anything particular that you know you need to shut down on Gen 5? Is it Megu's Zacian? Is it any of these Utah picks? What are you looking to stop Gen 5 so you can secure the win?
I'm not quite sure how much I'm gonna tell you, but they have a quite special playstyle for sure. With Utah as a tank player, also flexing to the carry role oftentimes. So we're definitely gonna look to draft well into that.
Okay, awesome. Well, you've done your homework. That's a good thing. Good luck, Toast, in your next matchup. We're going to let you and your team prepare for it as I head back over to the desk. So good luck and congratulations on a world spot.
You know, you never really see these teams divulge every piece of their strategy to us in these interviews.
Yeah.
And I find that insulting.
We keep asking,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. Will you tell us exactly what you're going to do next game? And they say no.
Can you give us your exact draft
Yeah.
order, please?
And if they pick this against you, would that ruin everything for you?
It would. So if you had one thing that your team doesn't want the other team to do against you, what is that thing?
Yeah.
We got to work on our question.
I take off my suit jacket, Gen 5 shirt underneath.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well,
Are you being 007s here? Trying to spy on them and find out all this intel?
I think possibly.
It's all a very complex plan that we have here on the commentary desk, and, well, good luck to both teams.
Good luck to both teams. Unfortunately, we couldn't sabotage one, as we're always trying to do.
Foiled again.
Yeah. But this is going to be a really exciting matchup. I mean, again, you know, we're getting further and further in this tournament. It's time to figure out who is getting that travel award, and we need to crown a champion from EU.
I'm curious what the two of you think in terms of these two teams' stories so far today. Gen 5 have a good first match, but they lose in that winners finals. But it feels like Komai have had the momentum behind them for much longer at this point. One loss in group stage earlier today. Been a long day for these EU teams, but now they have been taking out so many good teams one after another. Does feel like Gen 5 probably their toughest opponent yet. What do you favor? That momentum on a great losers bracket run, or Gen 5 having a bit better of a start to the day?
I guess it depends. I mean, after a loss, I mean, winning those first two matches up against Nouns to then go lose 3 in a row, I feel like to bounce back from that would be quite difficult. So they might be a little bit shaken. So I guess, you know, taking that time during that last set, whether they've done their breathing exercises. Okay, breathing exercises are really important, just as important as kicking exercises, actually.
Hey, whoa.
So, you know, whether they are able to just get back into the zone.
I'm not sure how much I can tell you.
Come on.
But
Secrets!
There's a chance.
Uh,
No, honestly, I think this is going to be a really big story about the early games of the set. And I think that does tend to be the case. Really tough loss for Gen 5 because they were so ahead, and then they lost 3 straight, and you never want that to happen. And then a team that has just completely run it through losers and just won consistently. So I feel like when you have a team that's got so much momentum versus a team that just lost a bunch of momentum, if early on, I feel like if Gen 5 can find their footing, then they're still in there. But if they just are never able to find their footing and Komai just runs through, it's everything. So I think those first games are going to decide a lot.
Yeah, they absolutely need to take a game. They need to get back in this
Yeah.
thing and start feeling like they could actually win rather than, you know, throwing a couple games against their opponents. Because once you've lost 3 in a row, you could be in a bad state.
Yeah. It would be hard not to be, honestly. Even the best players in the world, it's always tough. Like, it's never not going to be tough, no matter how many tournaments you played in, no matter how many years of experience you have. You're always like, well, we were right there. You know, we were right there. But I mean, it's about bouncing back, and these players can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully they're shaken and not stirred.
Oh.
We got there.
The setup was there.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really exciting series. And, of course, as we go on, while all these teams are qualified, I feel like there is so much on the line when it comes to someone being able to call themselves the champion from their region. I think that matters so much. And of course, as we've talked about, big time cash prizes.
Travel award to boot as well, which kind of gets lumped into that exact same thing in terms of, well, the ever-loving money.
Yeah, money.
I think the one thing as well is, well, Nouns and Gen 5, they have the title of champion across the season with, I mean, Gen 5 obviously only that singular cup. Kine Esports, they haven't reached that champion title. I mean, this is really their final chance to earn champion of EU. So, and what better way? I mean, regionals, that's the biggest one for EU. So that would definitely be a massive flex for them if they can make it past Gen 5, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tricky. You know, you have to think, as Gen 5 running back into Nouns, I don't know if they would be feeling super great about that after how that went. But Komai and Nouns have not run into each other yet in this tournament. So that could be really cool.
Ooh, yeah, who knows? That'd be an interesting grand finals for sure, but we could see a rematch again. I don't think I'd be disappointed in either direction.
No.
No.
I want to say, I mean, they went the distance in the winners finals. Getting another look at that would be very exciting. We could see a full bracket reset, like so many best of fives being traded. Who knows? Yeah, I mean, knock on wood.
Yeah. What are you doing, Zoinks? What are you doing? Lock him up in the cage with Doom Snacks.
I personally love it.
Is there any room in there? I thought it was a
Okay.
tiny. He has a tiny mic. Maybe it's a tiny cage as well. Oh, we need
Actually,
to give Derp some room,
no,
please.
Actually,
give him
that's-
some room.
It's not a tiny mic. It's a really large mic.
Oh,
but he's
oh,
huge.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, for legal, it is a huge, lots of room to run around.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
yeah, absolutely. He's got one of
A
those little
playpen.
water things in there and a salt lick. He's doing great.
Salt lick.
Oh, like, yeah, in
Oh
case
my
he needs
God.
salt.
Okay, sure. Hydration.
How else is he going to get salt?
Yeah.
Hydrolytes.
One of the things you and I were talking about in that last matchup was how good Zante was, right? And how game defining his picks felt like they were. But then we get down to game number 2, and Pikachu still ends up being like a game winning. I think you might have to trend away from Zante ban strategies in this matchup, which feels surprising and honestly just a credit to the depth of Komai's roster. But Gen 5's right there. You even saw Toast talking about it with a very interesting strategy of Utah filling that defender role on the team, but we heard from him tending to play a lot more carries just due to comfort.
Yeah, I mean, Zante felt like the star in a lot of those games, right? And it does feel like a very difficult player to shut down. However, I do think you have to take Suicune away from this.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely. It's just
Totally.
too good.
Yeah, it's just way too much disruption. And we all, you know what? This is our Pokemon to watch. So we can see that the recommended held items here are that Cursed Incense, the Drive Lens, and that Slick Spoon. And obviously the Whirlpool Ice Beam to, as we mentioned, just get that freeze, the shutdown, the stun. That way your opponents are left unable to act.
I'm kind of shocked at seeing that final stat we have listed in our information block. Only a 44% win rate within our tournament. Still a decent amount of bans, obviously. It is 66% rate. But I think if we pulled up Zante's specific stats, I don't know if 44% would be accurate. But of course, another Pokemon we want to be watching in this series is that Gyarados. Potato playing it a lot in that last matchup. I think we could probably look forward to seeing more Gyarados again. And, well, those held items have been stranger before.
Yeah.
Where's the Rocky Helmet?
Yeah, we've seen Rocky Helmet in the mix
Where
too.
is it?
We actually see Rocky Helmet like more than anything else at this point. If
Yeah.
I'm being 100% honest, it could be on that graphic. Just a good, it's a good day for the water types for sure.
True.
Yeah, water types always doing pretty well in Pokemon Unite. It feels like,
There's a lot of water types.
there's a lot of water types. It is technically the best type in
Not
the
even
world.
close.
Yes, it's obviously the best
Second,
type.
maybe.
It doesn't matter what you individually like. It's correct that it is the best. It also happens to be my favorite. So I don't know how that worked out for me, but it did.
Ghost type.
Yeah. Ghost type?
Yeah.
Fairy type.
Ghost types also do very well in Unite. Overall. Got Mimikyu, Trevenant, and you guys got a band, which is draft screen, which is so exciting.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Well, we're going to say goodbye,
Finally.
folks, then. So,
You two enjoy.
there you go.
Bye.
Well, here we are again, Chef.
Yes, we
Back into
are.
the benefit. Oh, look at that. Suicune, straight off the bat, is going to receive that ban.
Good, good. We need to see that. And hey, Gyarados as well. We had a really good preview of what we're not going to see in this match. But of course, the Pokemon that you don't see in the most matches are also possibly the best Pokemon. That's just how the bans work. So that's definitely a good call. And the Roland Raichu, also a pick that has been a little bit better or worse. It's never looked bad. I don't think it's ever looked bad to me, but I don't know if it's always worth the ban. We'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Well, I mean, it does have that 59% ban rate, but Gyarados is such an interesting one. It only has that 1%, but first pick has been locked in for Gen 5. Megu is going for that Zacian, and, well, Zacian has actually been quite impactful this tournament so far.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, the Mega Mewtwo, whatever team they're on, has been using Zacian a lot, even when it was less meta, I guess, appropriate. Not that it's ever been all that bad. Pretty much always been solid at least. And wow, we're seeing such an early pick from Marv for the Lapras. I mean, it's been a pretty early pick a lot, but it's always just so surprising for me to see it.
Yeah, I feel like usually a Lapras would be selected later on in the draft, and the fact that we have a Talonflame being locked on in by Snow and Lundaroo on the Mewtwo. Mewtwo Y, sorry, it does have special attack items. Almost got that confused. I'm wondering where this Lapras fits on in here, but something that we have seen rock as well is this Metagross.
Yeah, it's looked so good. That's all of today, really. And yeah, by the way, the Zante pick, that's another one that it just feels like Zante's entire roster is so good right now that it's so hard to get rid of everything that they could play. The Urshifu, it's been a little bit, I think, lackluster when we've seen it. It obviously is still going for a lot of that secure, but I've just not been there. It gets KO'd a little bit early, so...
We've only seen it once, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just over I mean, I saw it a little bit, I think, in some of the open matches as well. But we'll see. There's confidence. And hey, there we go. There's the answer for the interview question that was not answered by Toast. Will we see more Mimikyu? The answer, definitive yes.
Well, there we go. That last pick. I mean, you've obviously got to keep your secrets under wrap here, right? You can't expose them too earlier on. So that is going to be that secret recipe for Kamae Esports this time round. But we do have Sazuro on this Psyduck. Has a little snack there with that leftovers. So, I mean, I know leftovers sometimes get selected here and there. Usually, I think as of late, with a Blissey. Helping Hand Safeguard, but I'm wondering how this is going to interact here with the side. Oh, wait, no, you know what? I take that all back. They've actually changed over to Buddy Barrier right at the last second.
And then they changed back.
Zazuro, what are you doing to me?
Yeah, you're getting trolled for sure.
It's secrets. He's trying to keep it under wrap.
Yeah.
Keep us on our toes.
These players don't actually play to beat each other. They just play to hide information from the cast. They do a really good job of it, if I'm being honest.
They really are, but I mean, look, rosters are finally locked on in, and we can confirm it is going to be that leftovers Psyduck there. So you are, but you know what? No, spicy. Wait, no, I do say that. We do have an experience share on the Mewtwo Y, which is something we have seen throughout the season. We did talk about this a little bit earlier in terms of just being able to provide that consistent attack damage, especially when you go into that mega form, but also it's a stun. But you know what? We are about to head on into our first match for the best of 5 losers final. We have Gen 5 over on the purple side, Kamae Esports on the orange.
And they're going to be, let's see, setting the... Yeah, I was interested if there was going to be anything interesting going center for Kamae, but it is just going to be the Mimikyu. And their Mimikyu play, like we said earlier today, looking really good. And we are going to have a Path Urshifu, which is a little bit tough to play, right? I mean, that is a very, very early game weak path, no matter what, as long as you have a Kubfu there.
I think that's the thing. Kubfu is not very strong in that early lane phase. Definitely wants to try and get level 5 ASAP, but I mean, what better way than to send Snow, their central laner, down to help? But even then, they ended up getting chipped away so much damage there, so not able to help this Kubfu along.
Yeah, Toast sitting here waiting, trying to see if there's anybody going to get a little bit too close. They've got the blue buff, but no red buff, which I'm assuming went to the Hoopa up in the top path. That's my best guess. And, there's going to be hard to aggress. It did go to the Hoopa. That was correct, and that's always going to be a scary thing to deal with. But a really strong top path. They're not going to be all that scared. Though, actually, they're doing quite a bit of damage here to Megu. Megu just barely escaping. They're showing some dominance up here on the side of Kamae Esports.
I guess that's the benefit of having that Psyduck next to you. You can either surf them out, or if you have your headache gauge fully unloaded, then you can just push them on back. So definitely a great supporter tool for that side. But we actually see that Kubfu heading into the central area there, definitely looking to get that level 5. And now we have a Shifu. Okay, I was going to say, I'm wondering if it's the water bear or whether it's a dark bear here. We do have the trusty secure of that Wicked Blow.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of secure on the side of Gen 5 now. They've got 3 Pokemon with strong secure, so definitely they're going to be wanting to go for a lot of these objectives. But right now, the ones being secured are them, their actual Pokemon, as they got really low in that fight. It looks like we're going to see at least one go down. Megu taking both berries to just try and stay up, but they realize I don't think they're going to be able to defend that all that well. Goal Zone won't go down. Again, though, we're seeing 12 points on the Hoopa that just weren't scored. They're leaving it 4 stats, which is pretty interesting. And that's their highest priority, as we're going to see teleport back.
Yeah, the hyperspace hole to go and get that reset for Potato, who was able to get in those singular dunks in. Gonna pop that gyro ball, unable to secure themselves a KO, as we do have these Swablu's and Altaria spawning on up.
And we're not even going to challenge it. Megu, being so low, says, I'm just going to take all of the other farm that's around. And oh my goodness, gets chased down anyway. Barely escapes. Barely. That was like one hit.
I was talking about how Surf and even the passive for Psyduck was such a good supportive tool. Psychic to just go and push back that Metang was actually incredible to go and save Megu there.
And that's going to be a pretty free take, I would say, on the separate objectives for both sides. Both definitely trying to get one. Big Psychic Solaire coming out. Zante coming in. Going to be able to get at least one KO. That's a streak of 2, as Megu's going to go down as well. That Regieleki not going to barely move from where it spawned. No chance of making it back in there. Great defense. Everybody was able to rotate to deal with that very, very easily. Once again, Hyperspace Hole Hoopa. It's, well, it's rarer nowadays, which is a weird thing to say. Still, I mean, one of the strongest Pokemon in the entire game.
Yeah, it just provides so much maneuverability between that top and bottom path wherever you are needed. And I think the thing for Gen 5, they have 0 points on the board. They really need to try and prioritize breaking one of these goals to stop the Hooper in its tracks.
Yeah, that's always going to be huge when they have that mobility. You want to get rid of it. But also, I'm assuming there's probably some stacks that they don't have on their team. They've got a pretty aggressive team. When they're going to have to team fight, they're going to have to really commit and go in. Obviously, no true healer. But so far, they're just taking so much damage before they even get a chance to go in. A lot of it is the damage from Zante, which has been just absurd so far. I'm actually surprised that they're not the highest level on that team, but I mean, it's a lot of range considering it's mostly melee on the other side.
Yeah, it is very melee-based comp here, except for that Espeon. But, I mean, we have 3 double-digit numbers on the side of Kamae. Metagross at level 11. No double digits so far at Gen 5. So they are falling quite behind. No points and unable to secure wild Pokemon either. So they're definitely going to have to come up with these strats, considering we have both of these objectives spawning at pretty much the same time.
If all else fails, they are going to have the advantage of the rip and flip. And I think that may be what they're going to have to do if they don't find a good way to catch up, because they are pretty significantly behind right now. Still 5 minutes left, so there's plenty of time. And I do think that they should be trying to just really go for these objectives. They know that they're going to get the control on it. Even if they go down, I mean, be able to get some EXP would be huge. And, of course, all that secure. Psyshock is amazing secure as well. Zante just looking like such an MVP between this set and the last set.
This just demonstrates Zante prowess as an attacker. I mean, obviously we saw them on the Pikachu, Espeon. They're such a great long-range attacker as well. But as I say that, they do end up getting taken down. We do have to Play With Me straight onto Snow. They do end up surviving and looking to go and hunt this Hooper down.
Yeah, that's a surprise to see Espeon go down. Espeon usually is going to be pretty good at getting that escape, but again, this is a really aggressive team, so I think if anybody gets jumped on, it's going to be really hard for them to escape. And I do think that one of the biggest issues for the side of Gen 5 is going to be dealing with this Metagross, who is by far the highest level in the game, and their damage is a lot of physical, and I'm just not sure if they have the ability to kind of out-sustain it if they don't get it in one big burst. But if they do like send everything at that, there's so many other threats on the side of Kamae Esports. I don't know. I think it's going to be tough, especially when they're sitting at 0 points.
So you're saying that they're going to have to throw the whole kitchen sink at this Metagross in order to try and make a comeback. Well, one thing they are throwing the kitchen sink at is going to be this Regieleki. Kamae Esports aren't actually going to contest this. They do still have quite a healthy pad with no points going on in. So able to defend it, as we do have 2 other members breaking that bottom tier 1 pad.
Ooh, that was really smart. They just sent people to break the gold zone, get themselves more points, teleport them back up immediately because they still have the tier 1. Now they're going to do a pretty dang good job of dealing with this fight. With 2 going down on either side, but it's more than enough, I think, that it's not going to be Gen 5 continuing to push to try to get this Regieleki in. So 0 points lost. They gave away just the EXP for taking a Regieleki, which is not that much. You actually get some for taking it back down in return as well. And they managed to take a goal zone, more of a points lead, 209 points lead. We were talking about how the early game is going to mean a lot. The first game of this set, especially with momentum, and I got to say, Komai is looking really good.
Yeah, they are definitely thriving off this momentum, but we do have another Regirock spawning on up here. Snow flies to the sky, and it ends up actually being Yutao that locks down that Regirock for the team. So definitely some good experience across the board there for Gen 5. They were quite behind for quite a while, but now we do have Talonflame at level 13. It's just a matter of whether they can get one of these other members at level 13 before this Rayquaza spawns.
This is so tough. I really would have liked the idea, I think, of them trying to just rip and flip as soon as Rayquaza spawns. They're in such a tough spot, and look at this now. The positioning from Komai is so good. It's so far forward. They do actually manage to jump into the only place that's not being super covered by Komai right now. Potato was checking that out for vision, but didn't see in that tall grass. Marv now going for a little bit of vision. There's an attempt for a back cap up here at this tier 1 goal zone. In the meantime, though, they could potentially try to rip down Ray. No, they're going to rotate around and just hold on. They're like, you know what, a Hundo Burger is fine by me. Oh, the Zacian going in for a ton of damage. Lappert's going down immediately. That's going to be a second KO, third KO. Komai Esport is actually melting. 4 people down, only the Hoopa's up. It's in Unite, but it doesn't even matter. It does manage to get 1 KO on the Talonflame, but it's got to go steal this. No chance with the Zacian there. And Gen 5 only behind by 109 points. 2 or a Hundo Burger and just a little bit more will be enough.
Well, they were 0 points up until that final stretch, and now they have that chance to dunk on in. A ton of points, 356 to 209. A little less than a minute left to go. Kamai Esports, 2 members are missing here, but they still have 3 Unite moves on hand if they are to make a last-ditch effort here.
It's actually, I think the biggest comeback potential here would have been if the Hoopa still had their Unite, but unfortunately it was used and they were KO'd. But we are going to see a lot of points with shields just sitting in this tall grass. They're probably about to be found. I don't know.
They do not know that they're there. They must not know.
Just walking by.
Gosh, no way.
That is probably the nail in the coffin as well. That's going to be a lot of points, a 146 points altogether, which is going to be considerably more than I think we can score back for the side of Komai Esports. So despite the fact that Komai looked like they were dominating, Gen 5 taking game number 1 with a clean Rayquaza fight.
I feel like the wind just got swept away underneath their sails. I mean, they were obviously cruising through the majority of their match, but Gen 5 picking up that momentum once again. So maybe just a little bit of nerves coming towards the beginning, and they've definitely shaken it loose to go and take that game 1.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest comebacks I think you could make. Yeah, the fact that they basically went from 0 points to winning the game.
0 to 100.
0 to 100. There you go. Yeah, that was, I mean, great clutch from Gen 5. I was saying, making that call that I would like to see them flip it, but I didn't think that even if they were going to win the fight with their level deficit and their comp, that they were going to win by basically full team wiping. That was a really, really well fought fight, and a lot of it I think was weird engagements where Komai was trying to find some vision and like really spread out, but unfortunately that meant that they fell kind of one at a time. They weren't all there together to make stuff happen, which is why you can see so many of the Unites still up as they went down.
I think one of the pivotal points here that we just saw on that highlights package was the Metagross was a massive threat to Gen 5 there. But the fact that they managed to deal with that Metagross straight away and then pick off other members here and there, that was where the momentum ended up picking up for them. But you know what? We have our player of the game, Megu on Gen 5 on the Zacian, has locked that in. It was a Sacred Sword and that player off build.
It's funny to see it like a 23,000 damage, but no, I mean,
I didn't want to mention
I know,
that,
it's funny. No, it's actually more impressive.
Yeah.
It's more impressive if you have a 20,000 damage carry that you full team wipe the other team and win in a tournament match. It's a great showing of a comeback. But yeah, so one of the things in that match I was saying was that one of the most difficult things for them to deal with was going to be that Metagross, exactly like you were saying before. And they did take it out immediately. And I was afraid that if they took it out immediately, the rest of the team would be there and then kind of like counter engage on them. But they were so split up in that moment that they didn't have to worry about that. They just took one down and then they kind of 5v4'd. So really well-initiated fights, really smart as far as target like decisions, priority, I guess. And I mean, I get a feeling that Gen 5 is going to be so much stronger looking in basically every game that we're going to watch from here on out.
Well, they have been pretty strong throughout the season. I mean, they've already secured themselves a world spot along with Kine, but I think they have that ferocity underneath them. They want to go in for another rematch against Nouns. But, I mean, Kine, we've seen it from Nouns. They were able to do the three matches in a row. Well, Kine go and get 3 matches in a row from here on out.
Yeah. I mean, hey, anything can happen at this point, right? We've seen a reverse 3-0 in our first of 3 of the day, our first best of 5. So I will never count out a team until they are actually gone, for sure. Although now that we're in the losers bracket, this is an actual goodbye if one of these teams loses. So this is a little bit more stressful, maybe. Although, I mean, again, you know, these teams have qualified for Worlds, so they're already very, very happy, and I'm sure they'll be cheering each other on when that comes. But here we go, Gen 5, 1 game up. Kine Esports going to be on the right side.
Yeah, Gen 5 going to ban away that Snorlax once again. Suicune not seeing the light of day. I mean, 81% ban rate. It's really just demonstrating what a powerhouse this Pokemon can be. Another powerhouse is this Gyarados that has really just come on up. I mean, it's only 3% so far, but, you know, you've got to get rid of it moving on forward.
It's weird because we've had a decent amount of Gyarados. We have an okay amount of Gyarados bans, but we've seen Snorlax banned every single game, basically. I don't know if we've seen Snorlax actually on the field, but it's at like a 20% ban rate, so it's weird. It's very, very weird. It must have just been completely in the open bracket that it was different. But anyway, at the moment, we're not going to see it. And it's a little bit surprising that it's 20%, but we've had basically 100% ban on broadcast.
Well, Megu gonna lock in that Zacian once again. I can see Marv hovering over the Umbreon, but it looks like they're gonna change over to a different defender this time round. Trevenant has been locked on in, and I think Kine rocking that Hooper was definitely a good look, so you want to secure that for yourself up first.
Ooh, the Talonflame once again coming out. Snow looking so good on it when watching them previously in the previous sets. And then it looks like they're going to be going back to the Mewtwo. I wouldn't be surprised if they went the EXP share Mewtwo. It feels like they've been doing that basically every time that we've seen them. Not currently equipped, but we'll see if they end up switching, I don't know, like who's playing what or what's not.
Well, we do have Potato rocking that Metagross once again. Zande has locked in Espeon, despite Inteleon being available. I mean, in terms of secures, it definitely worked in their favor. Yutao going for a Charizard pick? What on earth is going on here, Chef?
That's a little bit surprising. We've seen a lot of surprise picks today. I will say,
okay.
I would have to guess that we are going to see the EXP share on the Mewtwo once we see some switches around.
What about Experience Share Charizard?
You never know. At this point, who knows? Just throw it on everything. 5 EXP shares. We'll be proud. But on the other side, we're going to see Toast back on that Mimikyu that did very, very well. And yeah, the XP share is getting shifted over to that Mewtwo. The pathing here is going to be really interesting. So this is a center area Talonflame for sure. I guess we send Charizard bottom. Yeah, it's got to be Charizard bottom. It's just weird. It's weird to think about Charizard in the meta, right? I haven't seen it in this particular meta. Every once in a while we see it pop up, but it's so rare.
I've got to say, this has been one of the hardest books to read this tournament. I just cannot read whatever these teams are cooking up here. But yeah, Charizard bottom, I mean, but don't you want to get that Charizard Unite move online ASAP?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, a lot of teams are playing these really slow comps recently where they're just not afraid of having to level up their Pokemon. So I just feel like, I mean, the fact that we saw the EXP share to Decidueye plus Greninja in one path, which did not win.
So I'm saying it's a hard book to read.
Yeah.
I just don't know. I cannot make sense of it. I cannot decode it. But
I know.
hey.
Weird meta.
you know what? We will make do and persevere. But yes, we do have Utah on this Charizard, so whether they're going to be able to win another match with Charizard, would this mean if they win, it would be a 100% Charizard win rate? I mean, I feel like we haven't really even seen Charizard at all this season, really.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess it would be a 100% win rate. We'll see if it can happen. But that's a pretty tough path to walk, and a pretty confident one to go in a losers finals match in the regional finals. So Gen 5 on the left, Kine Sport on the right. And looks like, yep, we're basically sending everybody where they were expected.
It makes sense, having that Charmander down in that bottom path, being supported by that Mewtwo Y, who does have that experience share, but Marvin Sante waiting for this middle wild Pokemon to spawn on here as we have Snow coming to join the party.
Yeah, there's going to be assistance from the center area player for Gen 5, which is probably a sign that they're like, okay, well, we got to get Utah up. We gotta get this Charizard into a Charizard that actually is doing something. Definitely a late game Pokemon, and it's pretty scary to be running that in a path up against an Espeon. Especially, you don't really have all that much escape, so your lack of mobility can make you a really easy Psyshock target. I think it could be a scary situation right now. The Psyshock's, of course, just going for those Altaria, but you can see how much it hurt even on accident against that Fletchling. It still is, I think.
Yeah, it does quite a chunk of damage, but it also provides that stun, allowing for a follow-up. There was no follow-up that time round, so no KOs. Otherwise, it's still 0-0 on the board as we have Zacian and Metang battling it out.
They were for a second and then just disappeared. Got that free heal. It's going to be I mean, this is a pretty scary path, but the full resets from the Hoopa over and over are going to make it very hard for, I think, Gen 5's top path to get any true big KOs. It's going to be much, much more difficult. They're going to hurt it a lot, and then it's going to heal, and then they're going to hurt it a lot, then it's going to heal. Might be something that we're going to see as well as the 8-minute spawns are about to happen. Perfect time to evolve into the Talonflame for Snow, but going to be playing Fly this time around, which is what they were playing last time. I know we've seen both builds so far today.
We had all members accounted for those 8-minute birds, which is, I feel like, something we haven't really seen much of today, actually going and prioritizing that. But so far we have 2 level 7s on the side of Kamae. Espeon does end up getting its Unite move at level 8, so it's just a matter of whether it can secure any more wild Pokemon to go and level up.
Pretty slow game. 7 minutes 30, 0 points scored for either team. No KOs, right? I don't believe.
No, 0-0-0 across the board. I mean, not the levels, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, they're also level 0. They actually cannot fight each other. They have no movement. No, it kind of feels like that at this point. Nobody's fighting each other. And we're going to get all the way to 7 minutes, all the way to the first objectives, and nobody has done really anything, which doesn't mean that it's well, I wouldn't say it's a relatively even game, but levels are actually up for Kamae by quite a bit. Kamae going to be focusing down on that basement Reggie, while Gen 5 is going to be focusing up on this Regieleki, and they will get it despite the attempt to steal from Potato.
Yeah, we do have that hyperspace hole bringing in the defender Marv along with the rest of the members to deal with this Regieleki. Looks like Gen 5 aren't actually going to risk pushing this. They're just going to go back and once again farm on up. It's a farming simulator.
It is.
I don't know what's going on.
This is what happens when, like, my teammates are, my solo queue teammates are just like running into, oh, the first KO opener at 6 minutes and 24 seconds. Yeah,
I don't know if that was the first KO because it didn't come up with the little thing, did it?
Was that
That's the first goal.
Yeah,
first goal of 30. There we go, 31 points, and we have Snow also with another 30 points, leaving this on 14.
Yeah, who got KO'd earlier? I don't feel like I remember anybody getting KO'd. But maybe I just missed it. Anyway, finally we're seeing some action 6 minutes into the game. I mean, the farming obviously is super important. And I actually think that like the way that neutral Pokemon spawn and the way that you have to fight for them is one of the, oh my goodness, best parts about Pokemon Unite. But that was a great eject button into the Woodhammer. Megu still up somehow. Finally goes down despite being engaged upon in a beautiful way. I think they were hoping there was a few more people in that tall grass, but they managed to at least to take down Megu. Definitely worth the cooldown on that eject button, and another KO going to the side of Kine Esport, but they weren't able to push down any of that goal zone yet.
No, still no points for Kine just yet, so great defense coming out from Gen 5. One thing I do notice is they have 4 Unite moves on hand, but there is still 25 seconds left to go until both of these objectives do spawn. So whether they're actually just going to hold on tight, wait in the tall grass, whether they're going to go in for an early engagement here. I mean, that Charizard Unite move, I'm intrigued to see how impactful it's going to be come this next fight.
Yeah, if they can find the right target, it's going to be huge. Also, thank you, production. I got word that the first KO of the game was Mimikyu KOing, I think it might have still been Charmander at that point, but whatever evolution it was at that point, which I didn't see happen, if I'm being 100% honest. So, Charmeleon. We got
not much happening, but there is still a lot happening at the same time.
Yeah.
But Gen 5 are going to go and secure this Reggie steal for free, while Kine Esports have prioritized the Regieleki up in the top pass. So they finally have some points on the board, 105 to 84. And they were actually able, as we pivot on up, able to break that tier 1 pad and guide this Regieleki towards tier 2.
This is such a respectful game. They're not challenging each other's objectives. They're not fighting all that much. They're not trying to push in the Regielekis once the Regielekis happen. Oh, Unite actually happening down in the bottom path, so this is going to be an aggressive play. They are going to be trying to push down this tier 1 goal zone. Not that many members here to defend, all being distracted by that Regieleki. And finally, we are actually going to see Gen 5 rotate all the way down. It looks like they don't have Megu with them, but everybody else, pulls away at least one member to be able to get that KO. And looking for number 2, which they are going to be able to get. So the first time that we see a hyper-aggressive play, and I would say it maybe backfired just slightly.
Yeah, backfired. The fact that they ended up having 4 members knocked on out there, not able to get in any dunks, but this is just going to provide so much experience to the side of Gen 5. They now have a Charizard and a Zacian at level 12, where the highest level on Kine is level 11s. I mean, 3 of them are rocking that number.
If you have a hyperscaler like Charizard, you really don't want them to be higher level than your entire team. You want them to be lower. Unfortunately, that's just not where we're at. So I have to imagine this is going to be a pretty good end game for Gen 5. Of course, you never know what's going to happen. They were behind by a good amount, and then they team wiped last game. So we will see if they reverse can happen to them. Not that I'm hoping for that to happen, but it could.
Well, we can see 20 seconds left to go until Regieleki. We do have another set of birds. Chases on a great stun coming out from that Mewtwo, but they weren't able to actually finalize KO. Once again, being respectful, doing a little bit of damage, but both the Metagross and the Zacian backing on up.
This is going to be the first objective that both teams are actually going to go for. And even though I say they're going for it, it doesn't really look like Kamai's really going for it. I mean, Zante could potentially try to Psyshock steal, and it looks like that might happen, but we're pretty close to the 2-minute mark. It's pretty scary. They don't even get a chance to make that attempt.
Oh,
Look at that.
Regieleki close
the poor, lonely, zoomed-in Regieleki. It's only Regieleki and all of its friends, the Eos energy on the ground.
Regieleki so lonely here today. I mean, 13 seconds left to go. Looks like nobody's going to actually prioritize that. But we do have Narami. They do have their Hooper Unite move to go and bring in Kamae while they're currently spread out.
That's huge. I mean, when they use that, it's going to be so impactful. And there we go. We get to see the Rayquaza HP, which, of course, the other two we're talking about, goes up over time, so you don't need to be confused about it. I'm always confused about it, but it's cool that we get to see the actual numbers as they go up, which is something you don't get a chance to see in the normal game.
No, it is really, really cool. But so far, 20 seconds have passed in this final stretch. No one has made a move. I can see on the minimap, Mimikyu is making stride towards that top tier 2 pad, and Gen 5 have recognized this, so they're going to creep ever so closer towards Kamae. Who's going to make the first move here? Zante on the Rayquaza.
Oh, Toast gets 60 points in. They're still behind, and now there's a 1v1 up in that top northwest path. But right now, the fight's going to be happening in the center. A huge amount of damage coming out from Gen 5. They found a few targets, and unfortunately, there's not going to be any chance for them to heal. A lot of members going back. Gen 5 has the opportunity to try and burn down this Rayquaza if they want to. No, they're just going to be hunting around for more targets. I think they maybe feel like they're still in the lead. They don't feel like they're moving with any sort of pressure yet.
But the pressure is on because it's only a 3 points difference between these two teams. We can see that Metagross tried to make an attempt at a back cap there, but that means 2 members of Kamae ended up getting taken down. Rayquaza is super duper low, and it ends up being Gen 5 to lock it on down.
Megu once again securing so many objectives over the day, and that one really did come down to a rip and flip, but that's going to be a ton of points. Almost everybody on the side of Komai Esports is down, and Gen 5 playing a much more
Civilized game?
Well, it was a civilized game, but I was just going to say a much less scary game for them, where they didn't have to fight back from being 2 levels down at the very final moment. This was one where they were just simply ahead, and they simply won in the fight. So good stuff to them. They're not going to be moving up 2-0 up against Kamai. Kamai's got to make a huge adaptation.
They really do, because if Gen 5 are able to win this next match, well, they're going to go and face off Nouns once again. So whether we'll end up seeing that, but first, we need to have a look at these highlights.
Yeah, this was, like I said, a much better game for Gen 5, so you can just see them really taking a lot of these fights across the board. It's really interesting. Obviously, the big thing that we really wanted to see was the Charizard and how well the Charizard did, but it almost didn't matter because I felt like they were ahead with a lot of Pokemon that do a lot of damage, so they just won every fight, it seemed to me. And obviously the Charizard looked good, but I'm not sure if I can give like a real thought on like whether it was the right choice or the wrong choice. They just played so well that game.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. They fought as a squad, being able to isolate Kamai, force that rings and bouncer coming out, even though 2 of their members were eliminated there. But you know what? Charizard, it is going to receive that player of the game, so Yutao, who was rocking this Fire Lizard.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see Charizard with a 100% player of the game stat, but yeah, I mean, what a risk to take to pull out something like this, and maybe it's another one of those Pokemon where you can see now the, I always say the new item because I always forget which is which. It's the Excel Bracer.
It's the red one.
Yes. The Excel Bracer. Maybe it's just another Pokemon that's going to be really good on it. It seems like a lot of like, I don't know, maybe Pokemon that are a little bit left behind by the meta have been coming back in because of that item. Also, may I note, by the way, in that last fight, I just realized there's a beautiful moment. I don't know if I'm talking to some weird person off stream that may be looking at some highlights, but that was a really cool moment. There was a really good flame sweep to prevent an attempt to steal that secure at the end of the last raid fight. So hopefully I get a chance to see that again. But before I give any more of my thoughts or your thoughts, we have thoughts from the largest man who loves the largest marble in the world, Mr. Doopsnacks.
Yeah, so in that particular match with Psyduck being so strong, I wanted to go ahead and touch on that. So I asked them about the Psyduck pick, to which they responded, "Life is like a hurricane here in Duckburg." I said, "Duckburg, what's Duckburg?" They said, "Race cars, lasers, aeroplanes." I don't know, man, it was a duck. Blur. Not sure what any of us can do with that information, but back to you in the booth.
I don't really know what to do with that information either. To be honest, I am left ever so more confused.
I will say, how funny is it that both, even when they're not actually together, both Doopsnacks and Spraggles have both used the line, "I don't know what to do with that information." So they're still, doing the whole like twin magician thing, even when they're not together. It's very impressive.
They have the same brain cell.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have the same brain cell. The same mustache, too.
The same everything.
Everything.
I really wish everybody out there could know how much is actually done the exact same by those two. It's like bizarre. Like off stream, not in the studio. It's just like 100% they will be going for the exact same thing in the exact same situation. They will buy the same clothes randomly. It is like not a meme. It is wild. It is unbelievable.
They are secretly twins, right?
Probably.
They are actually twins. Can we confirm whether they're twins or not?
Probably closer than twins. I don't know.
What's closer than twins?
I don't know. I don't know. With something weird, I'll think about that later. It's whatever they are, for sure.
What's closer than twins, everybody? Give us your answers. I don't know if there's anything there, but hey, moving on. We do have Gen 5. They have 2 wins under their belt. Kamai, no wins just yet. So this could potentially be the final match of the losers final. We could have an answer of who's going to be going up against Nouns once again. But Kamai, we're saying the wind underneath their sails has kind of disappeared. Whether the wind has come on back and they can find their stride once again, well, we'll have to wait and see.
I will say, Gen 5 is now in a position where a few hours ago, they were up 2-0 in a first-to-3 game, in a first-to-3 set, and now they are once again up 2-0 in a first-to-3 set, and I hope that they're not thinking, we were in this position before, we lost. But hopefully they're just thinking about the next game. They're not letting that get to them because that can be tough too, being in the same exact spot where you accidentally threw away a lead. And it happens. It happens.
Yes, it's in these moments. Do you want to feel super confident, or do you want to not feel so confident? I mean, whatever momentum you end up getting here gives you that drive. But, well, we're going to have our bands once again. Snorlax, Blissey, and Psyduck have been locked away so far.
Okay, so once again, we still have a 100%, I think, ban rate for Snorlax on broadcast. And yeah, it still is a 21% overall. It's pretty wild, but I want to see Snorlax show up at least some point. Certainly there's no way we see a Venusaur first pick. I would like to see more Venusaur. Yeah, okay, there we go. Yep, Zante getting the Suicune. We may just need to move to the next game, which unfortunately, no, I'm just kidding.
Are you calling it right now just because of this Suicune pick? You think Kamae Esports are going to win this one?
I don't. It's hard. I mean,
they haven't even looked in anything else. Is it going to be a 1v5 Suicune?
Yeah, I don't know. Zante might win that. No, just every time that Zante has had Suicune, it's looked so incredible, and it's been dominant, and it won. And Suicune in general has looked really dominant, and they're going for the double ice once again, which I know that Kamae has really liked using this Mamoswine quite a bit, but I do love the double ice. I love that ice has been a mechanic that has been slowly growing.
You know what would be the cherry on top here? A Alolan Ninetales. Then you have the triple ice.
Or a Bounce Sweet.
Bounce Sweet?
Yeah, because it's
Bounce
cherry.
Sweet does it? Oh, I'm like, that's not ice. What are you talking about? Oh, my God. Once again, leaving me in confusion. But you know what? We do have 4 of these Pokemon picks locked in for Gen 5. Megu, once again, on that Zacian. Zazura on Hooper. And Alolan Raichu. The fact that this ended up getting picked later on is really interesting. Whether it's been as impactful, I mean, I feel like it's been really hit or miss, but are we going back to OG days with Potato on the Garchomp? I'm really, really excited to see this. I mean, they do want that maiden outfit once again, so they have to make this Garchomp look spectacular, I think. In order to, present this, but Tyranitar again.
All right, so we have the like the Kaiju dupe snacks. We also have the classic almost Kaiju battle here of the Tyranitar versus the Garchomp. That's cool to see. And that's going to be a lot of damage. Honestly, if you like group up against any of these teams, you are probably going back to base and not in the way that you want to. This is a pretty scary set of comps. A lot of strong Pokemon did get through. I mean, the fact that we saw a really late pick Talonflame as well, which we didn't get a chance to talk about yet, that's huge considering Talonflame's been one of the best Pokemon in my opinion throughout the entirety of this weekend. And the fact that it was a 4th pick on the right side is, well, there's a lot of good Pokemon right now.
I think it's the fact that we've also seen both builds of it. We've seen Fly, we've seen Brave Bird. So going on into this composition that Kamae Esports are rocking here, do you think it's going to be a Fly or a Brave Bird Talonflame?
I think it might matter a lot as well, what helps decide that, what the Hoopa's playing. Hoopa and Talonflame have so much synergy together. It's a ridiculous amount. For example, I really personally like the Brave Bird alongside Trick, but I also really like, I like Fly alongside Trick as well, I guess. But I really like Fly with the Hyperspace Hole, because if you need to escape, you can fly, like sit yourself on top of the hyperspace hole and then land right before it goes off, and it's very, very hard for anybody to do anything.
I was going to say, the timing for that, though, you're going to have to be really precise.
These are the best players in the world. They've got that on lock, okay?
They have the tech. They have the skill. Well, I mean, that's the thing. You have that Fly with a hyperspace hole, but Brave Bird and Trick, that actually works really well. But you know what? This might be potentially the final match for our losers final. Best of 5, Gen 5 do have that 2-up advantage against Kamae Esports, who have no points currently on the board, but we're heading on in here. Kamae on the purple side, Gen 5 on the orange.
I do like this draft a lot, though, from Kamae, and I mean, part of it is just because it's like a fun draft for sure, but the fact that they have Suicune is very, very good. I really want to see what this Tyranitar is going to do. I know we're kind of done talking about this draft, but yeah, it looks pretty okay the last time that we saw it, but pretty okay is not what you want in a tough situation like this.
No, you want pretty good,
Yeah.
I feel, if you are to go and take a clean sweep up against Kine here. Otherwise, we do have experience share on this Alolan Raichu once again that Lunda is rocking.
Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know. We need to figure out a name for what to call the Pikachu that is Alolan Raichu is going to evolve, because it's not technically Alolan Pikachu, right?
No, it's just a Pikachu, I believe, but we do have some action up in the top path. Toast ends up getting obliterated there, so not able to secure any. Pokemon Potato has evolved into that Gabite and able to get that Dragon Rush to go and secure that Altaria.
They're doing pretty well up here. That was going to be a pretty weak path until they both at least evolved once. I mean, Gibble's not bad, but especially getting to that Eldegoss was going to be pretty important considering the fact they're up against the path that has no evolution needs. And so it looks like Kamai's doing pretty decent up there with the fact that their level 6s are both very strong carries right now.
Well, it's kind of even across the board because you do have that Gabite that eventually needs to evolve into that Garchomp and Mamoswine as well that needs to evolve, whereas, well, Pupitar needs to evolve into Tyranitar and we still need a Talonflame, but we do have those birds getting wiped on out, and the first goal of the match goes to the side of Gen 5 with 23 points from that Pupitar.
It's funny that we're seeing more aggression and more KOs now in a game where both sides really need a lot of evolution still. And then in the other game where everybody was at max power, the last game, nobody was doing anything. Like the fact that we just saw the Pikachu from the Alolan region, that's what I'm going to start calling it, just get into a fight with the Pupitar was there where it was just a Piloswine. It's like, okay, we're all being very aggressive very early right now. And in fact, a Piloswine going in, and there's 3 members of the other team right there. That's pretty scary. Marv getting chased down. That's going to be a lot of points in.
Yeah, and we can confirm it is going to be a Brave Bird Talonflame from Snow here to get that dive, that massive burst, but also a potential for a steal on objectives. But 5 seconds is left to go until these first objectives spawn for this match.
The Hoopa, I would have to guess is Trick, but I just haven't seen it yet. And right now, this Registeel is just getting melted. This is going down very quick, and it's going to be not the Brave Bird, but like an auto, I think, was what took that.
It was a basic attack, but they did end up getting taken down amongst the fray, along with that Leafeon. You do have Lunda being able to eject on out back to safety. They do have Double Berry, so back at full HP. Meanwhile, we do have Mega on the Zacian, solo dealing with this Regieleki.
Yeah, they're just hanging out. Must have gotten more than enough points in. If this goes in, which, oh, it's so close. Wow. They were not there in time to be able to stop that, but there is going to be a fight before any of that happens. They're going to get a few extra KOs, it looks like, while they're actually scoring. They got to do some quick math. Only 15 seconds left on this, but this should be a huge overdunk. Looks like it's going to be, oh, they actually choose to give it to the Alolan Raichu, which is less points, but maybe trying to prioritize that, and we are going to see the ice from the Suicune. Oh, my goodness, that actually hit. That was like the longest range for a single hit flame sweep that I maybe have ever seen.
Yeah, the way that just connected, they weren't able to secure a KO, and so they ended up getting KO'd themselves. But we do have level 9s across the board here for Kine, so Garchomp and Leafeon with their Unite moves so far. No Unite moves for Gen 5 as they did end up utilizing their resources up in that top half.
Look how aggressive everybody seriously is being. Also, that is a ton of damage from this Tyranitar. That is actually looking pretty good. I was talking about last time that we saw the Tyranitar that I was expecting it was because there was a lot of shielding on the other team, but that's not what we're seeing this time. However, it's still doing massive amounts of damage. Oh, and yeah, the Garchomp now starting to, be a gigantic threat as well. So cool to see Potato on this. Ooh, good choice to leave.
Yeah, I think that was very heads up to just go and bait on out, see if anybody was going to defend that. They are going to walk away with 40 points, so unable to empty out their Eos energy, but we do have another basement Reggie spawning on up shortly.
This is probably going to be a pretty big fight, although there's still 2 members up top from Gen 5, so they may only attempt to steal this away here. They're actually pretty heavily committing considering the fact there's only 3 of them. They do have some great steal potential. But I'm surprised that Kamai's not really engaging at all. They know they have the numbers advantage, I think, or maybe they don't, but we're going to be going in with the Tyranitar. It's going to have to back up. Looks like instead it's focusing some damage on Rayquaza, which is actually not going to go all that far. Utao, though, doing a good amount of damage to some of the tankier members as we're going to see the Unite bring everybody back in from that Hoopa, and it's going to be Zacian once again securing objectives.
Yeah, I think that was with the Unite move as well, as we have seen time and time again with Megu. Otherwise, Marv is caught in a pickle and able to heal on up enough and escape that dicey situation.
The angle that we saw the boat flying through the air from the return. Oh my goodness, that was hilarious. But yeah, that was a really nice win there for Gen 5, I do have to say. They're looking to be in the lead pretty solidly across the board. Still a few minutes left for farming and such, but they're looking pretty good to try and end this set very quickly and earn their rematch. Not to say it's over. It's never over in Pokemon Unite until it's over.
No, it's that final stretch. I mean, we thought we'd see it last time round with the rip and flip. Kamai Esports, well, that might have to be their answer coming into this next match. But one thing that did get ripped on down is this Regieleki heading towards that tier 2 pad. Utah scoping on out, but it looks like Kamai Esports are aware of this push that's about to come towards them.
The good question is, can they defend against it? Maybe some damage. Unfortunately, it looks like Mamoswine is going to be the first one to fall. There's just so much damage on the side of Gen 5. Eldegoss going down as well. That's your entire support and defender line. Now only Zante there, who's doing a pretty good job of fighting them off, but just a 1v5 is certainly not enough to be able to stop that. So tier 1 goal zone now gone for the final stretch. The score lead is going to jump up to 120 points, which is pretty big. Again, bigger than one Hundo Burger.
Oh my gosh, I just saw on the mini-map Leafeon attempting to dunk in 50 points, but we ended up having Megu being able to make it there, interrupt that 50 dunk, and get the KO. But we do have Marv getting yoinked on back by that Sand Tomb. Just as a little warning from that level 13 Tyranitar.
Yeah, it's like, hey, by the way, just remember, I'm here.
I can do
I'm gonna
this.
pull you in, yep. Now setting it up around the Regice. You don't want to get all that close, and Kamai, I don't know, this is scary. You're close enough that a KO here is huge. Oh, they do manage to steal it, and Potato managing to Dragon Rush away as well, but gets pulled back in by Utao, and now they're kind of in this fight. Actually, a great attempt to help them escape from Zante, and no KOs will actually happen. There's actually not only 4 members here, too, as well, from Kamai, as we see the Leafeon up in the top path.
Yeah, Leafeon is up in the top path, hiding out in that L bush, but we do have the trick going and replenishing the HP from Utao. But 142 to 216, it is still a really close match so far. All Unite moves on hand. Kamai Esports are slowly poking at this Rayquaza, hoping Gen 5 will take the bait.
Ooh, this is so scary. They do manage to freeze Utao. Oh, they could have maybe jumped there, got a little bit more, but they choose not to fully engage. They're scared. They're trying to find, well, not scared, I should say. They're being wary. That's a much better word. That makes it sound like they're not terrified, but a great engage. Everything coming out from Kamai all at once. That's going to be a little right going down first. And oh my goodness, that was a huge amount of damage to the whole group of Kamai Esports, but the AoE damage is not quite enough as they're slowly getting picked off on the side of Gen 5. Rayquaza is still a completely full health. 2 members down. There's still a minute left. Kamai has to make a decision here. Do they want to try to burn this down, try to flip it? They lost so much damage by the fact that Garchomp isn't there. That might have been a much, I don't know, juicier perspective if they were able to actually have that auto attack damage. But instead, this looks like this is going to go to a full reset.
Well, the thing is, Gen 5 still have both of their tier 1 pads available, so there is a chance for a backup, but oh my gosh, a great dive from Snow to chunk out so much damage from Toast. 33 seconds left on the clock. Kamai Esports need to make a move if they are to make a comeback, unless Gen 5, I mean, if they win this, they're going to make it on through to the grand finals.
Oh, it's getting burned down. This might end up as a flip. No members of any of these teams down. It's going to come down to who gets this final hit.
Oh my gosh, Kamai has a big Suicune and Zante to lock it on down, so there is still a chance, but the countdown, 7 seconds left to go. 2 members are down. no one is towards the other pad, so they're not able to utilize these Rayquaza shields.
I think they managed to get the score right
Did they?
before it happened. So they didn't score with Rayquaza shields, but I think they managed to back cap and get that lead. We're going to have to see the official score, but I do think that they went up to 300 before that fight actually happened, and there we go. 316 for Kine.
100 points difference.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Well, you know what? We can breathe a sigh of release for all those Kamae fans out there because they are still in this competition.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this is nice, but it's also very scary for Gen 5 because they've been in this exact position before. But I will say, Zante on the Suicune, you know, it's kind of everything at this point.
Zante can just do everything at this point.
Zante can, but I mean, you don't want to give them the potentially strongest Pokemon of the role that's been banned out almost more than anybody else, is what I feel. However, that still was, I think, a pretty solid Gen 5 game. They were in control of pretty much everything until the final moments. The fights were a little bit awkward. It came down to a true flip, right? 10 members up when that Rayquaza went down, as far as I could see, and it just came down to a secure, which did, of course, end up being Zante.
Yeah, I guess it's such a dicey situation when you have multiple members from both teams. You don't know who's going to get the last hit. But Megu, once again, being able to secure multiple objectives during that match, just unable to secure, I guess, a ever so needed Rayquaza at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was weird. It seemed like a lot of resources had already been used, so it came down to just a weird full team flip, and it really could have easily gone either way, right? I mean, I feel like no matter what happens here, whoever wins that Rayquaza wins the game, because if we did see Gen 5 win the Rayquaza, obviously they actually had somebody that made it all the way down to that Tier 1 goal zone. It was the Hoopa, but they made it there without taking all that much damage, and I'm assuming they would have had their shield, plus of course other people would have had their shield, and I guess one Hundo Burger wouldn't have been enough, but...
Was it? What? Was that just a basic attack from Zante?
I don't know. It's hard to see.
You know
There was
what?
so
I
much
think
going on.
That's going to have to be a slow-mo on our telestrator later on. I hope you're taking notes, Zoinks.
We're just going to tell Zoinks what to do the entire time.
He's not listening.
He said he had it
Yeah.
record. But anyway, player of the game is going to be Toast, who we did get a chance to talk to earlier and would not tell us any information. But the information that they're giving us is via Action, and the Action is doing very, very well on all these speedsters specifically. Been really enjoying them on the Talonflame, I would say especially, but not right now, not this game. It's a Leafeon. But whatever they choose, it's been going quite well.
I think it's having those double stacking items equipped on this Leafeon. Obviously, it's that great early game scaler getting level 4, but if you're able to secure those KOs, getting those dunks, Leafeon is such a powerhouse. I mean, overall this game, they only ended up securing 3 KOs, but, I mean, they were the ones that ended up still winning this game.
Yeah. It looked like that was a little bit tough. I do think we have something ready. Is it another Dupe Snacks segment? I think that may be what's going on. So let's see if we can bring in Kaiju Dupe Snacks once again.
Ended up having a big Suicune game there. So what I wanted to ask is the same thing we all ask is they're called the legendary dogs, but they are cats. What is their stance on that? 3 of the 5 said clearly a cat, 2 of which said it's clearly a dog, and I said clearly, and they said, well, not that clearly, but they're called the legendary dogs for a reason. Why buck that trend? Back to you in the booth.
I don't know what to say about that. Cats, dogs, they are legendary beasts, okay? They are legendary beasts. That's what they're officially called. They're not cats or dogs, but really, if you look at it, I'd say they're more legendary cats, right? Suicune has the spots like a leopard, Entei looking more like a lion, and, well, Raikou being the saber-toothed tiger, right?
Oh my goodness.
Are you cats or dogs?
So the worst thing about this was that they decided to release the past Suicune that is a dinosaur. That is clearly a dinosaur.
Wait, it's a dinosaur?
Yeah.
What's a dinosaur?
Oh my god, what's it called?
Oh, yeah, Walking Wake?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a dinosaur. So there was this whole thing of everybody was like, oh, now we really have no idea. So I'm going to choose not to answer. I'm going to plead the 5th. And
are you keeping it a secret?
I am keeping it secret. I don't know how much I can tell you about it. You know, I may have played a lot of Suicune in another Pokemon game before, and I had to go through this conversation a lot. So I don't know. Who knows? You know what?
Legendary beasts will play it safe.
Yeah, that's fair. I think okay. What's Eevee?
I don't know. Eevee isn't Eevee.
But come on.
Oh, we cannot go down this rabbit hole. Okay.
See, you won't answer the Eevee one. That's why I won't answer the Suicune one, because it's somebody's gonna get angry no matter which answer you choose.
Exactly.
But,
Whatever in your heart you believe it is to be.
yes,
Okay.
exactly.
You're all right.
Suicune is a Suicune, right?
Okay, yes.
It is a Suicune.
It's a Pokemon.
Right. It is a Pokemon, truly. It's definitely been a Pokemon this weekend that has been, well...
Powerhouse.
Yes, when it's allowed through. So I don't know if they're going to allow it through again. You see, I'm getting away from that topic very smoothly until I pointed out how smooth it was. But I really don't think that they can allow Zante to get that Pokemon pick again. And I do really appreciate Doopsnax's questioning of the teams, however useful that information actually is.
Oh, I mean, a lot of information has left us definitely in confusion. But you know what? We are not confused
They
about
banned the
this
dog.
next one because, well, yeah, we have our next pick ban draft here. Snorlax, Suicune, Gyarados locked up once again, along with Zacian.
Ooh, yeah, I
Another
like that.
legendary.
That's
I like
a dog. That's a dog.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
a
we don't
dog.
have to question that one. That one's certainly a dog. But yeah, Kamae Esports, I think it's a really, really smart ban. That has been such a key Pokemon on the side of Gen 5 that getting rid of it, I think, is going to be great. Hoopa has been super key as well throughout this entire series, so I think first pick, that's really smart. Both these teams making some really good adaptations.
Oh, 100%. The fact that you can flex between Trick, depending on what follow-up Pokemon you have, or Hyperspace Hole, definitely a safe pick. But Leo is hovering over this Psyduck, and are we going to see Marv on a Slowbro here?
Slowbro pick for Marv would be cool, but I feel like you don't pick it yet, because as soon as you pick that, it gives away the fact that you have it. Something wrong here? Interesting. Okay, yeah, so we'll see if that ends up being a pick. But that is a Pokemon that honestly is always good. Slowbro is always good. It just always depends on whether or not there's a good target for it. So we will end up seeing exactly who is going to be picked on which side. But I'm a big fan of Slowbro. Okay, so it does look like we have. Oh, look at that. We get a beautiful little screen. So we can tell you right now that the picks, there is no Slowbro. So on the side of Kamae Esports, it's going to be Blissey, it's going to be Mamoswine, normal Pikachu, and then Garchomp. So the first two, maybe not super accurate, as you can see there's on the other side. But we also do have in Alola Raichu, and wow, Snow actually going with the Aegislash on the side. Oh yeah, look at that.
We have the big screen, but then we also have tiny
Technology.
screen too.
There we
Tiny
go, there
screen.
we go. We
It's
can see it all
tiny screen.
again.
Yeah. Oh, Toast on the Decidueye.
Toast and the Decidueye. I feel like they might switch. Well, maybe not actually, because we already do have Zante on the Pikachu, so that should be interesting. Toast has been playing very aggressive Pokemon. That'll be interesting to see that swap. But like I said, the thing I'm most interested in is Snow on the Aegislash, who we haven't had a chance to see. But I feel like Aegislash against Decidueye is a great pick, and I'm surprised we haven't seen it more, but I could be wrong on that.
I was going to say, have we even seen Aegislash at all this tournament?
No, I don't think so.
This is going to be the first one, so yeah, definitely intrigued with that. I mean, Wide Guard providing those shields, double shield really, because you have Metagross, so that is definitely going to be a difficult composition to take down, especially when you have a Spirit Shackle Decidueye trying to chip away that damage, but really, you just end up hitting those shields.
I'm going to ask the Peanut Gallery what they think. Peanut Gallery, guys, what do you think? Aegislash against Decidueye. Give me like a. Okay, they both gave double thumbs up, so they agree. So that, yeah, I'm surprised it's something that we haven't seen before, but it's something that I feel like has been proven to work in the past. And we're kind of going backwards through the metas, again. Like it's like, oh, well, we've been here before. What was the answer that time? Oh, yeah, that's right. Let's just try that again.
Gotta just dig out all of this knowledge that you've been holding in your brain, really. I mean, yes, you're adding in new information, but having this old information come and surface back up, I mean, this is what I am really loving about this meta so far. So much variety.
Yeah, variety is an understatement. There is a lot, but still, Gen 5 up on match point to make it into the grand finals. They just need to win one more game. We'll see how easy that ends up being for them, and then certainly there's no easy games at this point unless your opponents forfeit, and that's a bigger problem. But
well, I was going to say Gen 5 already did that earlier on. I think they've learned from their mistake there, so likely not to see that again. But one thing we are seeing is invading Hooper. So Cezuro unable to out-secure the Rowlet who has got that red buff, but that's not going to stop him. They're going to try and take this blue one too.
yeah, I would love to keep seeing basically the invade until the end. That's looking pretty successful. It doesn't seem like they were able to get any of the buffs quite yet, but there's still a blue buff available, and they are able to steal it. What a nice steal from Cezuro. I mean, red buff would have been even a little bit nastier, but hey, you take away any of that experience, any of the big buffs, look at that. We're even still going to be keeping that Chansey over at that level 3, not able to get a Blissey, and they're going to score as well, right in their face. Everything about that was insulting.
It's not just the Chansey that's at bay, but also the Rowlet who has evolved into that Dartrix, but all of that wild Pokemon ended up going over the side of Gen 5. KOs, wild Pokemon, I mean, they already have 2 level 5s so far.
That's pretty good, and especially, I mean, yeah, both sides now. Actually, Aegislash up at 6 already. That's a scary Pokemon. I'm really wondering how they're going to deal with that. I feel like it's quite good against a lot of the Pokemon on the other side. Maybe the consistent damage of the Alolan Pikachu, or sorry, the Alolan Raichu. Not Raichu yet, currently Pikachu.
It is a Raichu.
Oh no, I'm sorry, they're Raichu on that side. They're Pikachu on the Kine side. Okay, so it's just, I'm already getting confused. Yeah, it's going to happen a lot now that we have 2 Pikachus. But anyway, I don't really feel like there's a great counter to the Aegislash. Maybe they can catch it with some of the Pikachu CC when it's not in some sort of defensive form, and then it's just not able to get escape. But we'll see. We'll see when it actually starts fighting.
I really feel like this is a different look from Gen 5. The previous sets that we've seen seem to be coming into this match with a lot of aggression. Cezuro pretty much living in the enemy's central area. Multiple KOs for the side of Gen 5, and they are already up 66 points to 0.
That's looking pretty good, gotta say. It's also a pretty late scaling comp from the side of Kamae Esports. 3 Pokemon that have a 3-stage evolution, and currently they're at only one of them, which is going to be that Decidueye. So they've got to wait a little bit longer until they're strong, but certainly you can only wait so long to actually fight your way back into the game, which is something that we've seen before not work out, and it seems like Gen 5's taking great advantage of it.
Well, there is a limited time in a match of Pokemon Unite, but one thing that is also ticking down on the clock is this basement Reggie. What is it going to be? But, Alolan Raichu, a great Ice Fang from Marv there to wipe him on out.
Yeah, didn't even get a chance to be a part of that fight, basically. And we still haven't found a way for this Aegislash to engage. Right now, it's just a lot of Spirit Shackles all the time. Unfortunately, right now, they're getting blocked a little bit by this Pip, so we can see where the snipe shots go. Actually lands a double on Cezuro and Yutao. Registeel's still pretty healthy, but it's going to be scary. Snow just waiting for an opportunity to try to dive in. They do. Toast is there. The coup de grace will be the finisher. That Unite's so good at getting those secures, and weird back and forth. Definitely a great secure from Gen 5.
Yeah, that is just going to scale them up ever so higher here. But that does mean Gen 5 don't have any resources over on their side. We do have a Garchomp and a Decidueye that have Unite moves on hand.
Already. This seems... I guess this game's going kind of fast. Kind of feels like it's still early, but this is definitely the point where they are starting to pop off. Let's steal away I think a wild Pokemon right now, that Spirit Shackle. Maybe it didn't. I definitely saw some points dropping, but Cezuro very barely escaping that Spirit Shackle. That was a scary spot. They're just gonna go back. You gotta make sure you're not walking around too low, getting too risky when you're against a Decidueye, or you will pay for it.
Yeah, well, we do have Toast just poking away at a distance. Potato unable to lock anybody down in that Dragon Rush, so just gonna circle back around, recalibrate, see what the next moves are gonna be, and it might be down in this bottom path.
There is an absurd amount of Eos energy on the ground in this map for some reason. Nobody's really scoring, I guess, is the big reason why. And there we go. There's the dive. Goes for 1. Isn't able to get the second. And the teleport back. That's something that we haven't had a chance to see a lot. It's Trick Hoopa alongside Aegislash. Aegislash can dive in so deep if they want to. And, actually almost stopped the back there from Garchomp. But Cezuro will teleport back. Oh, no, gets punished for it.
But we did have a dunk up in that top path, so that tier 1 pad has been deleted, and it was actually not a bad overcap as well, but 120 points to 50 as we reach that halfway mark. We do have Zante on the Pikachu and the Blissey trying to stop these goals, but both Suzuro and Yutal able to empty out their Eos energy.
That's huge. I mean, being able to build their point lead finally, that's going to be a point lead and a level lead, and now this is going to decide a lot with this fight, but that's going to be Kine Esports getting the first KO of it. Imagine you take out Metagross, who's usually pretty difficult to take out, but the damage is so significant. Unite getting popped by Sazuro. Everybody could potentially come back through that once they respawn. Well, I should say just the Metagross, but the Unite coming out from the Garchomp as well. Not going to be able to take out the Aegis/Snow, using the defense options very well, barely able to escape. They are going to get back, but still this Regirock is alive. Coup de Grace is available. They're certainly saving it for right now, and it's actually the Alolan Raichu.
I guess when the sword ends up failing, Alolan Raichu is there to have your back. So another objective going over to the side of Gen 5, but HP bars are quite low. Knock Knock is going to be popped on out, but that isn't going to stop Snow here from diving into that Flux Zone, popping that wide guard to get that stun on Zante, but they didn't end up getting the KO. They ended up getting KO'd themselves.
I think they actually missed the Sacred Sword right there, the last one that would have been the KO. That's really unfortunate, but it was a really nice dive. Also really funny to see Snow just standing behind the Knock Knock activation, like just standing the opposite direction, like, yep, I'm going to wait for you to end this before I attack you, because I go through you when I attack, and I do not want to walk into that damage. But in the end, it didn't quite work out. Still, though, like, I mean, that was 1 KO from Aegis/, almost like 3. And so you can see how effective that is. It's just that was a weird ending to that fight.
So far, it is a pretty even match in terms of levels. 3 level 12s on the side of Gen 5. We do have the 3 level 12s now on Kine Esports, but another Aleki Secure is going to go to the side of Gen 5. And while they do have the points advantage for Kine Esports, they need to deal with this.
A lot of points potentially going in down on that bottom path, all stopped by Alolan Raichu. Very, very nice. There were a lot of 50 in pockets right there. But now it looks like they're actually going to try to turn things around, try to take on the Tier 1 goal zone of Kine Esports. And Sazuro is going to have enough, a really small overdunk, but the Tier 1 goal zone is going down right before the final stretch. It's going to build their lead to 156 points, which is going to be, again, bigger than a Hundo Burger. Why is Marv over there? What happened? How did that situation come to be? They will get KO'd. It'll, I guess, lower their respawn timer if they can get KO'd one more time. Not the worst thing in the world.
I was going to say, it's already really low here anyway. Yeah. Otherwise, it's just a matter of, well, figuring out, do we want to go get positioning here? Or we have another basement Reggie free for the taking for Gen 5. What is it going to be? Oh, that's juicy. A Reggie still coming to the final stretch?
Yeah, and they're burning it down so quickly. They've got this for sure. We actually see Metagross up pretty close. Yeah, Megu just kind of testing the waters. And this buff is huge. Again, this could be the final Rayquaza fight of this set. We're either going to a Game 5 or Gen 5 is moving forward. And this is looking pretty even. I gotta say, levels, slight advantage for Gen 5. They've got the buff as well, but it's only a 1 level difference. And they've hit that 13 mark for most of Kine Esports damage dealers, so I really like where they're at as well.
Well, while they may have the levels, Kine Esports don't have the points. They only have 50 points on hand, so they need to go in and get a big pick. Megu gets connected with the Ice Fang and wiped on out. And now they're going in for an engage with more Unite moves. Livid Outrage from this Garchomp isn't actually going to connect to anybody.
Oh, and then the Unite comes down so they can teleport back out of damage. Knock Knock activated on Rayquaza. They're burning it down. They're going for the flip, and it's going to be a Alolan Raichu once again. Gen 5 are going to take that. 2 members still up on the side of Kine Esports. 4 members up on the side of Gen 5, and they're not in a position to be able to try and defend against any of these scores. That score lead is just going to jump further and further. Mamoswine up in that tier, I think it was the tier 1 was still up, was able to get some points in, but at this point, I'm not sure it matters.
Yeah, 50 seconds left on the clock. 580 points to 122. You still have 2 members of Kamae down here. So, I mean, Rayquaza shields still available. I mean, this could be it. Gen 5 are likely to go into Nouns Esports once again and secure themselves a travel award.
Hey, they've been playing very, very solid. The one thing I gotta say about this game, I'm surprised at the level of secure that we saw from Alolan Raichu, who took multiple objectives over some other pretty strong secure options, whether it be the Spirit Shackle or the coup de grace or whatever. The fact that it was Alolan Raichu, a lot of times, especially in that flip situation against Rayquaza, very impressive. But Gen 5, they're not going to give up another 2-0 lead. They're gonna close this one out. Deja vu will not happen until we get to grand finals. And the only deja vu we're going to see then are the teams fighting against each other. So congratulations to Gen 5. They earned that rematch.
They have caught the bouquet this time round. The thing is, are they going to be able to use that bouquet to try and defeat Nouns here? I mean, we have seen that time and time again, but one thing we have to go back is watch this replay. It was a very aggressive match coming from Gen 5. Suzuro on the Hooper with the invades, obviously using the Aegis Slash, into the Flux Zone, using the Unite moves to get the secures. It was a different look in comparison to the previous matches we saw.
I love the Aegis Slash pick. I think it was so good. It made so many members of Kamai very scared, and they weren't able to position where they wanted to. And even when it was diving and it wasn't getting all the KOs that it wanted to, it managed to scare them all away. And I just think that was such a good pick, especially the secure as well. Coup de grace only got one secure, but it was still enough that it was very impactful. I just think it's a really smart pick. Gen 5 picking it in what is potentially, the last match of their set. I think that was a great time to do it as well. And hey, we get to see Snow as player of the game.
Yeah, they managed to rack up 66k damage and 9 knockouts that match. But once again, we are seeing this Accel Bracer being selected as the held item for them.
These two new items, right? The Accel Bracer and the Dive. Dive? Yeah.
Yeah, Drive Lens?
Drive Lens. Yeah, I was like, Dive Lens? That's slightly wrong. I missed the letter. But yeah, the Drive Lens, they're both so impactful. It's been on almost every Pokemon that we've been seeing. I would say that the high majority. I'd actually love to get that stat. So I think that's the big reason why we're seeing a lot of Pokemon that we haven't been seeing before jump into the meta, is that people are starting to realize, oh, these items can take Pokemon that just barely didn't have enough damage, or they didn't scale quite well enough, and it can make them scale well enough. It can make them more impactful, and now we've got a whole bunch of weirdness.
Well, one thing that might be a little weird moving on forward, Doob's reporting. We'll see what he has to say for us up on the big screen.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Another great Psyduck game, so I wanted to inquire about that and asked where the thought process was getting to the Psyduck. It's obviously incredibly strong. They came back and said, based on what they had seen the other team doing so far, they really felt that the Psyduck helped them solve a mystery, and were hoping that the Psyduck pick specifically would help them rewrite history of themselves and their tournament run here. So, there you go. Psyduck strong. Back to you in the booth!
So the mystery was solved. Psyduck is strong. Is that the secret that we've been looking for all today?
Yeah, and the history was rewritten.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
There you go. I didn't even know you could rewrite history.
I don't know. Doopsnack said it, so I'm just going to assume it's accurate. I don't know what he's saying in any of these. If I'm going to be 100% honest, we need somebody out there to decode the messages that Doopsnack has been sending us. This is... I was about to say the exact same thing Zoink said out there. It's an ARG that we're trying to figure out. Yeah, I don't know. We're going to have to figure that one out.
I don't know if we have the brain power for that one. But hey, maybe somebody out there might have the brain power to solve this mystery and history and secrets and all of this weird stuff.
Yeah, there might be a prize waiting for you at the end. No, I'm just kidding. The prize right now is that everybody gets a small break from these very intense Unite matches. And hey, there's only one left in Europe. Of course, reset was withholding. But it's time for grand finals. We're going to have a short break before that. So it's your last chance to go and, I don't know, take some self-care, I guess is what one should say, before we get back for what is potentially a long set. So don't go anywhere. Well, I guess just come back if you do go anywhere, because we're going to be back with grand finals right after this. Charizard, you never know. At this point, who knows? Just throw it on everything. 5 EXP shares. We'll be proud. But on the other side...
Life is like a hurricane here in Duckburg. I said, Duckburg, what's Duckburg? They said race cars, lasers, airplanes. I don't know, man. It was a duck. Blur. Not sure what any of us can do with that information, but
I don't really know what to do with that information either. To be honest, I am left ever so more confused.
On
I
the
will
side-
say, oh yeah, look at
We
that.
have the big screen, but then we also have tiny screen
Technology.
too. Tiny
There we go.
screen.
There we go. We
It's
can see it all
tiny screen.
again.
Yeah. Oh.
what's good, everybody? Dupe Snacks here with another edition of Snacks with Snacks. I will now bring in my assistant for this, Spraggles, the content cowboy. Say the thing.
Hi. Oh, yeehaw.
There it is. Now, we are working through Japanese box snacks. And again, the ACL, Asia Champions League here in Tokyo, Japan. We're here, fortunate enough to be here. We climbed the ladder of luck, I believe you said, and that's what we're doing. So, this is brought to you by KEO Railways and Meiji, which we're going to have a bunch of Meiji snacks today. Bad news for the sponsors, we keep things honest here. So we're going to give them true ratings. We're going to have Spraggles give his unprofessional rating first, and then I will, of course, solidify that with a professional rating. Hold the mic, assistant. Let's get into it.
Thank you so much for having me. First-time snacker, sorry.
So I took the label off of this because I was trying to be efficient, and it turns out now we don't know what these are. But I'm going to go with chocolate pellets. So we're going to start with chocolate pellets.
Starting with chocolate pellets here. Thank you very much. Unprofessional opinion first. These are very good. I'm going to give these an 8.25.
Solid 8. Choco Babies is what we were told. These were Meiji Choco Babies. Next one. Protein, bulking season. This is just going to be a Kirk debate thing only. Come on.
Let's go. Let's go enjoy it. Pop the top.
I was really excited. I thought we'd just get right into it, but there's not. There's a lot of traps and gizmos.
He's going to go ahead and slam some of that. Probably do a few body squats just to see if it worked.
Air squat. Okay, perfect. I didn't really need the mic for the air squat.
Are you sure? I think it actually worked out pretty good. All right, let's see what's next. Wait, you didn't give it a rating. Oh, I'll give it a rating. I didn't get to try it, but I'm going to give that one an 8.25.
That seems like that's going to be your wheelhouse for this entire thing. I'm going to go, well, ironically enough, I'm going to go an 8. Very good for a protein drink. Okay, moving forward. Strawberry chocolate caps. Okay.
Fair enough. My unprofessional opinion first. It's exactly as advertised. That's an 8.25.
I do prefer these over the Choco Babies, which were good, by the way. I'm going to go 8.5 on these. I like the strawberry mix-up. After the full chocolate protein shake, it works. Assistant, hold the mic. So, Meiji dark chocolate. These look luxurious. They're I was going to say gold wrapped. It looks gold. Is that color?
Yeah, that's that color. You nailed it. It's gold.
I'll hold this while you work through that one.
Yep.
You remember that time I had you hold the mic and then needed it right away again? Do you remember that? Mic, back to you.
It's an 8.25. This one is very good. They're honestly all really good, and they are 8.25s, but we all see what I'm doing.
Eventually, we were going to have to meet somewhere, and an 8.25 sounds right to me. The Meiji black chocolate, very good. Individually wrapped, almost like something you'd find on like a hotel pillow of like a very fancy hotel. Well done. Well done.
Very nice.
Okay, move those over. Where are we at now? Okay. Let's go with almond,
Yeah, this is almond.
premium, butter, and caramel. We can do this.
Yep. Tired of my butter not being premium. Well, we don't have to worry about that anymore.
A lot of layers to this box here. We have a box into a bag.
It's kind of a present. It's fun.
Yeah, it's like a gift. All right, open up the mitt. Are we gonna be able to get them off?
These are huge. These are big boys. These are big boys for everyone at home.
Good size. Don't do it.
There's not a snack that misses 8.25 so far. It's incredible.
Heavy butter on the front.
Premium.
Well, it is premium butter. Now, if it was regular butter, we might be in the 7s.
I bet I know what I'd rate it.
8.25. We all know that cowboy. I'm going to go, because I'm the professional rater here, 7.75. I think the butter's a little too heavy up front. But, you know, that's because I'm a professional, and I don't just spit out the same answer every single time. Let's get into it. The Meiji. Looks like mushrooms here.
Okay. Hold that mic for me.
You got it, assistant.
rocks into a bag.
Layers,
me get that
like an onion.
Oh, oh, oh. Aha. 7. No, it's 8.25.
These are kind of 8.25.
They're really good.
They're objectively 8.25, but it's a professional 8.25, not a Spraggles 8.25 every single time, not taking the job seriously 8.25. Okay, last thing. Get you some of them. Nice little caps. I have a feeling like they're going to taste like the mushrooms.
I like these better than the mushrooms. It's still a solid 8.25. It's the highest the scale goes, but
Okay. I think they taste the same. They don't. They don't taste the same, but they're close enough. 8.25 works. I want to reassess my strawberry rating. I want to put those up to a 9 because those are definitely my favorites. Yeah. Where are those at? These things. Yeah. These are terrific. What was your favorite? I know you said everything 8.25, but what was your favorite?
well, I like the premium butter on the almonds.
Okay, so
That was actually one of your least favorites, I think.
yeah, it was just like mega butter up front. Anyways, okay, we got the wrap it up symbol again. Spraggles.
A more elaborate wrap
Yeah,
it up
like-
symbol.
And this is what we do here at Snacks with Snacks featuring Assistant Spraggles. Good job, Cowboys. See you later. And we'll see you on the next one. These were the box snacks, and now we have like tube snacks or something. So we'll see you for the tubes.
We are coming to the end here of our EU Finals. And Zoinks, I know you were taking a look at some big moments from that last series backstage. So let's take a look at those right now.
Yeah, some really interesting stuff went down in that losers finals, and it felt like a lot of those matches were close all the way throughout and then came down to some very important objective secures and plays around the Rayquaza. So we got a few examples that I want to demonstrate some teams making some creative decisions. So I think we'll bring the first one up. This was, I believe, in game 2, and I think both of these you all called to have on this recap. So we'll have this one. Yeah, exactly. So I want everybody to pay attention to the Talonflame, the middle part of this match. This is really interesting. And even before we hit play on this clip, if you can see right now, Gen 5 having complete control of the Rayquaza pit. I think 3 or 4 members within there. Obviously, you do have the hoop on the top side that can make things interesting. But let's play this out. Watch what the Talonflame is doing here. This Brave Bird takes, this Flame Sweep takes 2 targets away, completely shutting them out. No chance of a steal. And make no mistake, that would be a steal in a situation like that. The Metagross could take it. This is our clip number 2. Yet another race to secure this, but watch where Lunder is on this Alolan Raichu. Literally untouched on this Pokemon, able to just free farm damage into the Rayquaza. Obviously, they don't secure it. Suicune able to take it away, but from that point on, it just felt like the situation was out of their hands. And this is that final team fight. We got this happening in slow-mo. I'm going to speed it back up to real time. Feels like we're going so fast whenever we do that, but this team fight started out with a huge catch on the Metagross, but of course, we immediately turn onto this Rayquaza. And yet again, I want you to keep an eye on where the attacker players are playing for Gen 5. Lunder on this Alolan Raichu, making a route all the way down here on the bottom side of the map. Notably, no member on Komai can really contest from where they're positioned. Alolan Raichu able to just keep on dealing damage, and watch this, even with the Bliss's distance in the mix around that Rayquaza, this Alolan Raichu Unite move doing passive damage and a ton of electric type damage towards this Rayquaza. Well, you know the end of this one. Alolan Raichu securing that Rayquaza yet again. So, very impressive stuff overall. I really do think that Gen 5 had some great final team fights. They looked really, really incredible, but I think a lot of those matches came down to how those team fights played out and how those objectives ended up playing out.
Yeah, it really did feel like they were in control of a lot of these matches here. It felt like, to me, watching it from the sidelines there, Gen 5 really had Komai's number. I think they are the team to face off against Nouns here in our grand finals.
Yeah, I was a big fan of how they played, and you know what? Can I throw to my own interview?
Yes, you can.
Yes, I can.
Let's
Let's do it. Woo! Where did that come from? That was a magic trick. That was pretty cool. But yeah, we have an interview with Lunder, I believe, who's going to be talking to us from Gen 5. And hey, how's it going? Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear. I can hear you. Hello.
All right, nice jersey, by the way. I feel like not everybody's representing their jerseys in interviews. There we go. You got to represent. So,
G5.
G5, hey, congratulations first of all again, World's qualification, that's huge. Now you also got the travel award guaranteed, but of course one more big match to play. We've talked a little bit, in our previous interview with your team about some of the, like, how does it feel to go to Worlds and stuff, so I'm going to ask you a few meta questions, I think. Number one, I don't need to talk into this, nobody needs to talk into this. What was the thought behind, and are you still sticking with the EXP share Decidueye?
I mean, I think it's a really good character. It has long range, and I guess the thought behind it is that this is a character that is very easy to dive, easy to catch, and easy to kill. So my answer to that is simply just put in XP share and reduce the value that they have diving me, and keep on poking and damaging. Yeah.
That makes sense. So are you still are you still a fan of that, even though it didn't quite work out in the one game that we did see it happen?
I mean, look at my last hit level 6 at 7 minutes. I think I'm goated on it. I don't know.
All right. No, fair enough. So also another big kind of new thing to the meta has been Alolan Raichu, and we've seen some great play from you. How do you feel about that Pokemon in the meta currently? Because we have seen it actually not do so well today on broadcast from a lot of teams. We've also seen it do quite well, securing Rayquaza just right now. Great job. But what do you think about that Pokemon in the meta?
I think it's difficult because Raichu is, I think, really good, but it's like a sort of double-edged sword. So if you die, then it has no value, obviously. And I think it's very like a skilled character in the sense that if you get caught, it's very punishing, right? And if you manage to somehow kite the enemies while they dive you, then you have insane value in fights. So I think it's a good character, but definitely it's not for everyone.
Oh, okay, only for great players like you. We're just not going to get caught. Easy. Any questions?
I mean, yeah, maybe.
No, you prove it. Any questions from the desk over here?
Yeah, I think the most straightforward one, you're headed into a rematch now, Lunder, against Nouns Esports. You had an amazingly close set against them. Obviously, some things go wrong in the latter half of that series. In terms of preparation time, was the team just focusing on Komai, or have you already been in talks about what you need to do against Nouns Esports on this rematch?
I mean, we just take game by game and just try our best every game, every objective. We just try to play it clean. And honestly, we don't really think about the future, because if we start to think about, we need to BO5 bracket reset, I think we're just going to get depressed. So I think we just keep on playing one game at a time.
Makes sense.
And I mean, we are ready to play until 3 a.m. if we need to, if we want that first place.
Good. We're ready to stay until 3 a.m. to cast you, which would be a little bit rough, but okay. And then final thing, of course, any shout outs to any of your fans or friends or anything that you want to tell them out onto the stream?
I mean, first off, shout out to the G5 family, always behind us and supporting us. Very grateful, and yeah, I mean, it's for you guys that we do it, for the fans. And yeah, I mean, to the haters, I mean, absolute cinema, It is what it is.
All right. Well, congratulations.
No.
You've got a lot of
but good times.
Sorry, keep going. If there's anything else. That's it?
No, I just said good times.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, again, congratulations. You still got a lot on your plate, so we're going to let you go. And good luck in your next match. Congratulations for all your victories so far, but we're looking forward to it. So, great interview. I'm glad to get some of the meta insights. I may have asked a few too many of those, but hey, you know what? We already got a chance to talk to them after they qualified for Worlds.
Yeah, I like the target on the back take of the EXP share on Decidueye.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to get knocked out quite a bit. You may as well make it not worth their time. A little bit of mind games happening as soon as you see those opponents walking in path and you see the light bulb above their head. Also, this team, Gen 5, has some interesting EXP share discussions, even past what Pokemon has it. We actually, in that last matchup, saw a single EXP share, something that is unheard of in the metagame these days. So, Gen 5 with some really interesting decisions in the draft mode. I'm curious if that's going to carry into this grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely has to, right? And I think he brought up a great point. When you look at what's ahead of them, having to beat Nouns in 2 best-of-5s, that could seem pretty daunting, but they're just taking it one match at a time. Also, you have to love that, you give a shout out to your haters. I think that's extremely important. It's not only about the fans, the haters also fuel you in a different way.
They do. They get that fire burning within your soul, really. So whether they can thrive off that, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I definitely like the approach they're going for. They're really out of the box thinking.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I'm really excited to see if they're going to pull out anything new, especially for this last match. They're such a creative team. Everybody has to be creative right now in the current meta. I think it's impossible not to. You can't just be like, well, just choose the meta comp. It's like, what meta comp? I don't even know anymore. But specifically, I feel like Gen 5 has brought a lot to the table that we didn't get to see from most other teams. Like Kine had the Mamoswine maybe, but I feel like all together with the EXP shared Decidueye and the Aegislash, which again I really want to see more. There's just so many different things Gen 5 brings to the table that we might see again.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen some incredible matches from these two squads today. Nouns looking pretty flawless until they ran into Gen 5, and then they really needed to figure out what they were doing, come back and reverse sweep them to send them down to the losers bracket here. Nouns, I feel like obviously the favorite to win this whole thing, but Gen 5 really gave them a run for their money in the winner's side.
Yeah, I mean, we do see wild comebacks in Pokemon Unite quite frequently, but reverse sweeps are still a rarity. So seeing Nouns Esports able to not only prevent a sweep of them happening and put a stop to what Gen 5 was doing and reverse is very, very incredible. I'm curious, like Gen 5, we talked about what Pokemon they are going to pick. I would love to see some adaptations that these other teams have been doing of that Snorlax Suicune ban. I think that is going to have to be a major play towards this Nouns team, but Gen 5 having some of their own power picks, I do not know if that team is going to be allowed a single Zacian game in this grand finals. If I'm Nouns, I am not allowing that to happen.
All right, we're taking notes here. No Zacian coming into these next matches. But the thing is, this is grand finals. It is best of 5 here, but that potential for bracket reset if Gen 5 do manage to knock out Nouns this first set. So Gen 5, they have a really, really tough mountain to climb here. It is really steep.
Well, if there was ever motivation to do so, regional finals champion might be that carrot on the end of the stick that will allow you to take a bracket reset victory against Nouns Esports.
I do think it was pretty funny that they weren't, they weren't like, oh yeah, it's like a really tough path, and we got to think about how tough it is. They're like, yeah, we just get depressed if we thought about it. That was such a funny way to put it. Like not like oh we're gonna, it's just too difficult. It's just like, yeah, we're just gonna get sad. I'm like, yeah, I get that. It's like, all right. But they could do it, though. Obviously, they went 2 games straight against them. Just win 6 games straight. It's that easy. It's that simple.
Okay.
It is kind of that.
Is it?
Well, it is literally that simple, I guess.
Conceptually.
I mean, and,
logically.
they're living in the moment right now. They're not dealing with the future. They're just taking it one step at a time. Very Frozen 2. Do the next right thing. And if they keep doing that, they can win this whole tournament. And if they're going to be a team that can win Worlds, it would be nice to prove it right now with a showing like this. Taking down Nouns in a bracket reset would be amazing.
Yeah. I think stylistically is one of the most interesting discussions between these two teams, especially because we got that little early look at what these teams were doing, but then we saw kind of a different Gen 5 in that losers finals we just witnessed. A very passive and patient team. That's what they were playing for their win conditions, allowing Lunder to be very, very safe. Everybody else was playing a defensive game. But Nouns Esports has a few wild cards on that roster that make that rather difficult, right? We see Gatlu frequently on this Gyarados providing backline pressure that you just never know where it's going to come from. And then in a lot of the games in that winners finals, it was the Talonflame from Toonslim that felt like it was unrelenting towards the backline of Gen 5, and of course their absolute cinema, their first opponent that they played in today's bracket. So where Komai kind of played it patient as well in the losers finals, I don't think Nouns Esports is going to give Gen 5 that same luxury. So I'm curious on how Gen 5 is going to have to kind of craft their compositions, of course, but kind of change up their play style to reimagine that fight.
Hey, we got a draft here, Zoinks. Kello, Wonder Chef, we'll say goodbye to you for the moment, but I know you will be back here very soon to discuss these grand finals. Zoinks, here we go, buddy. Nouns Gen 5 for the EU Regional Championship.
All right, time to crown a brand new champion, or Nouns looking maybe for a repeat run if they can find it. We you're going to have that Blissey and then Zacian band. So again, like we imagined, Gen 5 not going to get that Pokemon in our for game number 1, and Gen 5 responding with the bands I was talking about before. That Snorlax Suicune band feels like the correct recipe against Nouns Esports.
Snorlax has just been ticking up match after match after match as far as bans are concerned. Now, to the other side, Alolan Raichu is available. We'll see if they want to grab that or if they want to take something away from Nouns right here. Locking in the Hoopa early. Next pick here for Megu. We're going to see what they want to grab. And they're actually going to grab Lundaru's Mewtwo. Why?
Okay, so likely no Alolan Raichu for the orange side of the map, right? We are going to see that Mewtwo Y locked in. Very often that's picked up by Lundaru. You could see Snow pick up that Pokemon, but not likely going to be changed up. So now Esports, they have this Gyarados to work with. They won't have the Trick Hoopa, but Ender has loved this Psyduck. And yet again, Lapras with a only 8% pick rate, but if we're talking just top 8, it is way past that.
Yeah, I mean, Ender's Psyduck is amazing. Doobsnacks earlier was alluding to how well it was doing out here in Duckburg, and I really think that's where Ender is living right now. Lapras, an incredible choice, it feels like, for Nouns. So much so that teams have banned it away, which if you would have told me that before this weekend, I would have slapped you in the mouth.
Yeah, and I would have deserved it. But take a look at this. Snow locking in Absol next to that Metagross. A bit of a surprise to me. Obviously, going into some more attack damage focused Pokemon into Lapras, likely a little bit better. But Absol, a speedster that was absolutely everywhere. Meta's past, and ever since then, it has only been Talonflame, the major speedster, kind of walking away. Maybe an argument for Darkrai.
And look at this here. We have Aegislash making its way into another match. I felt like the Aegislash was very powerful that last game. I think it actually is a great call. Some interesting choices from these teams. We've seen Dragonite. It is a 1% pick rate. I saw Adesu playing it earlier in the group stage, so that is a really exciting pick here. And this is kind of a wild start to this series. Obviously, Gen 5 has a lot of games, right? They need to win a whole bunch. So I think this is the time where you can maybe throw some curveballs early, and then from Nouns, you can really bring out something that you think is a comfort pick of your own that you haven't used yet.
Yeah, I don't know what bingo board Utah is playing off of in terms of their Pokemon selection, but it includes Dragonite, Tyranitar, and really some wild choices from that player. Basically, as long as it is a hyper-scaling Pokemon, it will be equipped because they have an attacker player in Lunder that is very comfortable with the Light Bulb.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they've really leaned into that strategy. I love that more teams are playing like this with some of their attacker Pokemon. You know, we're finding different ways to funnel experience around the map. Obviously, EXP share, one of the most overpowered items in the entire game, essentially creating experience out of thin air and allowing one of your more experience-hungry Pokemon to get their levels early. Well, we're going to be heading into our match here in just one moment. I cannot wait for these grand finals. I'm sure everyone in EU, I guarantee it's pretty split on which one of these teams you want to be your champion. But either way, both of these teams are going to represent you at Worlds, which is pretty dang amazing.
So exciting, and obviously that champion spot. You've had a chance to do the group draft draw a couple of times. Having that champion spot put you at the head of the group can be exciting.
Here we go, Zoinks. Nouns Esports, your purple team. Gen 5, your orange team. These are your grand finals here in EU.
All right, Sazero on a mad dash to attempt to steal some buffs, but I think easily spotted out immediately by ToonSlim on that Hone Edge. So they will be trying to shut that down. Here on the bottom side, though, it will be a slow knockdown, drag-out fight. Lapras, so good against this Mewtwo Y, can just reduce a ton of that auto attack damage and just hang out in these fights a lot longer. But the backup here in the central area could be very important for Indy to watch.
And you can see, you know, obviously we're trying to get this Magikarp online as quickly as possible. It has pretty dang good secure early, but it's going to be pressured right now by the Hoopa, trying to stop a lot of this from being secured here.
All right, so now Megu almost at that level 5, trying to outpace that Magikarp so far. So good, looking to evolve into that Medtang and likely have access to that Gyro Ball. Really powerful move as soon as these first birds start because it is a forced melee fight.
Here comes Toon looking to possibly start this fight, moving in with the Sacred Sword, but having to peel back right now. Snow at level 5, Megu at level 5. Just a scary place for them to be. Nouns, without the Gyarados online, really can't move in and engage them.
Yeah, and obviously they're finally going to get that Gyarados evolution, so Gatlu won't be hit down for too long, and immediately starts joining the fray out there on the top side. But Bruv doing a decent amount of damage to these two, but again, this bottom fight is just really a war of attrition between these two. A lot of HP, a lot of defenses in that bottom side, so there's going to be a lot of poke damage until a major team fight around a Reggie starts popping off.
Sazero, an absolute force on this Hoopa so far, just putting so much pressure on the side of Nouns, and you can see it in the levels here. I mean, we've got a level 7 on the side of Gen 5. The closest thing is a level 6 from Nouns as we get ready for this fight at 8 minutes, and Nouns is going to be a little behind right here.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, already taken down. You can just see the effects of the Psycho Cut from the Absol, just, you know, shades of what happened in the past just a moment ago, but yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Sazero, a very uncharacteristic, aggressive playstyle. So far when we've seen this Hoopa, it has been just taking the red buff and joining these and kind of playing this anti-stack game. But instead, as soon as the Gyarados hits the field, Sazero just finds maybe a better angle and they start entering the central area.
Wow, and we have the waterfall peeling away from this fight, and you can see the power right there of Psyduck, just pushing them away with Surf so they cannot continue that engagement. Now in the bottom path right here, Yutao is being dove on by this Lapras, pushed away from this goal zone so that they can score, and we do have Mewtwo Y coming down here to the bottom path, but possibly just coming down for a quick KO, and they do go down.
Yeah, really tough position. You see Lunder kind of rotating up there, maybe to join in this top fight push. Yutao does send out the warning signal. They get the backup, but a little bit too late. So it's going to be Gen 5 looking to try to take their advantage elsewhere. Topside looking okay. Sazero going to dunk 22 and have a safe Phantom Force exit.
Yeah, and it looks like we're just ripping apart Regieleki right now. Registeel going down in that bottom path. Regieleki going down in that top path, and that is going to push towards this top goal zone. Reggie looking to score, and it does, bringing the goal zone defenseless down to 29 points. Inder somehow getting away from that, able to score right there. Now they're going to put points into this top goal zone. The only question is how many are they going to score and how fast are they going to do it? Obviously, once they break this, they open up a lot of experience for the side of Nouns.
There's a world where you just leave it, right? Because the next Regieleki landing would leave that goal zone at 2. So it looks like Gen 5 are going to rotate away from it, not take advantage of that defenseless goal zone, and instead hope for the future that you're going to have another big push. Mewtwo Y will go down, and Desu catches that with the stored power. Sazero in danger with the shielding going there onto Megu, looking fantastic.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a future sight here from Desu. So you're going to look for a lot of damage, but not the secure that you might expect here from Espeon. It looks like you do have that, however, from the Aegislash. Toon going very deep into that fight and getting taken down.
Yeah, I think believing their wide guard would protect them in that moment, but the Absol Unite move plus that Psycho Cut bonus, just a little bit too much even for a defense form Aegislash to deal with. Hey, Desu picking up all 3 targets with that Psychic Solaire is fantastic, and Gatlu gonna be that hammer onto the anvil of the Espeon. Fantastic play between those two.
This has just been a knockdown, drag-out fight from start to finish. We just keep pushing towards the enemy team. Big-time wide guard using those boosteds to reset Sacred Sword. Coming back through the fight, Unite move, but I don't think it's going to be enough, and they do go down. We do have Dragonite online now, which is huge. It's also level 10.
Yeah, and it is Hyper Beam. So Yutao kind of sticking to their wheelhouse of liking hyper-objective focused Pokemon.
Quite literally.
Yeah, in this way, even transforming that into a beam of sorts. In the past, more of a punch.
Yes, of course. Yes, there are different looks for the Hyper situation here, but right now it's a Hyper Beam. Gatlu peeling away from this fight. Going to be an interesting situation. Both of these Pokemon have okay secure, but Megu is actually ready to brawl here against Gary, and they could be looking to make a sneaky score happen. Gatlu picks up on that, peeling back towards this Tier 1 goal zone. While we have a fight breaking out in the center right here, Mewtwo Y going down here to the Aegislash.
Yeah, Toonslim picking up a knockout of that level 9 Mewtwo Y, but it's the Absol going down, I think, so a little more pivotal. Hyper Beam is ready to go. Yutao lining it up. Will not get the secure. Brings it so incredibly low, but a Desu the one to close the door on that basement Reggie.
The caster curse right there hit me pretty hard as I said that Espeon wasn't going to secure anything. And no, I'm not referring to the caster curse where you're stuck inside of a giant screen. Doob Snacks is dealing with that.
Oh, we really got a feel for the guy.
I don't know.
Hey, it's coming for you too.
It'll get us all one day. The screen will take us all.
All the members of Gen 5 at that moment, about half HP. Gatlu definitely maybe sensing blood in the water with that Gyarados and that waterfall. But a stun from Sauceros Hoopa kind of puts that to a stop, at least for the moment. Absol again in some danger, but Gen 5 right now on a mission to level up as quickly as they can. That second Regieleki we talked about being a major focus with that goal zone at 22 has spawned in, but it's Nouns Esports the first ones to rotate to it.
Yeah, Nouns is kind of ready for this here, and I don't think there's much Gen 5 is going to do. We have these tier 1 goal zones up in the bottom path, and there's definitely some good arguments for breaking it. There are also good arguments for leaving it right here, trying to get as much experience as you possibly can, and then scoring on it later. Regieleki getting very low. Gyarados under the water right now, looking for a possible secure. It's up into the air, and they do get the secure. Great plays there from Gatlu. They're going to continue the push. Beautiful play there from Espeon. They were able to get the reset on their stored power. Double KO in the top path.
Wow, Snow really trying to turn that situation around with an Absol Unite move, but foiled by the rest of Nouns Esports, who are still stacked up with all 5 members. Bubble Beam trying to get a little bit of disruption from that Lapras, and Aegislash from Toonslim still trying to push through onto this goal zone, but not enough firepower. Toonslim can't cut through that high defensive pressure, especially when Tier 2 just heals so much.
You have to love the play there from Nouns. Obviously what they were doing, they're not trying to win in this bottom path. They would love it if they could, but they were trying to make sure that both of those Pokemon could not recall, head to the top path to deal with Regieleki. However, Gen 5 was able to push them off of that goal zone even without the support. 20 seconds until the first Rayquaza of our grand finals, and this match is very close.
Yeah, I mean, Gen 5 in a very awkward position at the moment. A lot of their Pokemon having to level up and farm at the moment. Metagross in particular only at level 12 and without a Unite move. I'm sure that's about to change with those Indeedis they're knocking out. They got the level 13 benchmark, but still no compute and crash. Inder already finding some good information in that top tall grass.
Yeah, he learned a lot. There's at least one Pokemon there, possibly more. The Bubble Beam picks up the Mewtwo Y, and now Nouns is in a commanding position, up by over 100 right here. We have Metagross scoring in the bottom path, though, could change that in a big way. Adesu moving down to stop them, and here comes the Hoopa Unite move. They're bringing the team through.
100 points did go in. By the way, Lapras does hit 2 targets up. Both Absol and Metagross knocked sky high. Snow does have that future sight. Gatlu takes out the KO. It's all chaos towards that Rayquaza, and the final hit is going to go to Nouns Esports. What a clutch from that team. Great push by Bruv to set things up, and the Espeon with play after play in that final fight.
Beautiful stuff from Adesu. I mean, talk about a Pokemon without secure.
Yeah.
It's going to be that Espeon right there. One thing is for sure, they are securing huge amounts of KOs for their side. Gen 5 trying to make a play with the score in the bottom path and saying even if it doesn't work out, we can bring them right in for this fight. They were behind Nouns kind of this entire time, not able to make something happen in the in this Ray fight. Nouns, it feels like, has played so well in some of these moments where their opponents want Ray. They are just surgical with their KOs, picking them apart and trying to do no damage to Rayquaza at the same time.
And you've got a pretty challenging choice in that enemy composition, right? It's Absol with Unite move and it's Dragonite with Hyper Beam. Both of them have ridiculous levels of objective secure, but they do choose the Absol in that moment. Amazing future sight sets it up really, really low. Gatlu's Gyarados able to finish it off. And I do think that ends up being the correct decision. Toonslim can kind of make some magic happen with the Aegislash fighting against the Dragonite, and it all works out for Nouns Esports. It's still pretty close to call, but in the end, Nouns Esports is going to hang out on that enemy goal zone. Bruv's going to pose for us, and that is going to be game 1. Nouns Esports with a lead in our best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, Nouns looked pretty incredible right there, I would say. I loved a lot of what they were doing. One thing that I really loved, the aggression from Toon. All day, I feel like Toon has just been in their opponent's face, like not only making great plays, but almost trying to outplay them the entire time. And when you're one of the best in the world, it's something you can do.
And you don't have traditional supports who want to go all the way into the enemy backlines with you, right? If you have something like a Trick Hoopa, you can bail out. Eldegoss could give you Pollen Puff for that dive, and of course, Comfey is a bit along for the ride. But now we have Psyduck and Lapras, 2 more, I would say, peel-based supports, better at defending their backline carries than helping with big engagements. Surf Psyduck maybe the exception there. But still, Slim does not feel that need to have that backup sometimes, and the reward much greater than the risk in that case.
Yeah, he's playing a few Pokemon. I mean, his Talon, Aegislash, you know, they feel kind of similar to me. It's either he's Brave Birding in, trying to do a ton of damage, moving around with Aerial Ace for some nice recovery while at the same time continuing to fight. Or, you know, with Aegislash, it really is one of those Pokemon where you can absolutely play as a heavy dive player and then move right into a defensive moment. Player of the game, Gotlu on Gary.
Wow, impressive game from them. Like I mentioned, I think a few of the knockouts that we were talking about, those target priority moments in that final fight, happened because of this Gyarados, especially with Waterfall, able to chase down these knockouts no matter where they end up. By the way, I was looking at the numbers in the replay there for a moment. Before Rayquaza got knocked out, it was at 115 HP.
Wow.
So a stray Espeon hit from one of its abilities, knocking out the Rayquaza, it really comes down to moments that are that close.
Yeah, I mean, what you want to do, especially if you're Nouns in that moment, is what they were doing, is they want to try to KO as many members of the opposing team as they possibly can. That way, when it gets low, even if they secure it, maybe only 2 people get a shield, they're already up by a considerable amount, and then they can close out the game. I've noticed a lot of the top teams right now are trying to run up a score lead early, and then by the time Rayquaza comes, if they get it, great. I mean, they're absolutely crushing it. And if they don't, they are still very much in the game.
Can we talk about that Gen 5 decision that we talked a lot about around that Tier 1 with that first Regieleki? They elect to leave it alone, that Gold Zone remaining at 22. I think they have the potential to get a solid 30-some Overdunk at minimum. In the early game, that could be foundational for a big moment in the last part of the match. You're playing from advantage. It's a totally different Rayquaza fight situation when it comes down to that, but instead, they play it maybe a little more riskier, try to go for a big swing in the end game, and, well, Gatlu shows up on this Gyarados and make sure that's not even an option.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I think you're really focusing on when you don't break a goal zone like that, especially the top path, is you're trying to starve your opponents of experience, right? You're just making sure they can't get those top NDDs. Now, I have been warned that Kaiju Dubsnax is about to attack the city again, so I'm just going to brace myself here for a moment while he comes in to wreak havoc on us.
I went ahead and asked what this team had their eye on for this tournament, what they'd been seeing, and what they're expecting a lot of. And they said Psyduck. Of course, I had to follow up and ask what specifically about Psyduck, to which they said, listen, when danger lurks behind you, or there's a stranger out to find you, Psyduck, with their crowd control, covers that. And it's so strong right now, so potent in the different things that it can bring to the Thea Sky Ruins. It's a must pick or must ban. Back to you in the booth.
Wow. I mean, it's good that we have, you know, that information, obviously. I'm glad that he is trapped here providing that to us. I don't want to say we're forcing him to do this, but I don't want to not say that either.
Well, yeah, make him
I
angry.
want to keep it in a gray area right here. I don't want him to know that we're the reason he's trapped in that wall. Absolutely
Exactly.
not.
Yeah, a lot of Psyduck-based reporting. Seems like this media outlet that Dubsnax is working for right
Heavily
now.
Psyduck bias.
A lot of Psyduck bias.
Yeah, I mean, we all knew this was going to be very Psyduck biased when we went into it right here. Well, let's head into this next draft. Gen 5 Nouns. Gen 5 is going to be your first pick, first ban here, Zoinks.
Okay, I mean, I don't think there's much of a reason to change too much of your draft strategy going into Game 2. But they are going to be banning away the Gyarados, so something new, and Nouns Esports actually going to be the first ones to ban the Suicune. No surprise there, 81% ban rate. Snorlax, let's tick it up a little bit higher, now at 24.
Zacian getting the ban as well. So two really popular top path Pokemon not going to be making it into this game. As we look to our first pick here for Gen 5, they could steal away this Lapras, but Psyduck is on the menu.
Yeah, even a Pokemon like Blissey or someone like that, a Alolan Raichu technically could be a viable option, and Gen 5 currently hovering the Alolan Raichu at the moment. It will be locked in. Lunderin going to be bringing in the newest Pokemon.
And we'll take a look at what Nouns wants to do in response. I mean, it feels like they absolutely love the duck. I think Indra's been incredible on it. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that snapped up very quickly right here. But we're going to see how they want to play this. Bruv hovering Gengar. That doesn't sound like something that's about to happen.
I was just going to say, I don't know if we've seen Ender play much Hoopa, but they also haven't been given the opportunity to play very much Hoopa. A lot of the time, first pick position, they've been grabbing that Psyduck. So now it's a bit of a question towards Sazura. They're saying, how good is your duck? Because ours is clearly incredible. Will be the Hoopa locked in and the Talonflame likely looking towards some trick shenanigans.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an incredible combination, right? As we have Blissey and Slowbro. Slowbro's great against Talon.
Sure.
Talon wants to jump in with that Brave Bird. You catch it with the Slow Beam, and you can shut it down in a big way. Obviously, you can't get it out of there with anything that Nouns has, right? You don't have Blissey. You don't have that Bliss assistance to save it in that moment. So, Gatlu in kind of a perilous situation.
Yeah, it's going to be scary. Honestly, you could consider an option like Fly to be a little more defensive. However, every time we've seen Gatlu picking up this Pokemon, it has almost entirely been Brave Bird. So I don't see any reason to dissuade from that too often. Bruv is going to lock in that Lapras again, and Megu is going to pick up the Meowscarada. Snow with the Leafeon, okay.
Yeah, this is very exciting. Now, Meowscarada is a Pokemon that I know you have been very excited about since kind of the buffs. Even after that, it feels like it's doing very well. And Toon finally locking in that Buzzwole, which we've seen a couple looks from this Buzzwole here today.
Yeah, I think a really good option to Leafeon in particular. I like Buzzwole in that scenario. Meowscarada can be a little bit trickier. However, we talk about how Double Team can eat up move cooldown sometimes.
Yeah.
It also, you can get your Double Team super powered into you. So, a bit of a scary sight to see with Toonslim on that Buzzwole, but Megu does have a lot of hours on this Pokemon. Can you at least agree that Meowscarada is a cat?
Yes, Meowscarada is a cat. The legendary dogs are dogs. That's why they're called the legendary dogs.
I want to get along, so we're going to keep moving. And of course, yeah, no, I think this is going to be a really fun one. Obviously, I've been a big fan of Meowscarada. In my personal opinion, I just think players have started to get good at Meowscarada.
Yes.
I think globally, we've started to really understand the impact it can have on the game, where it's most important, where it's most prevalent, and I think some of these players, like Megu, stepping up to the plate, can prove how powerful this speedster really is.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how all this is going to play out in this next match. Some different looks here from Gen 5. A lot of similar stuff, but a lot of new stuff here from Nouns as well. Adesu on that Espeon was just an absolute force in Game 1.
So good. It does have that cursed incense as well, just making everything a little bit trickier. And we'll have that Blissey and Slowbro to back it up. Shades of Worlds Year 1 looking like on Gen 5's roster.
Well, here we go, Zoinks. Gen 5, your purple team. Nouns Esports, your orange team. Nouns up one game here in your grand finals for EU. Of course, this will be the champion of the entire region, winning the regional finals. Both of these teams, however, will be heading to the World Championships representing EU.
Yeah, we couldn't have written it up any better between these two teams. Countless matches between Nouns Esports and Gen 5 throughout the year, and what a way to close out the storyline for Season 4 of EU than yet another matchup between these two EU titans.
It's actually a great question for our stats team. They might be countless matches, but I'm curious, how many times have these teams faced off this season? If we could get that, that would be very cool. As we have Lapras moving forward right here, trying to get some big secures. Obviously, they want to slow down Raichu. They want to make sure it does not hit level 5 early.
Yeah, we did see yet another Hoopa invade. This time, obviously, it's Ender selecting that Pokemon. They did head into the enemy central area. Leafeon, a tricky one to go against. However, if you could predict what path Leafeon is going to move towards, you likely get a free buff since it only needs the one.
And here we go. Megu trying to get a secure right there. Obviously, Meowscarada not amazing, really, until it hits that big power spike at level 7, right? Until then, it's good. It's got some decent burst damage, but it's really not anything to write home about.
Well, in terms of early game, you could have the Leafeon try to carry some of that as Snow gets some early damage in. However, you would hope that your Leafeon at this point of the game is closer to that level 7 breakpoint. Only at level 5 due to Nouns' constant pestering of that enemy central, whether it's Ender, whether it's Adesu, it feels like Snow is never being left alone.
Now, we do have Toon here at level 5 right now, and they are picking things up and putting them down, trying to get big secures right here. Obviously, Meowscarada looking to evolve here from Florgata.
We did see a little bit of the Sazero moveset, so no eggs this time around will be safeguarding. Will also allow the helping hand to really amp up this Alolan Raichu's power.
Talonflame now, level 7 here, looking to make a play happen. Blissey in some trouble, but they decide to go in on Slowbro, move further in with the aerial ace. It looks like Leafeon's in some trouble. Do they keep this push? Huge eject button picks up the KO.
Yeah, Ender even given a little bit of move speed bonus with that trick attached to the Talonflame. Gives him just enough space, including that eject button, to take out that KO. Megu and Sazura will be scoring on that top side. Obviously, you mentioned how tough that early game was for Megu, allowing them to catch up a little bit now with those scores on the top goal zone.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you really want your levels here on Meowscarada. Now you have both of your moves. You can fight in some really interesting ways. You can, mess with your opponents with double team, flower trick, incredibly powerful, good secure tool. And we have a KO in the bottom path, 2 in the bottom path.
Wow.
2 members of Nouns go down. Gotlu has to peel back to the goal zone.
Yeah, Lunder and Snow combined for some really massive KOs, especially just due to the tempo of this game so far. Gen 5 needed something to go in their direction, so that is a huge play for them. Nouns Esports, though, probably still in a good position. It is this Registeel fight. Bruv showing up with this Lapras, only at level 6, but still a very tough presence to move past.
Yeah, and we see Talonflame just ready to move in, deciding to fight the enemy team. Big time KO, Slowbro goes down. They're looking for another one. Unite move from Talonflame hits a little bit of nothing as they're trying to get the KO on Lunder right now, peeling back into the Brave Bird. Talon gets another one. Snow moving in with the Unite move, picks up a KO, but multiple members of Gen 5 are down. Here comes Meowscarada, though, level 9 with the Unite move, possibly looking to move in and fight. Instead, they peel back towards Registeel. Kind of an awkward position right now for Gen 5 as they are looking to rip this apart, and now multiple members of Nouns pushing forward. The secure on the flower trick looks like it's going to happen, and it does, and now they can move forward and continue this fight towards their goal zone, or they can possibly peel back.
Yeah, sick looks from Megu to not only get that objective secure, but also a knockout onto the opposing Hoopa would prevent anybody from rotating towards that top side to stop that Leafeon score that we just saw a moment ago. Snow making some good plays in that team fight as well. Someone needs to shut down this Talonflame in some of these big fights, and Snow stepping up to the plate. That last one, that is going to be the super swole slam from Toon Slim. Smackdown to reposition a Unite moving Megu, but what a 1v1, bit of a 2v2 as both supports rise up to help their top path Pokemon, and they're both going to walk away.
Yeah, really nice catch there on the Leafeon, obviously using that Unite move on the highest level on the enemy team. Always a solid choice, but this is turning into a refight very quickly here, Zoinks. Regieleki being chipped slightly by both of these squads. Talonflame, Gotlu making to the top path. Here comes the trick. Brave Bird looking to make something happen, moving in with the aerialist. Huge flame sweep, catches just about everybody from the side of Gen 5, sweeping them up and putting them in the bin as Regieleki walks.
Bit behind the scenes, Spraggles and I are casting off the biggest Unite screen known to man, and still there was no members of Gen 5 on our screen after that Unite move from Gatlu. Impressive stuff, but Snow with a nice counterpunch on this Leafeon in the central area, picking up a KO streak of 2, completely alone, unassisted KO streak of 2 from Leafeon. Impressive stuff from them.
Yeah, it feels like, every time one team takes an inch, the other team takes it right back. Very close match so far, 68-37. And just like game 1, these two teams are brawling, slugging it out. I don't feel like anyone's playing this slow. They're looking to win every moment.
Yeah, we were talking about that stylistic change-up and how Gen 5 would adapt. So far, so good in this game number 2. Bruv with a fast track all the way to the top side. Looks like maybe trying to support Gatlu for a push, but looks like nothing of the sort will be happening at the moment, but a second try always in the bag.
Yeah, they are looking to score here in this top path as Registeel is getting ripped apart here. Already at half, we have Ender bringing the team possibly down through this portal, and here they come. Lapras, Slowbro with the slow beam. Registeel leashing and getting all of its HP back. Leafeon comes in with a huge Unite move. Buzzwole up into the air trying to take someone down, and Talonflame crashes in. That's going to be a double and a flame sweep into a little bit of nothing there from Gotlu, but a huge play as they're coming back with the Brave Bird. Registeel at half, almost completely gone as they're looking for the secure, and they do finally get it.
Wow, proof of concept for this Lapras composition, able to withstand a Leafeon Unite move and still be at around half of their HP bar. Very impressive from Bruv, able to kind of ignore that big push by Snow, and then of course the rest of the team just capitalize on that Registeel. This defensive tank that we have not seen in a minute, already starting to showcase what it brings to the table.
Yeah, some pretty great stuff here from Nouns as we're heading into the second half of this match, right? Meowscarada feels like it has not had its moment yet. We've seen its Unite move a couple times, but it just really hasn't had the impact yet. As we have Meowscarada moving in right there, you can see kind of using double team in a reverse way than you would possibly expect, right? Actually moving in yourself and then peeling back with the double team. A play I love when skilled Meowscarada players can make it.
Yeah, all right, Snow trying to step up yet again. Level 13 on this Leafeon. Pretty late Unite move, but also a fast charging one. But Gatlu from the other side of the map, from their own goal zone, stealing away that Regieleki and brought back to safety by Ender, and they're looking for even more.
Wow, these Brave Birds are incredible. Another one lands. That's a triple KO. You're welcome, as the top path is sieged by Regieleki. The points are raining in. Nouns scoring in the bottom path, 281 to 68. A match that was very close is now very far away. And here comes Ender for a big 40. Even if Ender goes down here, the KO timer won't be bad. 12 seconds. They will be back in time for Rayquaza. Nouns just needs to make sure that Gen 5 doesn't rip immediately, and they should be set. 68, 322. Things are looking great for Nouns.
Yeah, Gatlu with some worthy expenditures of the cooldowns there, specifically in their Unite move. Mega just trying to harass the enemy side with these double teams. Bruv does slow beam that Buzzwole to start things off, though.
Yeah, here comes the slow beam. Gatlu flying in, looking to make a KO happen. He does. Picks up 2. Megu in some trouble in this bush, as Nouns is going to rip this thing off the board. They're not going to give Gen 5 an opportunity to come back in this match. The Leafeon Unite move does pick up a KO. Meowscarada picks one up as it's crashed down by the Brave Bird. We're going to see if Gatlu can make anything happen. The Flower Trick brings him down to half. Snow at half HP stays in the fight. Was it a mistake? I don't know. Both speedsters disengage. Megu right now gets caught by a flame sweep, and Ray's back at full HP.
The Talonflame T-Bone gonna take out the Meowscarada. Tough look for them. Toonslim just guarding the Rayquaza at this point. They're at a scoreline of 322, so making sure that team doesn't panic in that moment, and instead make sure no one can enter that Rayquaza pit. Good coverage by a defensive Buzzwole.
Gatlu moving in, looking for a huge Brave Bird. Catches 2. The Bliss Assistance onto the Alolan Raichu as it peels back towards the fight. The boosted attack's doing insane amounts of damage right now, but Slowbro goes down. Talonflame misses with a Brave Bird right here. With 50 seconds left on the clock, Gen 5 needs to make a play, and their play is Rayquaza. The Flower Trick is not on it yet. The Brave Bird lands, picks up a KO on Raichu, and it is secured by Gen 5, but it looks like too many of them are going to go down.
All right, so Meowscarada picking up that Rayquaza. At least one score will go in. 100 points for Megu. Leafeon from Snow will be putting in another. With only 30 seconds remaining in this matchup, I do not think we have the points in pocket to turn this around.
They don't have points in pocket yet, but they do have shields. However, the points are raining in from the side of Nouns. 294, 482. If somehow Gen 5 could have stopped that, this match was incredibly close. But Nouns, instead of taking this fight, instead of trying to stop them from scoring, they actually went and scored on their own, and it looks like Nouns is going to take game number 2 right here. What a fight.
Yeah, impressive late game presence of mind from Nouns Esports to understand, even though things get a little risky, Snow picks up a couple of knockouts on that Leafeon to make sure you have 300 some points in. Whew, okay, maybe not as close as we were thinking it would end up. 496 for Nouns Esports, close behind, but not a win. 442 for Gen 5.
Yeah, you saw another 100 from Leafeon right there before the whole thing was over, but they were just behind by so much. Nouns put so many points on the board early. This is something that we talked about here. You want to be in a position where win Rayquaza or lose Rayquaza, you have paths to victory, and that's what Nouns was able to do in that match.
So impressive. I love that late game team fight from Ender and Gatlu specifically, even before the Rayquaza spawns in. Some very deep Brave Bird and Talonflame Unite moves, but it does lead into a Regieleki landing on tier 2, and that gave them that crazy lead that they could play around in that final stretch.
It feels like as we're going through the replay of this match, we're just going to see so many Brave Birds landing. I feel like whether it's Toon or it's Gatlu, they are so incredibly aggressive on the side of Nouns, and these flame sweeps are used very aggressively. I mean, we are uniting every time it is available.
Yeah, this Talonflame certainly has a pretty low cooldown on it, and I mean, even if they're in danger, they got Ender for the backup every single time. Felt like we got such a good showcase of this Trick Hoopa playstyle.
Yeah, it's so great, isn't it? I mean, you move in. If the fight's going well, you don't need to take the portal. You even can take the portal just to heal and then peel back through. Here was the look here, trying to get the secure. Obviously, Nouns is looking to pick up as many KOs as they possibly can.
Yeah.
And now multiple members of Nouns are going to peel off to score. Player of the game, Gatlu.
98 1,000 damage, so close to that 6-digit damage number, but still 14 knockouts in that matchup. Very easy MVP award of that game number 2, going to the Talonflame. Gatlu almost level 15 at that 2-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised to see Gatlu here as the player of the game. It felt like he was making plays constantly. Where, as you see with Gyarados, I feel like he's a little more reserved when it comes to playmaking. You know, he'll move in for a big fight when Gary has a Unite move at a high level because they've been up in the top path. With Talon, however, it feels like he was really aggressive all over some of these big fights, continually putting pressure on their opponents to the point where you're jumping in, using a Unite move that you don't know it's going to get massive value, but you just keep putting pressure on, keep picking up KOs, and it looked pretty incredible.
It looked awesome. I think if we're going to look for silver linings for Gen 5 in that moment, I think that was Snow's best look we've seen all tournament long on that Leafeon. Some really, really good looks from them. However, just not enough to turn that whole game around. I thought Meowscarada did do some really cool stuff.
Yeah.
That first Reggie fight in the bottom side particularly. But either way, I do think that Gen 5 not out of this fight yet. However, an unfamiliar position for them. Of course, just a few hours ago in that winners finals, they were the ones up 2-0, and now they find themselves in the Nouns position. So if they can completely flip that script, maybe they're looking all right.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tough thing, right? It's happened before. It's happened many times. It's happened with teams like these or these very teams where they're coming from the losers bracket. They are down a few games, but they start to figure something out and they just continue moving, continue winning. Gen 5 right now is going to be your first pick, first ban. Nouns Esports is going to have those second 2 picks. This is where it all comes down for Gen 5. I mean, the tournament is on the line right now. Their backs are against the ropes. Throughout the rest of this best of 5, they need to keep winning.
Yeah, a very, very tough task, specifically against Nouns Esports, who have just had such a storied history within this region. Gen 5 changing things up a little bit at the very least. That will be a Hoopa ban instead, so a little bit of an adjustment. Nouns Esports were to stick to that Suicune and Zacian ban while on the orange side.
So this is interesting. We've been seeing Snorlax banned a ton, especially in this matchup right here. Not only is it not banned, it's stolen away by Gen 5. Hoopa taken away from Ender, but they decide not to go with the Duck and instead go with Blissey here.
Okay, interesting. Wanting to maybe take that away from Sazero. It really feels like they're forcing Sazero onto Psyduck in these draft phases. I mean, we saw the Blissey picked for them when it was available in that last draft. Now with the Hoopa ban, Blissey pick, we're really kind of coloring what the pick is going to be for the Gen 5 support.
When I see a second pick from Nouns being Lapras, and you know we already have Snorlax on the side of Gen 5, I don't think there was any question that this was going to be taken, right? It was not going to be taken by Gen 5. However, this does hide what Nouns is planning to bring out to the fight. And you see a lot of teams do this, right? Where they're picking their defenders and supports early so they can attempt to hide whatever their strategy is for later in the draft and make it a little more difficult to counter some of their carry Pokemon.
And the opposite is true. It makes it a little bit easier to play around what the opponents are picking as well. So you have a bit more information when picking your damage carries who are a little more matchup dependent than some of these evergreen supporter and defenders.
Yeah, it feels like every supporter and defender is incredibly good. And Gatlu now grabbing this Phalanx into the side of Gen 5. And I'm wondering how this is going to feel into something like a Alolan Raichu. I'm very curious to see how Phalanx plays into it.
Yeah, on paper I'd say bad.
That's what it feels like, right? It feels kind of bad.
I guess what we'll see the opposite option. Snow going to dive into a new well as well with this Zarina. Mega going to return to the Metagross. And if there's anything about Gen 5's playstyle in these grand finals specifically, what does concern me is Yutao is resorting back to these defender picks with the experience share. So far in the tournament, when they found success, it has been when they kind of go off the beaten path. We're going to go traditional. Toonslim going to end our draft with a Greninja.
I absolutely love to see Toon on Greninja right here. You and I were talking kind of before broadcast just a lot of the Pokemon we wanted to see, and I think we both agreed Greninja underrated right now. I think this is a solid Pokemon. Now, of course, like you said, a lot of carries can be pretty matchup dependent, but I do think Gren has a lot of great matchups, and this thing has a Unite move every 1 second. It's incredible. It feels incredibly strong right now. Build that we're seeing right here, they're going to go with the new item, that Excel Bracer, as well as a Curse item.
I think that's maybe the biggest deal for Greninja right now. Not even just the new item, but the ability to kind of drop the attack weight off of the compositions. It felt like when we did see that niche Greninja play, it was dependent on early game scoring. Not an easy task for a Froakie in a lot of these very high-powered early game bottom paths. So having Greninja change that up a little bit might be a huge help for them. We're going to be jumping into our game very shortly. A lot of stacking on the side of Gen 5. One other thing of note in this draft that we didn't mention is we do have the Umbreon stacking that attack weight.
Yeah, that's true. So, I mean, most likely we're going to be seeing Wish, right? When you see Umbreon stacking that attack weight, so you can get bigger and bigger heals. But Umbreon does well in general with more attack. It has a low base stat, but every little bit of attack that you can give it is pretty consequential. Gatlu here going full attack. We've got the attack weight. We've got the weakness policy. We have the Excel Bracer. We're just looking to make Phalanx as powerful as possible. And depending on which build you go, you want to burst either way. You want to use a ton of burst damage with Phalanx. Well, here we go, everybody. Gen 5, your purple team. Nouns Esports, your orange team. Nouns coming from the winners bracket here in your grand finals. They are one game away from being your EU champions.
Yeah, Gen 5 with their backs against the wall. Nouns Esports, the bully in this situation, asking for the lunch money and a regional championship.
Yeah, and I think they're going to get it here if Gen 5 can't pull out something interesting. However, I feel like Gen 5 is trying every single match, throw a new strategy at them, throw something different, see what we can make work right here as we have Metagross brawling with Phalanx.
Yeah, getting out-leveled a little bit by the Phalanx. Obviously, it is very small portions in this early game, but so far looking all right for the side of Nouns. Toonslim joining the fray here on the top side.
Yeah, Toon getting aggressive on the top side, and we have Zarina. Now, we didn't talk much about this. I think Zarina is actually very, very good. We just don't see it as much in the West. It feels like a lot of the Eastern teams play a lot of Zarina, and we're going to see how it works in this match. And we do have Stomp Zarina.
All right, so Snow equipping that Stomp Zarina. It's kind of like a Leafeon Unite move if you think about it. Every single time you do that off cooldown. Relv going to be trying to hold down this goal zone with these small amount of points in pocket. Utah will at least be able to get some scores, but Snow just kind of never ending on this attack on the bottom tier 1.
Bruv is able to pick up a KO right there, and that Zarina is level 6, which is a very scary place for it to be. Continuing to stack as well in that bottom path. That was a great start for Gen 5.
Yeah, will be this Trop Kick Stomp build, and if anything else, Snow will be on another one of these Pokemon that is very comfortable 1v1ing in a lot of situations. They can split push, they can take some wild flanks during team fights, and be very comfortable no matter the opposition they run into. Zarina, very self-dependent.
Yeah, you know what I'll say is Greninja does not like running into Zarina. That single target Unite move is very powerful. A lot of damage, however, onto the side of Gen 5. Gatlu looking to make a KO happen, but it's Zarina that picks up a KO and one back the other way. Blissey actually with the secure.
Yeah, and we do see that Phalanx caught in a mean look. So Sazero locking in that maneuver. I don't think we see that as often anymore. I particularly much more a fan of the foul play, but it will likely be the mean look wish. They full supportive suite for the Umbreon.
Yeah, and I think that's, I mean, really, however you want to play it, I think is quite powerful. There's some really good options. You mean look, you're going to land every single stomp because it's kind of that exact radius, right? Desu now making their way down to this bottom path, seeing what they can secure here. As Zarina heads up to the top path right here, caught there by the Iron Head, KO over to the Greninja. Huge Unite move right away, pushing in for a double KO, and here we have Toon just doing some dancing in the top path, seeing if anyone from Gen 5 wants to join them, and now they're going to score 149-47. After scoring like that, too, they're going to quickly have that Unite move back.
Massive overdunk to start this matchup as well. They're going to get the Regieleki with the Phalanx and Greninja combo, and even some early damage, the first to damage the Regirock, but it is a quick adaptation by Gen 5. Utah and Sazero taking great amount of space. Look at that block.
Wow, beautiful stuff. Once again, Espeon securing just about everything.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, you know, he's got it figured out, man. He's able to secure it, which is really impressive. And now we have Nouns just raining in points in this top path. 243-47, and we're not even halfway through this here. Absolute domination from Nouns.
Yeah, I hate to ring the alarm bells already for Gen 5 and their fans, but this is looking dire. Nouns Esports on tournament regional final champion point at the moment, and Gen 5 just certainly not able to do a whole lot to counterpunch.
Yeah, there is a question as to whether or not, I mean, Gen 5 is just defeated in this moment, or they can make their way back in. One glimmer of hope that they have is all their Unite moves are going to be coming online soon. And if you want to make a big play, get some of that catch-up experience, this is the time you can do it. We have Lunder moving in, trying to make something happen against the Desu, pushing forward, and they do pick up a KO. Toon, however, level 12 in this bottom path with a Unite move of his own.
Yeah, and you mentioned it before, the cooldown of that Unite move so incredibly short. You can throw that thing out as many times as you see targets. Toon Slim hiding in that tall grass to potentially call out a Gen 5 bottom goal zone push.
Yeah, this is a tricky moment for Gen 5. They're going to need to make some decisions, and they're going to have to really commit as a team because they're behind in experience, and the only way that you're going to beat a team when you're behind in experience is to Pokemon Unite as a squad and make something happen. Toon now heading back to base, and you've got Nouns trying to figure out how they're going to want to play this. The quicker they can get Regieleki in the top path, the faster it will respawn, giving them an opportunity to use it at the end of the game as well.
All right, Utah trying to separate Inder for the rest of their squad, but not able to cut them off completely. 20 points will go in as the rest of Gen 5 are going to try to push this fight forward.
Yeah, and here we go. Desu with the Unite move. Big time Unite move from Metagross. Not able to get a KO right here. Bruv just surviving as long as he possibly can in this bottom path. Finally goes down. Greninja Unite move moves in, but Zarina was in a scoring animation during it. Snow still remaining in this fight. Greninja level 12 right now. Picks up the KO with the Water Shuriken. Regieleki marching towards that home goal zone, and we do have Metagross there to stop it.
Yeah, Megu will recall, so at least someone will be able to stop that Regieleki from going into that tier 1. Gatlu was hoping the opposite would be true, and into the enemy central area. Unite moves straight in between the two, and I think the Failing's going to walk away with a knockout onto the Alolan Raichu.
Yeah, Failing's just getting really aggressive right here. We have the Zarina Unite move back the other way to try to pick up a KO, but level-wise, this is getting out of hand here. It's a level 13 Greninja right now, and look at that overcap. 84 to 344 here at the 4-minute mark of our match. Things are going very well for Nouns. They can taste it right now. They're very close to being your EU champions.
What a time to see the most locked in, most focused Nouns esports that we have in this entire tournament, potentially, and very likely, the most we've seen them like this entire season.
Yeah, they just look absolutely incredible right now. Greninja level 14 here. They will be heading to Ray at level 15 almost assuredly, which is massive. I mean, just so much damage, such a crazy high attack stat at that point, is able to delete a lot of what's on the other side. However, we do have multiple members of Gen 5 getting ready. I mean, almost a level 13 Zarina, Alolan Raichu is 12, Metagross is 12. They're not out of this game yet.
No, and they're going to try to make a little bit of experience happen on the top side. Megu's going to try to gyro ball, hit a few targets, and they're only going to hit the Failing. Snorlax buying some time, but now it looks like Nouns Esports going to be joining the fight.
And here we go, pushing forward right here. We have Utah trying to peel away from this goal zone as Toon is throwing the Water Shurikens in. Alolan Raichu picks up a KO on the Espeon, and it looks like that might be all that Gen 5 can get in this fight.
Yeah, I think only one Unite move expended there for the Alolan Raichu, so all things considered, not the biggest expense. Utah already down to half HP, though, trying to take down this Regieleki. Unite move going to bring him back up to full, but it's stolen by Gatlu's Failings.
Devastating moment here for Gen 5 as multiple members are going to go down as they try to stymie this push here. We have Greninja moving forward with a Unite move. We have multiple members of Gen 5 low on HP as Regieleki is walking. Nouns can finish this whole thing like an old school Zapdos if it makes its way to that home goal zone, but they also have the opportunity of Rayquaza, which hits the board in 10 seconds. Zoinks. Regieleki will go down. Gen 5 still in this thing.
And we've talked about great defensive positioning before. How about just taking the enemy central home base? But it's full on rip time for Nouns Esports. Rayquaza the main focus. It's being brought down, and
it's secured. Amazing stuff from Nouns. They go right for it. They look for the victory, and they take it away from Gen 5. They're not going to let them have a Rayquaza fight. They don't even need to, as Gen 5 now is pushing after this. One KO here, and multiple members of Nouns looking to score. 85 to 390. As we have two members of Nouns down here at this tier 2 to KO Gen 5. There you have it, everyone. It looks like Nouns are going to be your EU champions.
A minute and a half remaining in this matchup, and Gen 5 to make a comeback would have to do it without the help of Rayquaza. Nouns Esports just making a great play call. They spend a lot of Unite moves, and take a look at this. Nouns Esports getting their chance to pose as the regional finals they are. A minute left in the matchup, but they got to look good together.
Yeah, I mean, this is just one of those great moments. You know that you've won. You really know that there's nothing Gen 5 can do. An absolute dominant performance by one of the best teams in the world. They're going to be representing EU as their champions heading to the World Championships in Anaheim, and I don't think there could be a better team to do it. Nouns Esports is just incredible. They've had a phenomenal season, going from TTV in year one, where Toon and Ender couldn't get it done in the moment where it really counted, that heartbreaking loss. Now the two of them back together with a dominant win here in the championships in EU. Incredible stuff. I cannot wait to see what they do at Worlds.
Yeah, what good momentum headed into that tournament. And not only the World Championships either. Nouns Esports, the winners of the final stretch play-ins, will be attending NAIC as well. A very important tournament when it comes down to, well, honestly, prize money at this point. And taking the tournament with there and momentum into the World Championships. Nouns Esports, your champions of Europe.
Beautiful stuff. Nouns has done it. I know a lot of people might have expected that they could, but they had to prove it here. They've had a phenomenal season, but here when it mattered most, they looked unbeatable.
Yeah. I think forcing Gen 5 into an uncomfortable position right after Game 1. You know, that chance at that Dragonite, their experimentation for Utah falls a little bit short. And from that point on, Nouns Esports just always one step ahead.
And look at right here. I mean, just going for the victory. They weren't going to leave it up to chance. They weren't going to leave it up to the judges. They were throwing the knockout punch into Gen 5, taking Rayquaza off the map when they absolutely did not need it in the slightest. A huge victory here for Nouns, looking phenomenal in these grand finals.
Yeah, untouchable, even a 3-0 finish. When has that ever happened in EU?
In EU, never. This should be a bracket reset, and they invent a new bracket reset that somehow happens. We go for 21 games or something, but Nouns says that's not going to happen now. I mean, this has been a grueling day for EU. They have been battling all day, and Nouns is able to come out with a huge victory right here. Player of the game, Gotlu on Phalanx. I mean, every single member of Nouns, however, feels like they were so instrumental in this season, in this victory, in them becoming champions.
And Gatlu finally breaking into that 6-digit damage mark with 109,000 damage on that Phalanx. Not to mention 203 points scored. Shout out that Phalanx passive, able to hold a few more points. But Spraggles, it's not just you and I on this desk any longer. We are welcoming back in Kellosaurus and Wonder Chef after that amazing matchup. Kello, your thoughts on that grand finals?
Keyword you just said, instrumental. And you know what? I have some highlights here just to demonstrate how instrumental Nouns were. But yeah, that was such an incredible and fun set to watch.
Yeah, that was a blast. Chef, what do you think?
Yeah, really cool picks throughout the entire thing, but, you know, I'll talk about it after we get clips.
Yeah, let's take a look.
So I actually ended up getting a clip from each match. This is from the first one. So if we press play here, well, we can obviously Gen 5. 3 of them are in here, right? But, well, I don't know how to use this. You guys are
None of us
experts. I'm just
do.
like, okay.
Look,
But
I mean, I got to the point where they had to cut away from it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, this is easier than the one I've used previously, but you do end up having the Mewtwo Unite move going on off, getting a stun, but we actually have Gyarados going underwater. Let me go into slow mode. That might actually be easier here. It was a bit of a scramble here, but Adesu ended up popping their Unite move. Didn't actually end up catching anybody out, but it's the pushback. The pushback on Megu there. That way they were able to go and get the secure. Whether it was a fluke, whether it was instrumental, I mean, it still ended up locking them down that first match. So that was just these incredible plays. And this one, second match, the Hooper and the Brave Bird Talonflame, Indy and Gatlu were absolutely amazing. So let's go back to fast here. Well, we have to slow it down. So we actually have Indy here who has put a trick onto Gatlu as they've dived in for the backline on Lunda. And if we push play here, let me delete these circles. Oh, I wanted to go in the slow-mo. Let me go back. Let me press play. Slow-mo. Here we go. The Unite move from Desu actually ended up pushing 3 of those members and set it up for Gatlu to go in with that flame sweep, creating so much space for them to go back. But we actually, well, let me go back. We can't go back, but because they still had that Phantom Force on them, they ended up making their way out of the flux zone. So that was the paddle that they needed. They were up the creek. They ended up receiving their paddle. But this moment here was, I guess, one of those key moments for this final match. It was interesting. I was even like, why are they retreating here? So you actually have the Lapras up here on the mini-map who ends up retreating. You can see Toon also ends up retreating on the Greninja, and you have a few members also retreating on back here, trying to figure out, okay, do we go for this top? We know that obviously this Regieleki will be heading towards home base here. So leaving Indy by themselves here to go and defend the pad, you actually end up having Lapras coming on down here to go and defend, while we have Toon and Gatlu shredding up that Regieleki. Now, obviously, Unite moves pop on out here and there. This bottom tier 1 pad ends up getting deleted, but Toon's actually decided to leave Gatlu up in that top path to finish off the Regieleki so they can go and help this team. And from here on out, they ended up battling, and I believe we have a little bit of a fast motion here. They were free to take that Registeel.
Nice.
So being able to get that first Regieleki, and then obviously that next Regieleki that came after it was heading towards home base, which just created so much space to go and, well, flip the Ray at that 2-minute mark.
Yeah, you know, they had to deal with that Regieleki, and because they had to deal with it, Nouns was just in a great position. They knew that Gen 5 was going to have to scramble to make it to that central area, and they had enough time to just take it down. Really impressive stuff. Yeah.
Can I say, too, in that moment, which, by the way, one of the best flame sweeps literally of all time, probably.
Wasn't it insane?
It was ridiculous. There was 2 amazing ones from Gatlu that time. That makes up for a million walls being hit. The funniest thing about that, and we have to go back and look at it again at some point, is you see the flame sweep, and there was a razor leaf thrown out by the Leafeon, and it was on screen, and then it just goes, and it just flies all the way off screen slowly, like it's just sadly following because there's nobody left. It is hilarious. It's the best part of it.
That was such an incredible flame sweep. And yeah, you did have that amazing moment. He brave birded in, flame swept across like the entire map through their flux zone, and then right back through that portal because of Trick Phantom Force. Just incredible stuff. Now we do have an interview up on the big stage. Yeah, do we got the microphone around here? I couldn't do it without a prop. All right.
A working microphone?
We've got an interview, I believe. Yeah, working microphone. It's not a prop at all. It's a working microphone.
Thank you.
Inder, my friend, congratulations. You are the EU champions. You're going to be the #1 representative heading to Worlds. How does everyone feel?
Everyone's pretty sleepy. Everyone's ready for bed, but I'm ready to go live and play some more solo queue Pokemon Unite. I love this game.
Are we going to raid him? Can we raid Inder? Is that possible? If he goes live in solo queue, can we raid him playing solo queue right now? Inder, this is just incredible. It felt like you had a tough time against Gen 5. This didn't seem tough at all. This felt like a victory lap. What do you think the difference was there?
I think the first 2 games where we dropped to them, we definitely should have still been able to win, but it came down to a point where I was like, let's just simplify the draft. They really like Zacian. Suicune's an annoying Pokemon. We just banned it both games, I think, from both sides even, maybe. And we just wanted a simple draft. We felt like we were the better team today, and as long as we played to our strengths, I felt pretty confident, which we did.
Yeah, I mean, you guys looked absolutely incredible. I do have one more question for Inder, but I'd love to hear from the panel right here, a question for our champion here from EU.
Yeah, I mean, how good does it feel to be the first champion in 2 different regions
That's
now?
right.
I think you were the first one setting Unite history. Who better to do it than you, Inder? But I mean, a North America regional champion, now you add EU. What's next, Inder? What region are you playing in next year for regionals?
Yeah, we were thinking about making a team in Osh with Baby Mazo coming along as well.
Nice.
But it was just pointed out to me right like a couple minutes ago that I was able to win both NA and EU. And what's cool is after the unfortunate season 1, I think a TTV member has won both in NA and EU every single regionals.
Whoa.
So hopefully tomorrow Zug, Otter, or Lutano pulls through and keeps the streak alive.
Amazing. Yeah, I forgot Lutano is back. We have so much exciting stuff right now. Kello, Chef, do you have anything for Inder?
Just a congratulations once again. Incredible matches all around. So I already asked you some questions a little bit earlier, but yeah, I just thought I'd say congratulations.
Yeah.
I feel like it's unfair to be like, well, hopefully, one of the players on 3 of the best teams in NA wins tomorrow. That seems like it's like a pretty easy bet, but I guess you never know. But no, I don't have any questions. Just congratulations. Well earned for sure. I mean, we all love to see it here.
One last thing for you, Ender, of course. Anything you have to say to your fans and anything you have to say to your haters, which may be even more important than your fans.
Yeah.
Nothing to the haters. Keep it on. I love I love the heat. Obviously shout out to my fans. I know everyone in Discord is watching, to my mom and my girlfriend, and I want to give a shout out to Gatlu. I feel like he has this reputation of not being able to perform in clutch situations, and he's had his fair share of Gatlu moments, but he really stepped up today and made us all proud.
Yeah, I think Gatlu was incredible right there, and now every time I screw up on broadcast, it will no longer be a Spraggles moment. It'll be a Gatlu moment. Thank
and
you
a shout
very
out to
much.
Blaine. Sorry. Shout out to Blaine. I don't want to get fired because he's actually the boss of the team. And we love Blaine. It wouldn't have been able to be possible without him.
All right, amazing. Well, we love Ender. I'm sure EU loves Ender. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. Your champions here in EU. And this microphone that is not a prop can now go down here.
A very real and factual microphone. Yeah, good to hear from Ender. I forgot about that. The ghosts of TTV truly dominating the competitive scene within these 2 regions year after year. And yeah, now Ender, our first ever multi-region regional champion.
Yeah, pretty incredible. I mean, you saw the bracket here today. Nouns winning in winners. You had Gen 5 winning in winners. They went up against each other. Nouns sending them down to the losers bracket. But boy, it was so close. Well, it didn't look that close in the grand finals. Nouns beats them 3-0.
Well, there's a lot of time, I would say, for these teams to prepare after what they experienced today, because these are your 3 teams going to Worlds in Anaheim, California to see the world's largest marble. It's going to be Nouns, Gen 5, and Kine, top 3 seeds of the region, performing well pretty much all season, and they definitely did today.
Yeah.
Nouns at Gen 5, they have secured themselves that travel award too. So that is pretty massive for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. There was a ton of prizing today. These teams were playing for $50,000 worth in prizing, plus the travel awards, plus the invites to Worlds. I mean, this was amazing. Of course, make sure that you're following Unite Esports on Twitter, are we on Facebook, on Instagram, all the places.
That wasn't mentioned.
The one that wasn't. We're on TikTok. We're on MySpace still. Make sure you follow. Yeah, we're on MySpace.
Zanga.
Yeah, there's lots of places that you can follow Unite Esports. This has just been absolutely amazing. I want to hear some final thoughts for everyone. And then, of course, tomorrow we have NA, which is going to be incredible. Chef, what do you think of today?
The meta is the weirdest meta I've ever seen, but it's very fun to watch, and I think that I'm excited to watch tomorrow. I think it's going to be different. I don't think we're going to see the same thing, so there's going to be, I think, a pretty widely different meta.
I think it's all going to be brand new and fresh there. I mean, really, it was trying to decode what was actually happening with the meta, but it just made it all that more exciting because we didn't know really what was to come. So overall, it was just a really, really fun day, and I cannot wait to see what NA brings to the table.
Yeah. Zoinks?
I think the trajectory of Nouns Esports is maybe the most exciting thing right now, but Kine Esport and Gen 5 also being those EU representatives at the World Championships is so exciting. If you're a fan of EU Pokemon Unite, they each have their own play styles. They're very exciting, and obviously they can win matches against the best of the best.
Yeah, I mean, no question. This has just been such an incredible day of games, watching some of the best teams in the world. Once again, congratulations to our 3 teams that are qualified, heading to Worlds, and of course, your champions, Nouns Esports. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for listening. I promise to keep Kaiju Doobstacks safely secured in his cage until tomorrow, where we will be back watching North America to find out who your champs will be. Don't go anywhere. I'm serious. Stay where you are until tomorrow. We'll be back. Goodbye. Love you guys.
Bye.
He said we could walk up. In studio right here, we have a giant pop-up when Red Knight is here.
We got jump scared a little bit. Forgot that was going to be happening. Natsu is.
I see something. It's this.
what?
Yeah.
What, is that real?
What? We haven't experienced yet this situation.
I wasn't even looking at that, if I'm being honest.
And then Hello immediately moves over to the opposite side of the Reggie, allowing the Blissey to take out the Reggie.
You know, it's up the paddle without the free. Up the free without a paddle. I mean, I don't even know if that's going to
They can use, I don't know, they can use held items. You never know. Come back. We've got a significant lack of pocket sausage here at the European Regional Finals, but we do have some great Pokemon Unite back into the last
I'm back
game.
into the last one. Here we go. Perfect time. Okay.
Oh, wait, we're back to us. Let's flip.
No, go ahead. Take me back in there. Simmer, have it in there whenever you're ready.
Yeah. Okay, we got the clip.
That's a big number one.
Don't ever cut away from me. Second thing,
Sprinkles has his hands up.
I did have a question. Why do we cut away from me? No. I did have a question
It's
for
big
Inder.
And all they said was bing, bop, boom, 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 bop, bam. The type of redacted we're on you wouldn't understand.
One of my favorite parts of that is his own bit. He even shrugged like, I don't
Never changed.
Never changed. Okay, he does a nap. Okay.
I blinked.
And you blinked. Amazing stuff here. I'm actually not sure what to do with that information. I guess
There you go. Back to you.
okay, bye. Well, I thought it was a great series.
No,
I'm ready to go live and play some more solo queue Pokemon Unite. I love this game.
Or,
Are we gonna rate
anything
him?
you have to say to your fans and anything you have to say to your haters, which may be even more important than your then we can walk.